Dark Magic. Dark Series, Book 4. By Feehan. Part 1. Chapter 1. The night was alive with the heartbeats of countless people. He walked among them, unseen, undetected, moving with the fluid grace of a jungle predator. Their scents were strong in his nostrils. Cloying perfume. Sweat. Shampoos. Soaps. Alcohol. Drugs. AIDS. The sweet, insidious smell of blood. There were so many in the city. Cattle. Sheep. Prey. The city was the perfect hunting ground. But he had fed well that day, so even though the blood whispered to him, tempting him with the promise of strength, power, the seductive rush of excitement, he refrained from indulging his cravings. After all his centuries of walking the earth, he knew the whispered promises were empty. He already had enormous power and strength, and he knew that the rush, addicting though it might be, was the same illusory high the humans' drugs provided. The stadium in this modern city was huge, with thousands of people packed inside. He walked past the guards without hesitation, secure in the knowledge that they could not detect his presence. The magic show, combining feats of escape, disappearance, and mystery, was almost finished, and a hush of breathless anticipation had fallen over the crowd. On stage, a column of mist rose eerily from the spot where, a moment before, the magician herself had stood. He blended into the shadows, his pale silver gaze riveted to the stage. Then she emerged from the mist, every man's fantasy, every man's dream of hot, steamy nights, of satin and silk. Mystical, mysterious, a mix of innocence and seduction, she moved with the grace of an enchantress. Thick blue-black hair cascaded in waves to her slim hips. A white Victorian lace gown covered her body, cupping high, full breasts and molding her narrow ribcage and tiny, tucked-in waist. Small pearl buttons down the front were open from hem to thigh, revealing enticing glimpses of shapely legs. Her trademark dark glasses concealed her eyes, but drew attention to her lush mouth, perfect teeth, and classic cheekbones. Savannah Dubrinsky, one of the world's greatest magicians. He had endured nearly 1,000 years of black emptiness. No joy, no rage, no desire. No emotion. Nothing but the crouching beast, hungry, insatiable. Nothing but the growing darkness, the stains spreading across his soul. His pale eyes slid over her small, perfect figure, and needs slammed into him. Hard. Ugly. Painful. His body swelled, hardened, every muscle taut, hot, aching. His fingers curled slowly around the back of a stadium seat, digging deeply, leaving visible impressions of a man's fingers in the metal. Perspiration beaded on his forehead. He let the pain wash over him, through him. Savored it. He felt. His body didn't just want her. It demanded her, burned for her. The beast raised its head and eyed her, marked her, claimed her. Hunger rose sharply, dangerously, ferociously. On stage, 2 assistants began chaining her, their hands touching her soft skin, their bodies brushing hers. A low growl rumbled in his throat. His pale eyes glowed a feral red. In that moment, 1,000 years of self-control went up in flames, setting a dangerous predator free. No one was safe, mortal or immortal, and he knew it. On stage, Savannah's head came up and swung around as if she were scenting danger, a small fawn caught in a trap, run to ground. His gut clenched hotly. Feelings. Dark desire. Raw lust. A stark, primitive need to possess. He closed his eyes and inhaled sharply. He smelled her fear and was pleased by it. Having thought himself lost for all eternity, he didn't care that his feelings were so intense that they bordered on violence. They were genuine. And there was joy in the ability to feel, no matter how dangerous. It didn't matter to him that he had marked her unfairly, that she did not rightfully belong to him, that he had manipulated the outcome of their union even before her birth, that he had broken the laws of their people in order to have her. None of it mattered. Only that she was his at last. He felt her mind search. It brushed at him like the wings of a beautiful butterfly. But he was an ancient, powerful, and knowledgeable beyond the boundaries of Earth. He was the one his own kind spoke of in whispers, with awe, with fear, with dread. The Dark One. Despite her premonition of danger, she had no hope of finding him until he allowed it. His lips drew back in a silent snarl as the blonde assistant bent to trail a hand across Savannah's face and brush her forehead with a kiss before locking her, manacled and chained, inside a steel vault. Fangs exploded into his mouth, and the beast eyed the man with the cold, unblinking stare of a killer. Deliberately, he focused on the blonde's throat, let him feel, just for one moment, the agony of strangulation. The man grabbed at his throat and stumbled, then recovered, dragging air into his lungs. He took a quick, nervous look around, trying in vain to see into the audience. Still breathing hard in alarm, he turned back to help lower the vault into a chamber flooded with water. The unseen predator growled his warning softly, a deadly, menacing sound only the blonde could hear. The man on stage whitened visibly and muttered something to the other assistant, who shook his head quickly with a slight frown. While the return of his feelings brought indescribable joy to the ancient, his loss of control was dangerous, even to him. He turned his back on the performance and left the stadium, his every step away from Savannah painful. Still, he accepted the pain, rejoiced in his ability to feel it. His first 100 years had been a wild orgy of feeling, senses, power, desires, even goodness. But slowly, relentlessly, the darkness that imperiled the soul of a Carpathian male without a life-mate had claimed him. Emotions faded, colors disappeared, until he simply existed. He experimented, found knowledge and power, and paid the price for it. He fed, he hunted, he killed when he deemed it appropriate. And always the darkness thickened, threatening to taint his soul forever, to turn him into one of the damned, the undead. She was innocent. There was laughter in her, compassion, goodness. She was light to his darkness. A bitter smile curved his sensual mouth, touching it with cruelty. His bulging, sinewy muscles rippled. He tossed back his thick, jet-black, shoulder-length hair. His face became as harsh and merciless as he was. His pale eyes, which easily drew mortals, held them, entranced them, became the eyes of death, the silver slash of cold steel. Even from a distance, he felt thunderous applause shake the ground, the roaring approval that signaled Savannah's escape from the flooded vault. He blended into the night, a sinister shadow impossible for either humans or his kind to detect. His patience was that of the earth itself, his stillness that of the mountains. He stood without moving amid the insanity of the crowds rowdily pouring out of the stadium and into their cars in the parking lot, creating the inevitable traffic jam. He knew where she was at every moment. He had made certain of their link when she was but a child. And not even death could break the bond he had forged between them. She had put an ocean between them, running away to her mother's native country, America, and in her innocence had thought herself safe. The passage of time meant little to him. Eventually, the sounds of cars and people faded away, and the lights blinked out around him, leaving the night to him. He inhaled deeply, drank in her scent. He stretched, a panther stalking prey. He could hear her soft laughter, low, musical, unforgettable. She was talking with the blonde assistant, overseeing her props being packed up for loading onto the trucks. Although the two were still in the building and a great distance from him, he could hear their conversation without effort. "I am so happy this tour is finally over." Savannah meandered wearily after the last of the crew to the loading dock, lowered herself onto the stairs, and watched as the men lifted the steel vault into the huge truck. "Did we make all the money you thought we would?" she teased her assistant gently. Both knew she didn't care about the money and never paid the slightest bit of attention to the financial side of things. Without Peter Sanders to see to all the details, she'd probably be flat broke. "More than I thought. We can call this one a success." Peter grinned down at her. "San Francisco is supposed to be a fabulous city. Why don't we vacation here? We can do the whole tourist thing, cable cars, the Golden Gate, Alcatraz. We can't pass up this opportunity. We may never come here again." "Not me," Savannah declined, rousing a little as Peter threw himself onto the step beside her. "I'm catching up on Z's. You can tell me all about it." "Savannah." Peter sighed heavily. "I'm asking you out." She sat up straight, removed the dark glasses, and looked directly at him. Heavily fringed with long dark lashes, her eyes were deep blue, almost violet, with strange slivers of silver radiating through them like stars. As always, when she looked straight at him, Peter felt a strange disorientation, as if he were falling, drowning, lost in the gleaming stars in her eyes. "Oh, Peter." Her voice was soft, musical, mesmerizing. It was one of the things that had brought her stardom so quickly. She could hold an audience effortlessly with her voice alone. All our sexiness and flirting in the show is just an act. We're friends, and we work together, and that means everything to me. When I was growing up, the closest thing I ever had to a best friend was a wolf. She didn't add that she still thought of that wolf every day. I'm not willing to risk a relationship I value by trying to make something else out of it. Peter blinked and shook his head to clear it. She always sounded so incredibly logical, so convincing. Whenever she looked at him, it was impossible to disagree with anything she said. She could steal his will as easily as she stole his breath. A wolf? A real one? She nodded. When I was younger, we lived in a very remote part of the Carpathian mountains. There were no children to play with. One day a little wolf cub wandered out of the woods near our house. He would play with me whenever I was alone. There was a faint ache in her voice at the thought of her lost animal friend. He just seemed to know when I needed him, when I was sad or lonely. He was always gentle. Even when he was teething, he only bit me a few times. She rubbed her arm in memory, her fingertips marking the spots in an unconscious caress. As he grew, he became my constant companion. We were inseparable. I was never afraid in the woods at night because he was always there to protect me. He was enormous, with glossy black fur and intelligent gray eyes that looked at me with such understanding. Sometimes he looked so solemn that he seemed to be carrying the weight of the world on his back. When I made the decision to come to America, it was hard to leave my parents, but heartbreaking to leave my wolf. Before I left, I cried for 3 nights straight, my arms around his neck. He never moved, not once, as if he understood and was mourning too. If there had been a way, I would have brought him with me. But he needed to be free. "You're telling me the truth? A real wolf?" Peter asked incredulously. While he could believe that Savannah could easily tame man or beast, he was puzzled by the animal's behavior. "I thought wolves were shy of people. Not that I've met very many of them, at least not the 4-legged variety." She flashed him a grin. He was huge and could be ferocious, but my wolf was anything but shy with me. Of course, he was never really around anyone else, not even my parents. He would lope off into the woods if someone came near. Still, he would watch from afar to make certain I was safe. I'd see his eyes shining in the forest, watching, and it made me feel safe. Realizing he had allowed her to distract him, Peter deliberately looked away from her, nodding his fists in determination. "It isn't natural, the way you live, Savannah. You isolate yourself from any close relationships." "We're close," she pointed out gently. "I'm very fond of you, Peter, like a brother. I've always wanted a brother." "Don't, Savannah. You haven't even given us a chance. And who else do you have in your life? I escort you to parties and interviews. I oversee the accountant and arrange the bookings and make certain the bills are paid. The only thing I don't do is sleep with you." A low growl rumbled warningly through the night, sending a chill spiraling down Peter's spine. Savannah's head went up, and she looked cautiously around. Peter stood, peering toward the trucks pulling away from the loading dock. "Did you hear that?" He reached a hand down to draw Savannah to her feet, his eyes frantically searching every shadow. "I didn't tell you, but the oddest thing happened during the show." He was whispering as if the very night had ears. "After I put you in the vault, my throat closed off. It was as if someone had his hands around my throat, someone very powerful. I felt a murderous anger directed at me." He pushed a hand through his hair and laughed nervously. "Silly imagination, I know. But I heard that exact same growl in my head. It's insane, Savannah, but it felt as if I was being warned off you." "Why didn't you say anything to me?" she demanded, fear in her eyes. Without warning, the lights in the docking area blinked out, leaving them in total darkness. Savannah's fingers tightened on Peter's, and he had the distinct feeling they were being watched, even hunted. His car was a distance away, the parking lot shrouded in blackness. Where were the security guards? Peter, we have to get out of here. If I tell you to run, do it, and don't look back, no matter what. Her voice was low and compelling enough so that for a moment he thought he would do anything to please her. But her small body, so close to his, was shaking and chivalry won. Stay behind me, honey. I've got a bad feeling about this, Peter cautioned. Like all celebrities, Savannah suffered her share of threats and stalkers. She was worth a few million, not to mention the steamy, sexy image she exuded. Savannah had a strange, mesmerizing effect on men, as if the memory of her haunted them for eternity. Savannah cried out in warning, a heartbeat before something hit Peter hard in the chest, driving the air from his lungs, tearing her hand from his. He grunted, his chest on fire, feeling as if a ton of bricks had crushed him. His eyes locked with Savannah's, and he could see terror there. Something enormously strong caught at him, jerked him 30 feet backward, wrenching his arm from its socket, snapping bones like twigs. He screamed, feeling hot breath on his neck. Savannah whispered his name, covered the distance between them in a single leap, and flung herself at his attacker. She was struck a blow across her face so hard that she was flung like a rag doll from the loading dock to the asphalt parking lot. Although she twisted agilely in midair and landed on her feet like a cat, her head was ringing, and white dots danced in front of her eyes. Before she could recover, the beast attacking Peter sank its fangs into his throat, ripped and tore, then gulped at the rich blood spurting from the terrible wound. Peter managed to turn his head, expecting a wolf or at least a huge dog. Red eyes glowed at him evilly from a white, skeletal face. Peter died in agony and terror, in fear and guilt for failing to protect Savannah. With a low, venomous hiss, the creature carelessly tossed away Peter's body, which landed a few feet from Savannah, blood forming a thick pool, spreading slowly across the asphalt. The beast lifted its head and turned toward her, grinning horribly, triumphantly revealing its jagged teeth. She stepped back, her heart pounding in fear. Grief welled up so sharply for a moment that she couldn't breathe. Peter. Her first human friend in her entire 23 years. Dead because of her. She regarded the gaunt stranger who had killed him. Peter's blood smeared his face and teeth. Obscenely, his tongue came out and licked at the red stains on his lips. His eyes burned at her, taunted her. I found you first. I knew I would. Why did you kill him? There was horror in her voice. He laughed, launched himself into the air, and landed a few feet from her. You should try it sometime. All that fear floods the bloodstream with adrenaline. There's nothing like it. I like them looking at me, knowing it's coming. What do you want? She never took her eyes or her mind from him, her body remaining still and ready, perfectly balanced. I will be your husband. Your life mate. There was a threat in his voice. Your father, the great Mikhail Dubrinsky, will just have to take back the death sentence he pronounced on me. The long arm of his justice doesn't quite reach San Francisco, does it? She tilted her chin. And if I say no? Then I take you the hard way. It might be fun, a change from all those simpering human women, puppets begging to please me. His depravity sickened her. They don't beg you. You take their free will. It's the only way you could have a woman. She put all the loathing and contempt she was capable of into her voice. The ugly smile faded from his hollow features, leaving him an ugly caricature of a man, a creature from the very bowels of hell. His breath escaped in a long hiss. You will pay for that disrespect. He lunged toward her. A dark shadow moved out of the night, muscles rippling like steel beneath an elegant silk shirt. The shadow glided in front of Savannah like a shield, forcing her behind him. One large hand brushed her face where her assailant had struck her. The touch was brief yet incredibly tender, and the momentary contact seemed to take the pain with it as the newcomer's fingers slipped away from her skin. His pale, silvery eyes then slashed at the skeletal creature. Good evening, Roberto. I see you have dined well. The voice was pleasant, cultured, soothing, even hypnotic. Savannah choked back a sob. Instantly she felt a stirring in her mind, a flood of warmth, the feeling of arms drawing her into their strong shelter. Gregori. Roberto growled, his eyes glowing with bloodlust. I have heard whispers of the dangerous Gregori, the Dark One, the bogeyman of the Carpathians. But I do not fear you. It was bravado, and they all knew it. His mind was racing frantically for an escape. Gregori smiled, a small, humorless quirk of his lips that brought a distinctively cruel gleam to his eyes. You obviously have never learned table manners. In all your long years, Roberto, what else have you failed to learn? Roberto's breath escaped in a long, slow hiss. His head began to undulate slowly from side to side. His fingernails lengthened, becoming razor-sharp claws. When he attacks Savannah, you will leave this place. It was an imperious command in her head. It was. My friend he killed. Me. That he threatened. It was against her principles to allow anyone else to fight her battles and perhaps be injured or killed in her place. She did not stop to think why it was so easy and natural to speak with Gregori, the most feared of the Carpathian ancients, on a mental path that was not the standard path of communication for their kind. You will do as I tell you, ma petite. The order was spoken in her mind in the same calm tone that carried undeniable authority. Savannah caught her breath, afraid of defying him. Roberto might think he was up to taking on a Carpathian as powerful as Gregori, but she knew she wasn't. She was young, a novice at her people's arts. You have no right to interfere, Gregori, Roberto snapped, sounding like a spoiled, petulant boy. She is unclaimed. Gregori's pale eyes narrowed to a slash of cold silver. She is mine, Roberto. I claimed her many years ago. She is my life mate. Roberto took a cautious step to the left. There has been no official acceptance of your union. I will kill you and she will belong to me. What you have done here is a crime against humanity. What you would do to my woman is crime against our people, our treasured women, and against me personally. Justice has followed you to San Francisco, and the sentence our Prince Mikhail pronounced over you will be carried out. The blow you struck to my life mate alone would earn your fate. Gregori never raised his voice, never lost his faint, taunting smile. Go, Savannah. I won't allow him to harm you when it is me he seeks. Gregori's soft laughter echoed in her head. There is no chance of that, ma. Petite. Now do as I say and go. He wanted her gone before she witnessed his casual destruction of the abomination who dared to strike a woman. His woman. Savannah already feared him enough. I am going to kill you, Roberto said loudly, blustering to pump up his courage. Then I can do no other than oblige you by letting you try, Gregori replied pleasantly. His voice dropped an octave lower, became hypnotic. You're slow, Roberto, slow and clumsy and far too incompetent to take on someone of my skill. His smile was cruel and slightly mocking. It was impossible to avoid listening to the cadence of Gregori's voice. It worked its way into the brain and clouded the mind. Still, high and powerful from a fresh kill, filled with lust and the need to conquer, Roberto launched himself at Gregori. Gregori simply was no longer there. He had thrust Savannah as far from them as possible, and with blurring speed he contemptuously marked Roberto's face with 4 deep furrows, marked it in exactly the spot that was bruised on Savannah's face. Gregori's soft, taunting laughter sent chills down Savannah's spine. She could hear the sounds of the battle, the whimpers of pain as Gregori coolly, relentlessly, and mercilessly slashed Roberto to pieces. Loss of blood weakened the lesser creature. Compared to Gregori, he was clumsy and slow. Savannah jammed her knuckles against her mouth and backed up several paces, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from Gregori's harsh face. It was an implacable mask, with its faint, taunting smile and the pale eyes of death. He never changed expression. His assault was the coldest, most merciless thing she had ever witnessed. Every deliberate slash contributed to Roberto's weakness until he was literally covered in 1,000 cuts. Never once was Roberto able to lay a hand or a claw on Gregori. It was apparent that Roberto had no chance, that Gregori could deliver the killing blow at any time. She looked at Peter, lifeless on the asphalt. He had been a great friend to her. She had loved him like a brother, and now he lay senselessly dead. Savannah finally fled in horror across the parking lot, taking refuge in the trees alongside it. She sank down to the ground. Oh, Peter. This was her fault. She had thought she had left the world of vampires and Carpathians behind. She bent her head, her stomach heaving in protest at the cold brutality of that world. She was not like these creatures. Tears tangled in her lashes and ran down her face. Suddenly lightning sizzled and danced, a blue-white whip across the sky. An orange glow soon accompanied a crackle of flames. Savannah covered her face with her hands, knowing that Gregori was destroying Roberto's body completely. His heart and tainted blood had to be reduced to ashes to ensure that the vampire could not rise again. And no Carpathian, not even one turned vampire, should be exposed to autopsy by a human medical examiner. Physical proof of their existence in human hands would be dangerous to their entire race. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to shut out the smell of burning flesh. Peter, too, would have to be cremated to hide the terrible gaping wound to his throat, evidence of the vampire's presence. There was a gentle stirring of air beside her. Then Gregori's fingers curled around her arm and drew her to her feet. Up close he looked even more powerful, completely invincible. His arm curved around her shoulders and dragged her against the solid wall of his chest. His thumb touched the tears on her face, his chin brushed the top of her head. I am sorry I was too late to save your friend. By the time I was aware of the vampire's presence, he had already struck. He didn't add that he had been too busy rediscovering emotions and getting them under control to sense Roberto immediately. It was his first slip in 1,000 years, and he wasn't ready to examine the reason too closely. Guilt, perhaps, for the manipulated chemistry he had with Savannah? Savannah's mind brushed his and found genuine regret for her sorrow. How did you find me? I always know where you are every moment. 5 years ago you said you needed time, and I gave it to you. But I've never left you. I never will. There was a gentle finality to his words, an echo of the resolve in his mind. Savannah's heart lurched. Don't do this, Gregori. You know how I feel. I've created a new life for myself. His hand, gentle in her hair, sent butterflies rising in her stomach. You cannot change what you are. You're my life mate, and it is time for you to come to me. His voice held velvet-soft compulsion when he whispered, Life mate, reinforcing his tampering with nature. The more he said it, the more Savannah would believe it. True, he suddenly saw in color and felt emotion because he had found his life mate. But Gregori also knew he had programmed their chemistry to be compatible before she was born. She had never had a chance. Her teeth bit at her full lower lip in agitation. You can't take me against my will, Gregori. It's against our laws. He bent his dark head, his warm breath sending a shiver of heat coiling in the pit of her stomach. Savannah, you will accompany me now. She flung her head up, her blue-black hair cascading in all directions. No, I'm the closest thing to family Peter had. I will see to the arrangements for him first, then we will discuss us. She was wringing her hands, betraying her nervousness of him, unaware that she did so. Gregori's larger hand covered hers and stilled the desperate twisting of her fingers. You are not thinking straight. Ma petite. You cannot be found on the scene. You would have no rational way to explain what happened here. I have set things up so that when his body is found and identified, no suspicion can fall upon you or any of our people. She took a deep breath, hating that he was right. No attention could be drawn to her species. She didn't have to like it. I won't go with you. White teeth gleamed at her, a predator's smile. You may attempt to defy me in this, Savannah, if you feel you must. She touched her mind to his. Male amusement, implacable resolve, utter calm. Nothing ruffled Gregori. Not death, and certainly not her defiance. I'll call for security, she threatened desperately. The immaculate white teeth flashed again. The silver eyes glittered. Do you wish me to release them from the orders I gave them before you do so? She closed her eyes, still trembling in shock and fear. No, don't do that, she whispered in defeat. Gregori studied the misery so transparent on her face. Something tugged at his heart, something unrecognizable to him, but nevertheless strong. The dawn will be upon us in a couple of hours. We need to leave this place. I won't go with you, she insisted stubbornly. If your pride dictates that you must fight me, you may try to do so. His voice, with its old World War cadence and formality, was almost tender. Her eyes deepened to purple. Stop giving me your permission. I am Mikhail and Raven's daughter, a Carpathian like yourself and not without my own powers. I have the right to my own choices, if it pleases you to think so. His fingers curled easily around her slender wrist. His grip was gentle, but she could feel his enormous strength. Savannah pulled hard, testing his resolve. Gregori appeared not to notice her struggles. Do you wish me to make this easier on you? You fear needlessly. His mesmerizing voice was incredibly tender. No. Her heart slammed painfully in her chest. Don't control my mind. Don't make me a puppet. She knew he was powerful enough to do so, and it terrified her. Two fingers caught her chin firmly and tipped it up so her gaze was captured by his silver one. There is no danger of such an atrocity. I am no vampire. I am Carpathian, and you are my life mate. I will protect you with my life. I will always see to your happiness. She took a deep breath for control, then let it escape slowly. We are not life mates. I did not choose. She held on to that fact, her only hope. We can discuss this at a more opportune time. She nodded warily. I'll meet you tomorrow then. His silent laughter filled her mind. Low. Amused. Frustratingly male. You will come with me now. His voice lowered an octave, became warm honey, compelling, hypnotic, so mesmerizing it was impossible to fight. Savannah dropped her forehead against the muscles of his chest. Tears were burning in her eyes and throat. I'm afraid of you, Gregori, she admitted painfully. I can't live the life of a Carpathian. I'm like my mother. I'm too independent, and I need my own life. I know of your fears. Ma petite. I know your every thought. The bond between us is strong enough to cross oceans. We can deal with your fears together. I can't do this. I won't. Savannah ducked under his arm, blurred her image, and put on a burst of blinding speed. But no matter which way she twisted or turned, no matter how fast she ran or dodged, Gregori was with her every step of the way. When she finally wore herself out and stopped, she was at the far end of the stadium, tears streaming unchecked down her face. Gregori was beside her, solid, warm, invincible, as if he truly knew her every thought, her every move before she made it. His arm curved around her waist, lifting her completely from her feet and locking her to him. By allowing you your freedom, I expose you to the danger of renegades like Roberto. For a moment he dropped his head to bury his face in the thick mass of her silky hair. Then, with no warning, he launched himself into the air, a huge bird of prey with enormous strength, Savannah's small body pressed tightly to him. She closed her eyes and allowed grief for Peter to consume her, to drive out all awareness of the creature streaking across the sky with her, taking her to his lair. Her fists curled around the thick, steel-like muscles. The wind carried the sound of her sobs up to the stars. Her tears glittered like jewels in the night. Gregori could feel her pain as if it was his own. Her tears moved him when nothing else could. His mind reached out to the chaos of hers, finding overwhelming grief and a terrible fear of him. Deliberately, he surrounded her with warmth and comfort. It brushed her mind, soothing her nerves. Savannah opened her eyes to find herself out of the city, up in the mountains. Gregori set her gently on the steps of a huge, rambling house. He reached past her to open the door, then stepped back courteously to allow her entry. Savannah felt small and lost, knowing that if she set one foot in his lair, she would be placing her life in his hands. Her eyes flashed blue-white fire, as if they had caught a star and trapped it forever in their depths. Tilting her chin defiantly, she stepped backward until the porch railing brought her up short. I refuse to enter your home. His laugh came then, low, amused, and maddeningly male. Your body and mine chose for us. There is no other man for you, Savannah. Not now, not ever. I can feel your emotions when men, human or Carpathian, touch you. You are repulsed. You cannot bear their touch. His voice dropped lower still, a black magic caress that seemed to send heat spreading through her like molten lava. It is not so with my touch. Ma petite. We both know that. Do not deny it, or I will be forced to prove my words. I am a mere 23, she pointed out desperately. You are centuries old. I have not lived at all." He shrugged with casual strength, muscles rippling, his silver eyes on her beautiful, anxious face. "Then you will enjoy the benefits of my experience. Gregori, please try to understand. You don't love me. You don't know me. I am not like other Carpathian women. I don't want to be a broodmare for my race. I can't be your prisoner, no matter how petted and indulged I am." He laughed softly and waved a hand dismissively in the space between them. "You are young child, if you believe what you are saying." There was a gentleness in his voice that turned her heart over in spite of all her fears. "Is your mother a prisoner?" "My parents are different. My father loves my mother. Even so, he would sometimes walk on her rights if he could. A gilded cage is still a cage, Gregori." There was that amusement again, warming the cold steel of his eyes. Savannah felt her temper rise. She had an almost uncontrollable urge to slap his face. His grin widened, a subtle challenge. He indicated the open door. She forced a laugh. "We can stand out here until dawn, Gregori." "I'm willing, are you?" He leaned one hip lazily against the wall. "You think to dare me? You can't force me against my will without violating our laws. In all the centuries I have existed, do you believe I have never broken our laws?" His soft laughter was without humor. "The things I have done render abducting you as petty as the human crime of jaywalking. Yet you brought Roberto to justice, even though San Francisco is Aiden Savage's territory to hunt," she pointed out, naming another powerful Carpathian who tracked down and destroyed those among them turned vampire. "Did you do that because of me? You are my life mate, the only thing that stands between me and the destruction of mortals and immortals alike." He stated it calmly as an absolute truth. "No one will touch you or try to come between us and live." "He struck you, Savannah." "My father would." He was shaking his head. "Do not try to bring your father into this. Cry. Even if Mikhail is the prince of our people. This is between you and me. You do not want a war. Roberto struck you. That was reason enough for him to die." She touched his mind again. No anger. Just resolve. He meant what he said. He wasn't bluffing or trying to frighten her. He wanted truth between them. Savannah pressed the back of her hand against her mouth. She had always known this moment would come. "I'm sorry, Gregori," she whispered hopelessly. "I can't be what you want. I will choose to face the dawn." His fingers brushed her face with incredible gentleness. "You have no idea what I want from you." His hands cupped her face, thumbs stroking the satin skin over the pulse beating so frantically in her throat. "You know I cannot allow you such a choice. Ma petite. We can talk through your fears. Come inside with me." His mind was invading hers, a warm, sweet seduction. His eyes, so pale and cold, heated to a flowing mercury that seemed to burn into her mind, threatening her very will. Savannah's fingers dug into the railing as she felt herself drowning in hot liquid. "Stop it, Gregori," she cried sharply, determined to break his mental hold. It was sweet torment, rushing heat, seduction so dangerous that she flung herself toward the entrance of the house to flee his dark power over her. Gregori's arm stopped her headlong flight. His mouth moved against her ear. His body, aggressively male, hard, and ferociously aroused, brushed hers. "Say it, Savannah. Say the words." Even the whisper in her mind was black velvet. His mouth, perfect and sensuous, so hot and moist, wandered down to her throat. The reality of his flesh was even more erotic than his mental seduction. His teeth grazed her skin lightly. His body clenched, and she could feel the monster in him awaken, hungry, burning with need, no gentle, thinking lover but a fully aroused Carpathian male. The words he commanded her to say nearly strangled in her throat and came out so low, it was impossible to tell whether they were spoken aloud or were merely an echo in her mind. "I come to you of my own free will." He released her instantly, allowing her to stumble across the threshold by herself. Behind her, his large frame filled the doorway. He stood towering over her, silver eyes radiating heat, power, intense satisfaction. Gregori closed the door with his foot and reached for her. Savannah cried out and tried to evade his touch, but he caught her up with casual strength, cradling her struggling body against his chest. His chin brushed her silky hair. Be still, Enfante, or you will end up bruising yourself. There is no way to fight me, and I cannot permit you to harm yourself. I hate you. You do not hate me, Savannah. You fear me, but most of all, you fear what you are, he replied calmly. He was moving through the house with long strides, carrying her to the basement, then lower still to the chamber hidden so carefully in deep earth. Her body burned for his, and, so close to his heat, there was no relief. Hunger rose sharply, and something wild in her lifted its head. Chapter 2. The moment Gregori lowered her to her feet, Savannah sprang away from him. The single leap put the distance of the room between them. Fear was a growing, living thing, mixing with her wild nature. Gregori could feel her heartbeat, and his own tuned itself to match the pounding rhythm of hers. Her blood called to him. He drew the scent into his lungs, into his veins, so his own blood heated and surged with a fierce, burning need. He drew breath for both of them, struggling to control the raging demon in him, struggling for the calm he needed to keep from hurting her, to keep her from hurting herself. She looked what she was, young, wild, beautiful, her eyes deep violet with fiery stars, enormous with fear. She crouched in the farthest corner from him, her every thought so chaotic that it took him a few moments to sort the whirling emotions. Grief and guilt for her lost friend. Disgust and humiliation that her body could betray her, that she wasn't strong enough to stand up to him. Fear that he could achieve his goal, make her his mate, control her life. Fear that he would hurt her with his strength, with his own burning hunger. The need to escape was paramount. She meant to fight to the death. Gregori faced her without expression, without moving a muscle. He searched for a way to defuse the situation. He would never allow Savannah to die. He had risked everything for her. Risked his own sanity, his very soul. He would not lose everything now through clumsiness. I am truly sorry for the loss of your friend, Savannah, Gregori said quietly, gently, his voice low, a whisper of hypnotic music. Her eyelashes fluttered. She blinked. His words were clearly unexpected. I should have been there much more quickly to save him, he admitted softly. I will not let you down again. She moistened her lips and dragged an air. He looked invincible, merciless. He looked like a sorcerer, exuding dark temptation from every pore. His sheer sexuality was overpowering. His gentle voice and perfect calm were at odds with the touch of sensual cruelty about his mouth, the intense burning in his pale eyes, and the implacable mask he always wore. I am not such a monster that I would attack you while your grief and fear are so sharp. Relax. Enfante. Your lifemate may be a demon to all others, but you are safe. I want only to comfort you. He felt her tentative mind touch, seeking the truth of his words. He rarely allowed anyone the intimacy of a mental bond. With her, the melding added to his deep physical ache, the swirling of unfamiliar emotions. But it also gave him pleasure. Intense pleasure. All Savannah could detect was his need to offer her comfort. His mind seemed serenity itself, a clear, cool pool without a ripple. She felt her body relaxing, his mind calming the chaos of hers. Why was it Gregori she responded to? As he had said, any other male's touch had made her feel revulsion. He just had to be near her, and her mind and body cried out for him. She rubbed her pounding head. Little hammers seemed to be having a field day in her skull. Gregori moved easily, casually to the nightstand beside the bed. Her gaze stayed glued to him, her face pale, shadows haunting her eyes. He crushed herbs into a crystal bowl, the soothing fragrance instantly filling the room. Come here. Ma cried. His voice was low and compelling. The sound of it washed over her like clear water. It's almost dawn. Her gaze shifted uncomfortably to the bed as Savannah noticed her surroundings for the first time. The room was large, spacious, old-fashioned. Candles lit the interior, making it glow softly. The bed was large, a heavy four-poster carved elaborately with roses and twining leaves. It was beautiful, gothic, and frightening. She cleared her throat and rubbed her forehead uncertainly. I'd like my own sleeping chamber. The pale eyes drifted over her possessively. You will not leave my side. No. All at once she was desperately weary, her head hurting, her legs trembling, and she sat down abruptly on the floor. One hand swept through her heavy blue-black hair, shoving it away from her face in an unconsciously feminine gesture. She blinked, and that fast Gregori was standing over her. She closed her eyes when he reached for her. He was strong, enormously strong, lifting her as if she was no more than a child. She buried her face against his chest, unable to summon the strength to fight him. Gregori savored the feel of Savannah in his arms, her softness cradled against his heavy muscles, the silk of her hair brushing erotically over his skin. Pain raced through him like molten lava, hunger rose. He lay her on his bed, where she belonged. His primitive nature, the hunter, the predator in him, demanded he take her immediately, bind her irrevocably to him for all time. She belonged to him. He knew exactly what he was, a heartless demon, without Savannah sentenced to an endless, lonely existence. He had walked the earth for centuries, a powerful healer, none greater than he, but completely dead inside. He had been so alone. Always alone. Endlessly alone. But now he had Savannah. And he would destroy anyone who attempted to take her from him, anyone who threatened her. His hand stroked back her hair, soothingly massaged her scalp. His hypnotic voice took on a low chant of healing, removing the pain from her temples, replacing it with peace. He stretched out beside her, his larger, heavier frame dwarfing hers. Instantly his body reacted to her closeness. He was on fire, his need burning in his blood, his muscles, every fiber of his body. He accepted the pain, grateful he could feel it. As he drew her into his arms, he marveled at the perfection in one so small and fragile. She was trembling so much, he could hear her teeth chatter. "I know what I am, Savannah, a monster such as the human world cannot conceive. But I have always had honor, integrity, and a talent for healing. I can make you 2 promises. I will never have untruth between us, and I will protect you with my life. I have said I will not take what is mine this night. We have time to calm your fears." She burrowed her face into his silk shirt, where she could feel the steady beat of his heart, the heat of his skin. It was impossible for him to hide his fierce arousal, and he didn't bother to try, rather fitting her body to the hard length of his. Savannah was far too drained by the evening's events to continue to struggle. She lay in his arms, exhausted, finding a measure of peace from the very one who threatened her. "You think I'm like other Carpathian women, Gregori, but I'm not," she said softly, uncertain whether she was offering an apology or an explanation. His mouth brushed the top of her head, the lightest of caresses. His thumb stroked the spot where Roberto had struck her. "You know what happens to the males of our species, Savannah. Your father would not have neglected to educate you in something so important. You cannot run around unclaimed. There are others like Roberto, savage, dangerous, driven to madness by the lack of a life mate. He was half your age. Why would he turn renegade and you not?" She turned her head to meet Gregori's pale eyes. A shiver ran through her at the lack of mercy she saw there, at the stark possession burning in the icy silver depths. "Have you ever wondered why there are so few of us Carpathians?" "Of course I have. Just because I don't choose to mate does not mean I don't think about the problems facing our people. Gregori, I don't want to be anyone's life mate. There's no reason to take it personally." Gregori smiled at her, his perfect mouth sensual and inviting. "I know you're afraid of me, Savannah." Determined not to be drawn into an argument she could not win, she went back to a safer topic. "The reason there are so few Carpathians is because there are so few women and no female children. Even the male children rarely survive their first year." Savannah involuntarily moved closer to his warmth. He seemed so strong, making her feel oddly safe and comforted on the worst night of her life. "What of the men? Do you truly wonder why so few survive without turning vampire?" His hand stroked her hair. "Have you ever felt alone, Savannah, truly alone?" As a child she had lived in isolation, but her parents, devoted as they were to each other, still spoiled and adored her. Her wolf, too, had been extraordinary, filling every empty place in her life. She had never felt alone until she had put an ocean between herself and the healing soil of her homeland. Away from her parents, the wolf, and even her oppressive obligations as a Carpathian female had left her with a gaping hole in her heart. Being surrounded by people, even the affection she felt toward Peter and the members of her crew, did not alleviate the growing emptiness threatening to consume her. Unwilling to share her secrets with Gregori, however, she didn't answer. "We males cannot survive the growing darkness without our mates, Savannah. Our nature is aggressive, predatory, possessive, even among our own kind. We are destructive and powerful, and we hunger for blood. We need a balance." Most males begin to decline after several centuries, when they no longer see color, experience no true feeling, and can rely only on the strength of their wills to keep our laws. Some choose to end their existence before it is too late, walking into the dawn, the light of day, and allowing the earth to claim them. A good many others choose to embrace the darkness, giving up their souls, preying on the human race. They abuse women and children, hunt and kill for the momentary high, for the power and rush. It cannot be allowed. My father and you are the oldest. How did you survive? Your father and I spent our bloodlust years in the midst of wars across Europe. Our energies could be channeled into saving others from ravaging armies. The vampire hunts provided us with more opponents. Between us, we made a pact to seek the dawn before we turned completely. Your father had the responsibility for our people to keep him sane, and later he found your mother, a human with extraordinary psychic talent and so much courage and compassion that she was able to accept our life. What of you? The best I can say of myself is that I never abused a woman or child, and that I spent centuries learning the healing arts. But I have the nature of a predator, Savannah, as do all the males of our race. Because I am centuries old, the beast is strong in me. He sighed softly. The 5 years I allotted you your freedom have been hell for me and dangerous to anyone I came into contact with. I am very close to turning, and it is too late for me to seek the dawn. It was necessary for the safety of all concerned that I come for you now. His hands tangled in the silk of her hair, crushing strands to bury his face in, to inhale her fresh scent. I can wait no longer. The admission was torn from his soul. He could not afford to give her the one thing she asked of him, her freedom. Although he was Gregori, the Dark One, the most powerful among Carpathians, he was not strong enough to give her up. She must become Lifemate to the one Carpathian all others feared. And she was so very young. Did you ever wonder what it is like for the women of our race, Gregori? To know that by our 18th year we must go from our father's keeping to some strangers. This time she did open her mind to him fully, called up the memory of 5 years ago for both of them. Like any woman-child of mating age, Savannah had found a heady excitement in knowing that she was beautiful and held power over the male of the species. She was pleased when her father summoned all the available males in to meet her. Ignoring her mother's worry, she had flitted among them, innocent of what havoc she was creating. However, somewhere during the gathering she had become aware of its dangerous atmosphere, the press of male bodies against her, the hunger in their eyes, the smell of their arousal. None of them, she realized, knew her or cared about her or cared to know what she felt or thought. They wanted her, yet it wasn't really her they wanted. She felt suffocated, repulsed, afraid. Not one of them had made her feel the things she was supposed to feel. Savannah had escaped to her room and bathed her face with cool water, feeling sick and somehow dirty. When she turned around, Gregori, the Dark One, was in her room with her. His power emanated from every pore. He carried it casually, the same way he carried his enormous strength. He was totally different from the others, much more frightening, much more powerful. They seemed like callow youths in comparison. His pale eyes moved over her possessively, and her skin burned at the mere brush of his gaze. He took her breath and turned her body to hot liquid, making her want things she had never dreamed of. Fear had slammed into her at the knowledge that he could easily steal her very will, make her his so irrevocably that she would do anything to be with him. You belong to me, no other. The words were in her head, the bond so familiar and strong, it was terrifying. The mental path was not the familiar Carpathian one, but that of a private, intimate bond. He moved, a single ripple of muscle, and her heart pounded in anticipation. His fingers circled her upper arm so that she was all too aware of his enormous strength. It was nearly impossible to breathe. His fingers slid the length of her arm to encircle her fragile wrist like a bracelet. The skimming contact was like a tongue of fire licking along her skin. Every cell in her body suddenly stilled. She held her breath, waiting. Just waiting. He tugged her to him, close, so close, until her body was imprinted for all time by his. Very gently, he tilted her chin and fastened his mouth to hers. In that instant her entire life, her very existence changed. The earth rocked, the air sizzled, and her body no longer belonged to her. She needed, burned, ached for him. Body and mind, her very skin, was merged with his. There was no Savannah without Gregori and no Gregori without Savannah. She needed his hands on her. She needed him inside her, her heart, her mind, her body, her very soul. When he released her, she felt bereft, experiencing a terrible emptiness, as if he had stolen a huge part of her and left her a mere shadow. The idea terrified her. A stranger, someone who didn't love her or know her, was capable of taking over her life. It suddenly seemed far worse than giving herself to one of the others. None of them would ever control her or take over her entire life. If none of them could ever love her, at least they wouldn't own her, body and soul. Terrified, she had pleaded with Gregori to let her go, to let her live her own life. His eyes dark with sorrow and heated with something else, he had released her, had agreed to give her more time. Savannah, however, had planned to flee his power forever. The worst of it was, after her flight to the United States, Savannah had never felt complete again. Gregori had ripped out a part of her with one small kiss. He was never out of her head. When she closed her eyes at night, all she could see was him. Sometimes, if she concentrated enough, she could even smell his wild, untamed scent. He haunted her dreams and called to her in her sleep. Clearly, the risk he posed to her very soul was far too enormous to allow what he was now demanding. Gregori's hand cupped the back of her head, then slipped to the nape of her neck. "We can cope with your fears, ma petite. They are not insurmountable." His voice, as always, was calm and unruffled. Savannah's heart sank. Nothing moved him to mercy, not even her sharing one of her most private and frightening memories. "I don't want this," she whispered, tears burning in her throat. She was humiliated that she had admitted so much and that it had meant so little to him. "Rest now, little one. We will sort it out later." She was silent, seeming to accept his command quietly. But Savannah had a few tricks up her sleeve. After all, she was considered one of the world's leading magicians. Gregori might be offering her a temporary reprieve, but when they woke, his appetite would be ferocious. She doubted that even his mammoth self-control would save her then. She would have to make her most daring and most important escape ever. "Savannah." Gregori's arm drew her tightly, possessively against him. "Do not try to leave me. Fight me, argue, but do not try to leave me. I walk the edge of control. I feel for nothing or no one but you. It would be very dangerous. So I am to give up my life so yours can continue." Her tears fell on the back of her hand. "You cannot exist without me, either, Savannah. It is only a matter of time before the growing emptiness consumes you." He raised her hand to his mouth and touched his tongue to her tears, savoring the taste of her. Then his voice dropped an octave, became purity itself. "Do not deny it. I feel it growing in you. The terrible, aching loneliness." Savannah's heart jumped at the rough velvet of his tongue rasping across her bare knuckles. She would not allow his natural sensuality to seduce her, no matter how her own body responded to the forbidden call. "How much time do I have before then, Gregori? A century or 2? 5? More? You don't know, do you? That's because none of our women were ever allowed to command their own fate. I shouldn't be responsible for your life any more than you should be responsible for mine. We are Carpathian, ma petite. Not human, despite the way your mother raised you. I am responsible for your life, as you are for mine. It is the way of our people and the only thing protecting humans from our darkness. Our women are cherished, protected, treated with respect, guarded for the treasures we know they are. The dark shadow on his chin rubbed along the top of her head in a curiously soothing gesture. Little strands of her hair caught in the stubble, weaving them together. Your mother has much to answer for, filling your head with human nonsense when she should have been preparing you for your true destiny. Why do you call it nonsense? Because she wanted me to be able to choose for myself what I wanted? To make my own destiny? To savor freedom? I don't want to be owned. None of us can choose, Savannah. His arms tightened briefly, and his warm breath found her ear. Lifemates are born to one another. And freedom is a word that can mean many different things. His voice was so beautiful and gentle, at odds with his matter-of-fact words. Go to sleep and escape your fear for a time. She closed her eyes as she felt his lips brush her ear, then slide to her neck. She savored the touch, took it into her body, and hated herself for it. You go to sleep, Gregori. I want to think. Teeth grazed her skin, right over her leaping pulse. Then his tongue stroked, easing the sharp sensation. I do not wish you to think any more. Ma petite. Do as I say, or I will send you to sleep myself. She paled. No. Like any Carpathian, Savannah knew just how vulnerable she would be when the sun rose and sleep took her body. If Gregori commanded her into the deepest sleep of the Carpathians, she would be completely under his power. I'll sleep. Deliberately, she slowed her breathing, slowed her heart. Beside her, Gregori concentrated on the entrances to his lair, sealing them with ancient spells. Next, he focused on the gates to the wolves' kennels. They swung open, releasing the wolf hybrids to roam and guard the upper stories and grounds of the house. Savannah still thought to escape him, but Savannah had no idea just how powerful he really was. And, because he had promised himself he would always give her truth, he could not say the pretty, empty words that might ease her fears. The acquisition of knowledge had helped to keep his mind and body strong in the endless years of empty blackness. He had waited for Savannah, his life mate, since before her birth. The moment he had touched Mikhail Dubrinsky's woman, Raven, healing the terrible wounds she had suffered at the hands of some misguided vampire slayers, giving his pure, powerful blood to help save her life, he had known she would provide him with his life mate, that the child growing within her would be his. And he had done everything he could to ensure that outcome. When the human hunters had tried to kill Raven Dubrinsky, Gregori had saved her and the child within her, sealing the bond between him and the newly conceived female being with his own powerful blood. He had ensured she could not escape him, whispering to her, soothing her, enticing her to stay in his world despite the wounds to her fragile little body. Having gone to such extremes to bind his life mate to him before she was even born, he would never let her go now. He pulled Savannah's body as close to him as possible, fitting his larger frame around hers protectively. Roberto traveled with a pack of renegade Carpathians, vampires now, killing, raping, creating mindless human puppets to serve them. If they had all tracked Savannah here to San Francisco, the city would soon become their killing ground. Gregori had to take Savannah to safety, but he knew he would not be leaving the humans of the city to face the threat alone. Aiden Savage, a powerful Carpathian, was in this region, and he would hunt down the renegades and destroy them. Aiden was an able hunter, one feared by the undead. Gregori stroked Savannah's hair gently. For her sake, he wished he could give her the freedom she so desired, but it was impossible. Instead, she would be chained to his side for eternity. He sighed, then slowed his heart and lungs in preparation for sleep. As an ancient, he had often had to bring Carpathian justice to the renegades, just as he would have expected Mikhail to bring it to him if he had waited too long to claim Savannah and save himself from his own darkness. But he seriously doubted if anyone, even Mikhail, the prince of their people, could overpower him if he turned vampire. He could not afford the risk. Savannah must remain his. He drew a last breath, taking her scent into his body and holding it there as his heart ceased to beat. The sun rose above the mountains, rays of light bursting through the windows of the huge, isolated home. Polished oak gleamed. Marble tile glistened. The only sound that could be heard was an occasional soft patting of the wolves as they patrolled the first, second, and basement stories. Outside, too, more wolves moved restlessly throughout the grounds, along the high, heavy fence enclosing them on the property. The fence was more for the protection of any wandering humans than to keep the animals from marauding in the countryside. Their bond with Gregori was strong, the estate and preserve huge. The wolves would never leave of their own accord. The sun did battle with a thick layer of clouds, valiantly spreading its golden rays throughout the afternoon. The wind began to pick up, swirling leaves in little eddies on the ground. Beneath the earth, the large chamber was silent. Then in that silence a heart began to beat. A rush of air filled lungs. Savannah scanned her surroundings, testing the nature of Gregori's imprisoning protection. Beside her, Gregori lay as still as death, one arm wrapped possessively around her waist. Savannah allowed relief to flood her body. She had one secret no one other than her wolf knew. Most Carpathian children did not survive their first year. During the critical period when their bodies demanded more than milk but rejected all food and blood, her mother, who had once been fully human and unable to feed on her own kind, had given her diluted animal blood. Although Savannah was small and fragile compared to most Carpathians, she had thrived on her mother's mixture. And, determined to live as normal a life as possible, Savannah had stuck to her unusual diet during her growing years, hoping it might render her different from other Carpathians and able to forge her own future. At the age of 16, Savannah had begun to experiment with the possibility of going out in the sun. Her mother had told her so many stories of life in the sun, across the ocean, stories of freedom and travel. Savannah, in turn, faithfully related each one to her companion, the wolf. Daringly, she began to wake herself earlier and earlier, slowly exposing her skin to the sun, hoping to build up an immunity Carpathians did not have, forcing them to go to ground in the daylight and come alive only in the night. Sometimes the pain was too much for her to bear, and she would stop her outings for a few days. But Savannah was tenacious when she made up her mind to something, and she wanted to walk in the sun. Although she was never able to tolerate the sunlight beyond 11 in the morning or before 5 in the evening in the summer months, her skin had adjusted to the sun's rays. She did have to wear the darkest of sunglasses during the day and in the bright lights on the stage, but otherwise she seemed to escape the terrible Carpathian lethargy the diet of human blood caused. She had sacrificed some of the speed and strength of her race, but she had the freedom of walking in the light, as her mother had described. Savannah closed her eyes, remembering a time she had sneaked out while her parents slept deep in their underground chamber. The sun was still up and, feeling particularly pleased with herself, Savannah made her way through the deep forest up to the cliffs. She began to climb, trying to improve her speed and strength. But she had faltered near the top, slipped, and lost her footing. She grasped the rock face, scrambling for a hold, digging deep grooves in the cliff with her nails curved into claws, but she couldn't hold on. She fell but twisted in midair with all the agility of a cat, hoping to land on her feet. But she had failed to see a broken tree root protruding from the cliff face and pointing up like a sharpened stake. It drove through her thigh, tearing through flesh, muscle, and bone, pinning her in place. Her dark glasses fell from her nose to drop to the forest floor below. Savannah screamed in pain, blood pouring from her wound. For a moment she hung there, then the root gave under her weight, and she landed hard on the rocky ground. At first she couldn't breathe, the air knocked from her lungs. Keeping her eyes tightly closed against the terrible light, clenching her teeth, she pressed both hands to her wound and sent out an anguished, desperate call to her wolf. Later, she wondered why she had not hesitated to call him, had not thought to call her parents. He answered immediately, waves of reassurance flooding her mind. The wolf was far away but was coming quickly to her aid. While she waited, Savannah dug her fingers into the rich soil, mixed it with saliva from her mouth, and packed the wound. It hurt, rivaling the glass splinters of sunlight piercing her skull through her unprotected eyes. "Hurry," she urged, weak from loss of blood. The wolf loped out of the forest, his own streaming eyes narrowed to slashing slits. He took 2 incredible leaps to her side, assessed the situation, and trotted to her glasses. Picking them up carefully in his mouth, he dropped them into her lap. Then his tongue lapped at the wound in a curiously soothing gesture. Savannah's arm slipped around the glossy neck, and she buried her face in the thick pelt of soft fur, seeking strength. For the first and only time in her life, she asked to feed, knowing she would not survive without blood. She was grateful for the strong bond she had with the wolf, enabling her to explain her need without words. The wolf exposed his throat without hesitation. As gently, as reverently as she was able, Savannah had sunk her teeth deep into the wolf, her mind striving to calm his. Her effort proved unnecessary. If anything, the wolf calmed her, giving of himself freely, without reservation. She was astonished that she felt no revulsion in feeding directly from the animal instead of from a cup her mother handed her. Afterward, she lay with her arms around the wolf while it continued to lap gently at her wound. She could have sworn that the wolf had somehow gotten into her body, along with its blood, and somehow soothed the terrible wound in her leg. She felt heat and light and energy spreading through her, healing her. She felt no fear, surrounded by the protective, unconditional caring of the wolf. Her wound had healed miraculously fast, and she never mentioned the incident to her parents because she knew they would be furious with her experiments, with her going out into the sun. They would have been appalled at the chances she was taking. But she never regretted her decision to refrain from using human blood or to expose her skin to the sun's rays. It led to freedom, the freedom that was going to allow her to escape now. "I'm sorry, Gregori," she whispered softly. "I cannot put my life into your hands. You are far too powerful for someone like me to try to live with. Please find someone else and be happy." She knew she never would be, but she had no choice if she didn't want this potent Carpathian ancient to take over her life. Her teeth tugged at her lower lip. In spite of her resolve, she found herself strangely reluctant to leave him. And he would take her life over, he couldn't help himself. It was true she would remain alone. She could not return home, or even seek out her wolf. She was doomed to walk the earth alone. But something in her, strong and proud, would not allow this man to dominate her, choose her life for her, dictate to her. He had been right. She knew what emptiness was, to be totally alone in the middle of a crowd. She was different. No matter how hard she tried, Savannah would never be human, and she would never be Carpathian. She knew, although she would never admit it to anyone other than her wolf, she had confided the truth to the animal, that she could not possibly be with any man but Gregori. But she would be alone for an eternity rather than be owned by him. She understood that she would never crave another man as she did Gregori. Her soul was already in his possession. And she wanted to explain things to him, to make him understand. But Gregori was not a male to heed anyone's logic other than his own. Gregori was one of the ancients, the most powerful, the most knowledgeable. The Dark One. He was a deadly killer, a true wild Carpathian male. The centuries had not softened his macho attitudes or changed his beliefs. He believed absolutely in his right to her, believed she belonged to him. He would protect her with his life from all harm, see to her every need and comfort. But he would rule her absolutely. "I'm sorry," she whispered again and attempted to sit up. A heavy weight in the middle of her chest prevented movement. Her heart lurched uncomfortably. Terrified that she had disturbed Gregori's slumber, Savannah gazed at him. He remained still and silent, without a flicker of life. Savannah took a deep breath and let it out slowly to calm herself. This time she slid cautiously sideways, as if scooting out from under something. Instantly a band tightened around each ankle. When Savannah looked down at her feet, there was nothing there, nothing holding her, yet she couldn't move. Something was anchoring her in place. For a brief moment she considered that some other Carpathian male, or vampire, had tracked them to the lair. But no Carpathian would dare disturb Gregori. Somehow, in his deep sleep, Gregori was controlling her. Easily. Casually. So certain of his own power, so unruffled by her defiance, he could sleep through it. There was no doubt in her mind that it was Gregori preventing her escape. She lay still and allowed her mind to focus on her ankles, looking for a path, anything that could give her a clue to how the invisible manacles worked and how she might escape them. "You will sleep." The command filled her mind, low, compelling, iron in velvet. Instantly her mind clouded and her heart slowed. Savannah struggled, alarmed, and fought the desire to do his bidding. It was humiliating that he could control her even while he slept. If he was truly that powerful, what would her life with him be like when he was fully awake and aware? A low, mocking laugh filled her mind. "Go to sleep, ma. Petite. It is dangerous to test me this way." She turned her head. Gregori lay as one dead. How could he be so strong? Even her father, Mikhail, the Prince of Darkness, did not possess such power. Gregori's voice was hypnotic, mesmerizing. Savannah closed her eyes, exhausted from fighting him. She was overwhelmed with despair. "All right, Gregori, you win. This time. All the time, ma. Petite." There was no bragging, no triumph, just gentle calm. It was his calm that made her believe Gregori was far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. He didn't threaten or yell or rage. He stated everything quite evenly or, worse, seemed amused by it. A familiar scent filled her lungs as she inhaled one last breath. The wolf, her wolf, filled her mind with comfort, soft fur rubbing against her arm, her cheek. Savannah kept her eyes closed tightly, afraid of destroying the illusion. "I missed you." She merged her mind with the wolf's. "I wish you were really here with me right now. I have always been with you." The wolf's mind accepted her, enfolded her, embraced her with warmth. The mind was so familiar, as if she had walked in it 1,000 times. "I wish that were true, that you were here with me for real." The wild scent was strong in her nostrils. For a moment, Savannah held her breath, not daring to breathe. Then, slowly, she lifted her lashes. Beside her, the wolf stretched out, glossy black fur rubbing her skin. The wolf turned its head, revealing its unusual, intelligent gray eyes. Savannah's heart slammed against her chest. A moan of denial escaped. This was no illusion, but the real thing. Gregori, with all his powers, could shapeshift. He was her wolf. How arrogant she had been to assume she was the only one who had perfected the art of going out in the sun. She had thought she was capable of resisting the rays because she fed only on animal blood. If only she had consulted her parents. Why had she kept the wolf her secret? It had all seemed so innocent and fun to have a wonderful secret from her parents. But she should have recognized those eyes. Not gray, but piercing, slashing silver. And the wolf had been told her every fear, every desire, her every dream. He knew her secret, innermost thoughts. Worse, they had exchanged blood, she by feeding, he by licking her wound. The exchange was not, perhaps, as the Carpathian mating ritual demanded, but their mental bond was strong, unbreakable. She had been so stupid. An ordinary wolf would never have been so intelligent, so able to communicate warmth and security, so able to comfort her. Gregori had forged a bond between them from her early childhood. "You were lonely." "I had no chance, did I?" "Not even as a child. Not from the moment you were conceived." No remorse, only that calm, implacable resolve. She shut her mind to him, furious that he had taken such advantage of her, furious that he could have deceived her all those years. She turned her back to him, remembering how the wolf had come to her rescue even with the sun out, nothing protecting his eyes. Gregori might be the most powerful ancient of all, but he was still Carpathian. He must have endured excruciating pain to come to her aid. She pushed uncomfortably at the heavy fall of her hair, knowing she should acknowledge that long-ago sacrifice. She wanted to be angry with him, furious. She did not want to feel cared for and protected by her jailer. She didn't want the racing of her pulse, the delicious warmth spreading through her at the lengths he had gone to for her all those years, to ensure a bond, to ensure her safety and happiness. His explanation was so stark and matter-of-fact. "You were lonely." It was that simple to him. She needed, he provided. The code of the Carpathian male. I'm sorry you were hurt on my account. She chose her thought carefully, not wanting him to read her confused emotions. She immediately felt the sensation of a hand brushing down the length of her hair, the gentlest of caresses. We have a long night ahead tomorrow. You need healing sleep. This time his command plunged her into the deep sleep Carpathians needed for rejuvenation. Gregori had sent a sharp, compelling command, not a gentle suggestion, but an order she could not refuse. She went under swiftly, mindlessly, without fear or knowledge of what he had done. He had to cut short her adventures and independence. Even now her grief over her human friend and her terror of him and his kind had taken a heavy toll on her. He could not believe that he had allowed her this rebellion against her true destiny. There was just something in him that melted when he was in her mind, in her presence. He had a terrible feeling that when his body merged with hers, he would be lost to all good sense. Chapter 3. The sun set slowly, slipping lower and lower in the sky before disappearing behind the mountains to be swallowed by the sea. Red and orange burst across the sky, dramatically replacing its blue with the color of blood. Far below the earth, Gregori's heart and lungs began to function. Automatically, he scanned his surroundings to ensure that all safeguards were in place and his lair was undisturbed. He sensed the hunger in his wolves, but no alarm. Beside him, slender Savannah still rested. His arm curved possessively, protectively, around her waist. His leg was across her thigh, cutting off all possibility of escape. Hunger rose, voracious, ravenous, so sharp and engulfing, it was close to lust. Gregori floated to the basement level, needing to distance himself from temptation. Savannah was finally here with him in his lair. She might be fighting him and herself every inch of the way, but he was in her mind, reading her easily. Much of her fear of him stemmed from her attraction to him. Carpathian desire was all-consuming, totally binding, and given solely to one lifemate. One rarely survived the passing of the other. Mind, body, heart, and soul were bound together for all time. The wolves converged on him eagerly, joyously. He greeted each of them with the same patience and measured enthusiasm. He felt no favoritism. Indeed, he had felt only emptiness until Savannah had come, until he had once more touched her mind with his. As he fed the wolves, Gregori allowed himself to remember that black moment in the Carpathian mountains when Savannah had told her wolf that she had to flee from the Dark One, flee to America, her mother's homeland, to escape Gregori and the intensity of her feelings for him. It had taken every ounce of self-control he possessed to allow her to leave him. He had retreated to the highest, most remote mountain he knew. He had traveled the forests of Europe as a lone wolf, had buried himself deep in the bowels of the earth for long periods, coming out only to feed. The darkness within him had grown until Gregori could no longer trust himself. Twice he had nearly killed his prey, and while that should have shaken him, it had caused hardly a ripple of concern. That was when he knew he no longer had a choice. He had to claim her, to possess her. Had to come to America and await her arrival in San Francisco. Savannah didn't understand that if he did not, if instead he sought the dawn, or his darker nature prevailed and he turned renegade, became the dreaded vampire, he would be condemning her to a bleak, unbearable existence of utter aloneness and emptiness. She would not survive. Savannah's mother did not fully grasp the complex relationship between the male and female of their species. Born a human, neither did she completely comprehend the danger a Carpathian as powerful as Gregori represented. Savannah's mother had wanted her daughter to be independent, not realizing that a Carpathian had no choice but to find his or her other half. Raven Dubrinsky had not done her daughter any favors by giving her the illusion of independence. But for the first time in his life, Gregori was indecisive. Until he officially claimed her, all Carpathian males, including the vampires, would be unsettled, thinking they might usurp his position and claim her for their own. For her own protection, he needed to complete the ritual binding them for all eternity. For the protection of mortals and immortals alike, he had to claim what was rightfully his. He had waited a dangerously long time. Still, he hated to force Savannah to his will when she was so reluctant. Gregori swept a hand through his thick hair, prowling through his home like a caged panther. Hunger was gnawing at him, rising sharply with every passing moment. He padded across the floor to the balcony and lifted his head to inhale the night. The wind carried the scent of game. Rabbit, deer, a fox, and, faintly, farther away, humans. He sent his call into the night, drawing his prey to him with the casual ease of a master. It was sometimes difficult to remember that humans were beings with intellect and emotions when it was so simple to control them. Gregori leapt from the second-story balcony, landing softly on the balls of his feet. He moved easily, unhurriedly, his muscles rippling with a subtle hint of the immense power and strength that was so much a part of him. No stone rolled beneath his feet, not a single twig snapped or leaf crackled. He could feel the sounds of the earth, the insects and night creatures, the water running like blood beneath the soil. The sap in the trees called to him. The bats dipped and squeaked in recognition. Gregori stopped at the high chain-link fence. Bending his knees slightly, he jumped straight up, neatly clearing the 8-foot coils with ease. He landed on the other side, crouching low. No longer an elegant, well-bred man, a dangerous beast lifted his head. Pale eyes began to glow savagely. Hunger gripped and clawed at his insides. Instinct took over, the age-old instinct of a predator needing to survive. He scented the wind, then turned in the direction of his prey. His call had brought forth a young couple. He could hear their hearts beating, the rush of blood in their veins. His body burned for release. The dangerous, insidious whispers from the emptiness of his soul reached out to him. A woman. So easy. The man in him, nearly pushed aside by the beast, fought the darkness. In his present state, he could so easily kill her. The girl was young, in her 20s, the male not much older. They waited for him, their faces eager, as if waiting for a lover. As Gregori approached, the girl held her arms out to him, smiling joyously. Hunger burned red and raw, his body screaming with need. With a low growl, Gregori reached for her, unable to fight the power of the beast. As Gregori dragged the female roughly to him, he heard a whisper of sound. Light, rhythmic, fast. With a throaty growl, he thrust the woman safely away. She was with child. Gregori stretched out a hand and splayed his fingers across the slight bulge of her stomach. It was a male child. So small, so in need of protection. Abruptly, he spun around and seized the man. He fought to control himself, to keep the young fellow tranquil and willing. He listened for a moment to the ebb and flow of blood, of life, then lowered his head and drank. In his state of arousal, the rush hit him hard. The taste of power burst into life, filling him. He needed, burned, craved. He fed hungrily, ravenously, desperate to fill the terrible emptiness. The male's knees buckled, forcing Gregori back to awareness. For a moment he had to fight the beast, happy to feast on rich life, nearly corrupt with the power of life and death. He had to struggle to regain some semblance of control before he drained the man. It was so tempting, so promising. Calling insistent. In the midst of the red haze building and growing in him, his body burning and raging, a single thought crept in. Savannah. All at once he could smell the night air again, smell her clean, fresh scent. He could feel the breeze on his hot skin like the touch of her fingers. He could see the branches of the trees swaying gently, see her beautiful, knowing eyes staring into his blackened soul. With an oath, Gregori closed the wound in the man's throat and eased him to the ground, propping him up against a broad tree trunk. Crouching, Gregori felt for a pulse. He did not want to go to Savannah with death on his hands. He had thought to give her time to adjust to him, to their relationship, but he was far too dangerous and unpredictable in the state he was in. He needed her inside him, drawing him back from the edge of madness. The man sat with ashen skin, his breathing labored. With rest and care, however, he would be fine. Planting a believable accident in the couple's heads to explain the male's weakness, he left them as quickly as he had come, running lightly through the thick stand of trees, easily clearing fallen logs and narrow ribbons of water. Once inside his compound, he slowed to a lazy saunter and once more sent a call into the night. The couple would need aid, so he drew a family out strolling to the spot. He heard their gasps of alarm and concern even with the miles separating them, and his mouth curved in satisfaction. Just as Gregori leapt for the balcony, he felt the first prickle of unease, of warning. His eyes swung back to the night sky as he faded into the shadows. This place, remote, wild, still savage yet a place of power, would draw the attention of any renegade Carpathian. The vampires would be unable to resist the call of the earth, the draw of the wolves. They might even sense his terrible struggle, one of the hunters so close to turning, so close to becoming one of their kind, damned for all eternity. He had been so caught up in the moment of feeding, he had failed to hide his presence from any of his kind who might be near, another sign of how very close he was to losing his soul. Gregori touched the minds of his wolves to reassure them and prepare them for a probe. Already he could feel the vampires approach in tight formation, as large bats. They were seeking to touch the minds of humans and animals alike. Inside the house, the wolves circled, paced, endured the mind search, but Gregori was locked onto them, his calm centering them. The vampires would pick up only the instincts of wild animals roaming, hunting food. Gregori's white teeth gleamed. Had he been the one searching, no one would have felt his presence unless he allowed it. And no mind block would have been strong enough to resist his probe. Savannah. The renegades were probably searching for her, certain Roberto had found her and secreted her away from them. The rogue had not had the time or strength at the end to send out a warning to his cohorts. They would search all the remote areas as a matter of course. Gregori shook his head at their stupidity. Savannah was Mikhail's daughter. Mikhail was the prince of their people, an ancient, his blood powerful. Savannah might have diminished her strength by refusing human blood, but when she chose to feed, she would be dangerous beyond their imaginings. He turned another humorless smile, cruel and taunting, toward the sky. The searchers were heading away toward the south, toward the teeming city. Gregori spared a thought for the havoc the vampires would create, for the victims they would take before Aiden Savage, the hunter in the area, could track them down. He trusted Aiden with the job and felt justified in leaving the other Carpathian the duty of clearing out the vampires in the Bay Area in due time. Time meant nothing and everything to Gregori. It was limitless, one endless stretch of bleak isolation. For long centuries, he had endured the stark, ugly isolation of the solitary male of his species. His emotions had died, leaving him cold-blooded, capable of immeasurable cruelties. But after years of being alone, of being nearly like the undead, he was awakening once again to sense, colors, light, darkness. The way his body burned, so sensitive to the feel of her hair, her body against his, just the sight of her. Was it too much too late? Would he survive the onslaught, the flood of powerful emotions, or would it all send him careening over the edge into the world of madness? Gregori had survived for centuries because, like Mikhail, he was meticulous with his plans, never forgetting the minutest detail. His first mistake in hundreds of years had been in failing to keep himself alert to the possible presence of other Carpathians or undead in the stadium parking lot at the magic show. Moments ago he had done the same. All because he was distracted by needing Savannah too much and waiting for her for far too long. He re-entered his house and padded downstairs on bare feet. Once inside the bedchamber, he lit candles and ran a hot bath in the huge sunken marble tub. Then he gave the command for Savannah to wake. His body felt heavy, uncomfortable with his urgent need, but his gluttonous feeding had helped to take the edge from his bloodlust. He watched her face as her heart began to beat and her lungs began to expand with air. He knew the precise moment that she mentally scanned her surroundings and sensed the threat to herself, sensed immediate danger, sensed his presence. Savannah surprised him by sitting up slowly, shoving at the silken hair tumbling around her face. Her eyes fastened on his, enormous, beautiful. Her tongue darted out, touching her lips in apprehension. If it was possible, Gregori's body tightened even more. He looked powerful, intimidating, his face harshly sensual, Savannah noted in trepidation. His eyes burned with hunger, touched her, devoured her. And in spite of her resolve, in spite of her fears, She could feel her body taking on a life of its own. Heat spread slowly throughout her, bringing a torturous ache and a raging hunger. She could smell his masculine scent. The wild forest clung to him, giving up secrets. Her eyes flashed, sparkling stars in the midst of violet. How dare you come to me with another woman's perfume clinging to you? A faint smile touched his mouth, easing the harshness in his face. I merely fed. Ma petite. Savannah was the most beautiful, sensual woman he had ever met. She might think she was in terror of him, but she certainly had no qualms about reprimanding him. She glared at him, her long hair wild, her small fists clenched. You call it whatever you like, Gregori, but you stay away from me smelling like her. She was furious with him. He insisted she was his life mate, tried to force her into an eternity of hell with him, and he dared to come to her smelling of another woman? Get out and leave me in peace. For some unexplained reason, she felt close to tears at the thought of him betraying her. His silver eyes warmed to caressing mercury and moved possessively over her slender figure. A frown touched his face. You are weak, Savannah. I can feel it when our minds merge. Stay out of my mind. You certainly weren't invited. Her hands went to her hips. And just for the record, your mind needs to be washed out with soap. Half the things you think we're going to do are never going to happen. I could never look at you again. He laughed. Aloud. An actual real laugh. It welled up unexpectedly and emerged low and husky, with genuine amusement. Gregori nearly leapt the distance between them and dragged her into his arms, grateful beyond imagining. She flung a pillow at his head. Go ahead and laugh, you arrogant jerk. She wished she had a 2x4 handy. His eyebrows shot up. Another new experience. He had been called many things, but jerk was not one of them. His concern for her well-being overrode his intrigue, however. It even overrode the crouching beast within him, so ready to possess her. Why are you so weak? Ma petite? This is not acceptable. She waved his concern aside. Is it acceptable for you to play around with other women? She didn't stop to think why it infuriated her, but it did. I've been taking care of myself for 5 years, Gregori, without your assistance. I don't need you, and I don't want you. And if I do have to have you around, a few rules are going to be followed. His mouth twitched, but his gut clenched hotly, his body so hard, it was painful. Hunger rose, swift and sharp, and the beast inside him roared for release. 5 years. He had had to give her those 5 years. God help them both if he had waited too long. The bath is ready. You can tell me these rules while we relax in its warmth. Her eyes widened. We? I don't think so. You may be in the habit of bathing with women, but I can assure you I don't bathe with men. That eases my mind, he replied dryly, amusement curling in his mind, but the urgency of his need building. I have never bathed with a woman, Savannah, so the new experience should do us both good. In your wildest dreams. There is no need to be shy. We are both of the earth. Spare me the garbage, Gregori. I'm not going to bathe with you, and that's final. His eyebrows shot up. All at once he looked the predator he was. No lazy amusement, no indulgence, but a hunter with eyes fixed unblinkingly on his prey. Her heart stopped in alarm, then began to slam uncomfortably in her chest. The worst thing about it was, he could hear it. He knew he had scared her. That made her even more furious. Did he have to be so intimidating? Carpathian males were all enormously strong. They didn't need to look it. There was no need for his huge chest and bulging arms and thighs like oak trees. She had started out with bravado, determined not to be intimidated, but he was power personified. I am reading your mind, he mentioned softly. She hated her traitorous body, the way it dissolved at the sight of him, and the sound of his velvet, caressing voice. I told you to stay out of my mind. It is a habit. Ma petite? She flung the other pillow at him. Don't you dare bring up the wolf. I'm sure our laws forbade such a thing. You're a cad, Gregori, and you're not even sorry. Remove your clothes, Savannah. The soft command had her gaze flying to meet and lock with his. She stepped back, staggered, and would have fallen if he had not moved with his preternatural speed to cover the distance between them. His arms swept her up and pinned her to him, his silver eyes slashing at her. Why are you so weak? She pushed at the wall of his chest in a vain attempt to escape a mind search. He would be able to extract any information he desired quite easily. You know, I never touch human blood. While I was a child, it didn't seem to matter all that much, but over the last couple of years, she searched for the word repercussions. He remained silent, his unblinking gaze steady, compelling her to explain. And it was compulsion. She could not resist the command in his unwavering eyes. Savannah sighed. I'm weak most of the time. I can't shapeshift without it taking a tremendous toll. That's why my shows are becoming so rare. I can hardly manage mist to escape and then materialize again. She didn't add that she could no longer manage adequate safeguards while she slept, but she could tell by the sudden glint of steel in his eyes that he had caught the echo of her hastily banned thought. His silver gaze became steel, and his arms tightened, threatening to crush her body against the hard strength of his. Why have you not remedied the situation? His voice, a soft menace, sent a shiver through her. She was all too aware of his enormous strength. I tried with Peter once, when I was really in a bad way. He was compliant, but I just couldn't bring myself to take his blood. She didn't want to admit that the real reason was that she thought her unusual diet enabled her to walk in the sun. This will end. I forbid a continuation of this stupidity. He gave her a little shake, his teeth very white as they snapped together in irritation. Should there be need, Savannah, I will force your compliance. He wasn't bragging, his voice held no challenge or taunt. He simply stated the fact. She knew he was threatening her not with physical force, but with mental compulsion. Gregori, she was striving to sound calm and reasonable. It would be wrong for you to force your will on me. He set her on her feet, holding her carefully with one hand, the other going to the buttons of her blouse. Savannah's breath caught in her throat. Both her hands whipped up to catch his. What are you doing? Removing your clothes. He didn't seem to be aware of her hands straining to control his. The edges of her blouse parted, revealing her narrow rib cage, the soft swell of her breasts in nearly transparent lace. The beast surfaced for a moment, wanting to tear, to feed, to claim. It was nearly impossible to control, and for the first time he was truly afraid he had waited too long to come to her. She could be in real danger if he slipped over the edge into madness. Need slammed into him, hard and painful, but he took a deep breath, fought, and won. His hand was steady as he removed the wisp of lace, spilling her full breasts into his view. His fingers brushed satin skin because he couldn't stop himself, his thumbs stroking her nipples into hard peaks. He murmured something, Savannah wasn't certain what it was, before he lowered his mouth to taste the creamy offering. At the first touch of his tongue, the scrape of his teeth, her legs nearly gave out. Her body went liquid with need. He drew her into the moist heat of his mouth, setting both of them on fire. Savannah's fingers tangled in his thick, midnight black hair with every intention of jerking his head back, but flames were licking along her skin, igniting a fire deep within her. Just once, taste the forbidden. Just once. It was a measure of her pleasure that she didn't know if it was his thought or hers tempting her. His hand skimmed down her stomach, found the zipper of her jeans. Around her, colors whirled and danced, the air crackled, the earth shifted beneath her feet. A moan of despair, of desire, escaped her throat. The sound of their hearts, the rush of their blood, was music in her ears. It called to something wild in her. The scent of him, masculine and aroused, the scent of his blood, brought hunger, sharp and compelling. No, I won't do this. Savannah, desperate to escape his black magic spell, flung herself away. She wanted him more than anything, more than her own soul, and the intensity of her need frightened her to death. Gregori's arms trapped her so that they fell together, floated to the floor, his large body covering hers. Her head was pinned beneath his chest, the scent of his blood strong, his pulse beating at her resistance. His hands hooked in the waistband of her jeans and peeled them from her body with ease, taking with them the lacy scrap that passed for underwear. His hands stroked the length of her, committing every hollow and curve to memory, leaving fire in their wake. Savannah found his skin hot, salty beneath her lips. Her tongue found his pulse and stroked a caress. His body shuddered with pleasure, his arms tightened into steel bands around her. His breath was warm against her neck, her ear. "Take from me what you need, Savannah," he whispered softly, a black velvet seduction. "I offer freely as I did in the past. Remember how I tasted?" It was pure temptation, the devil enticing her. "Remember?" He breathed the word into her mind. Savannah closed her eyes. The scent of blood was overpowering, calling to her, whispering a spell. She was so weak. To feed just once and be strong again. It might last for a long time. It would be so easy to let herself taste him. Her body clenched at the thought of it, every instinct crying out for survival. His hand slid over her thigh, sending a shiver racing through her bloodstream. Her tongue flicked out again, stroked, lingered. Gregori's fingers found moist heat, caressed, lingered. Her teeth grazed his skin, then nipped. He controlled the urge to pin her hips and possess her. She was only half lost, her mind confused, hunger raging and her body burning with need. He fed that heat, his fingers delving deeper, exploring, feeling her muscles clench, her hips thrusting against him, seeking relief. Hunger. He thought it, built it, allowed it to consume him. His body was in pain, in need, hot and hard and hurting. Her mind sought his, merging until it was impossible to separate one from the other. Hunger. Remember. The taste. Just one more time, the taste of him. She couldn't think clearly. There was so much need, so much hunger. A part of her could feel his bare skin hot against hers, his body aggressively male, but mostly she was drawn to that steady, strong heartbeat. Gregori's fingers delved deep into her heat, and flames leapt in response. Red fire, white heat, blue lightning. Her will dissolved, and her teeth sank deep. Gregori cried out hoarsely, exploding with pleasure so intense it was ecstasy. It was pure eroticism, her mouth moving, feeding, taking his life force into her body. He had waited so long. His mind clouded, became a red haze of piercing need, and he pinned her slender hips with bruising force, holding her still for his invasion. She was a sheath of velvet fire, and he buried himself in her as deeply as he could, ripping past her thin barrier of protection, burning, kneading, determined to make her his for all eternity. Her shocked cry of pain was lost against his chest, muffled beneath him. She was so small, so tight and fiery, he was lost in pure sensation. Feeling. Pure feeling. Real feeling. No fantasy he had made up to endure the darkness, the loneliness, but true feeling. The sweet, coppery smell of blood was overwhelming, calling to him with relentless seduction. The smell of her blood, mingled with their combined scents, fed his red haze, sent him careening out of control, and triggered his every predatory, aggressive, bestial instinct. Savannah automatically closed the wound in his chest with a flick of her tongue, already struggling wildly. He was hurting her with his bruising strength, his body stretching hers, tearing through her innocence so brutally. His hands were everywhere, his teeth following. Low, warning growls rumbled in his throat as she fought him. Gregori lifted his head, eyes glowing red, dangerous, out of control, no longer human, lost at the edge of madness. The more Savannah fought, the more brutal he became, a wild animal seeking domination, seeking his own pleasure. White-hot pain sliced through her as his teeth pierced the vulnerable swell of her breast. She cried out a protest, but he held her down easily beneath the weight of his body, kept her pinned and vulnerable while he took his pleasure. As her blood flowed into him, his body buried itself in hers over and over, driving deeper and harder. Hot blood poured into his mouth. He had never known such a taste, could not possibly get enough. It flowed into his body like nectar, burning yet soothing. He had never felt ecstasy such as her body provided. He wanted it to last forever. Power swept through him, total rapture. His body was wild, seeking more, ever more, to match the frenzied feeding of his mouth. Gregori no longer existed. The raging animal in his place was draining Savannah of her life's blood, using her body without the care of a tender life mate. Savannah accepted her oncoming death, but worried for her father, who would be pitted against this, the most cunning, the strongest of all Carpathians. She felt a faint stirring in her mind, not sentences but impressions. Gregori was fighting his way back from madness to help her, his only thought now for her. He felt deep sorrow that he had waited too long and put her in such danger from him. "Kill me. Cry. When this thing taking you is done, it will be weak," Lazy stated. "Kill it then. I will do my best to aid you in this." Guilt washed over her. Gregori had sentenced himself to 5 years of hell to give her the freedom she had so desired. During that time he had walked very close to madness, yet he had held on for her. Their minds were merged, and she could touch the suffering he had endured on her behalf. Now he was willing to die to save her. Savannah closed her eyes and willed her body to relax, to become soft and accepting. Gregori. He thought his soul was lost, that he had become a true vampire with no care for right or wrong. A wild beast with no creed, with enormous power, dangerous beyond belief. He had held out so long against the crushing black emptiness, yet now he was lost, trapped in a vortex of violence and passion, power and pleasure. She had brought him to this evil end. Her fears, her youth, were responsible for reducing his greatness to mindless savagery. Savannah's fingers found the nape of his neck, and she forced her own pain from her mind, trying not to feel the brutal treatment he was subjecting her to. Gregori. The Dark One. Wild. Lawless. Always alone. Never touched, completely isolated. Feared. No Carpathian was comfortable in his presence, yet he had healed many of their race, hunted their assassins, carried out justice when it was the harshest of duties, to keep their people safe. Who would care now for this wild beast? Who would feel gratitude for what he had sacrificed for them all? Who would ever attempt to get close enough to reach the man within? Compassion welled up in Savannah, and something else she dared not examine too closely. She could not allow such a fate to befall so great a Carpathian. She would not allow it. Her determination was beyond anything she had ever felt. Her hands stroked his wild mane of hair and cradled his head to her breast, giving herself up to him freely, her thoughts calm in the eye of the storm, offering him her life without reservation. "Take freely, Gregori. My life for your life." It was the least she could do, no less than he had done for her, for all of their race. "I am here for you, Gregori. I offer what you need freely." She meant it. She would not allow him to become the undead. She would not give him up to that soulless world. "Savannah." He seemed a little stronger, or perhaps she simply hoped the man was gaining on the beast. "You must survive. Kill me." His voice was a fierce, pleading growl in her head. Her own mind responded. "Feel me, my body joining with yours. I belong to you and you to me. Feel me with you. Reach for me. I will not let you go. Wherever you are, I am with you. Where you go, I follow. I offer my life freely for yours. You cannot take what is given to you. You have committed no wrong in taking." His hips continued to surge into her, but with more care, as if he was slowly returning to awareness. Encouraged, Savannah moved her body to meet his, matching his furious rhythm, his heart, his lungs, until they were in perfect synchronization. One body, one heart, one mind. She tried to slow them down, to coax his body to the slower, more gentle rhythm of hers. "Savannah." Her name was a plea this time, still far away but more determined. The mouth working so ferociously at her breast gentled. "Save yourself." Gregori was fighting for her as she was fighting for him. "There is only us." She was calm now, her hands moving soothingly over the taut, rigid muscles of his back. "Know me, know you." She was weak, drained, a strange lethargy overtaking her. "Only us." Had her voice slurred a bit? "I will not leave you, nor will I allow the darkness to take you from me." Savannah lay beneath him, almost in a dream world. Suddenly, as if sensing she was slipping away from him, the beast raised its head, its eyes red, silver, glaring at her, at once feral, then tender. Warm blood trickled down the slope of her breast. She blinked to bring him back into focus. His body was shuddering, spilling his seed deep within her. A long stroke of his tongue closed the wound at her breast and followed the drops of blood to her stomach. "I claim you as my life mate." The words were husky in her mind. His voice followed, hoarse, as if the terrible conflict for his soul had taken its toll. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. The voice became stronger, more Gregori's, a beautiful velvet caress, as he recited the ancient Carpathian vows that would link them for eternity. I give you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. He caught the back of her head in his palm, slashed a wound near his throat, and pressed her mouth to the gash. She was weak, almost too weak to drink even under his compulsion. Drink. Mon amour. For both our lives. He forced her obedience without a qualm. Without his blood, she would not survive the hour. Yet all that she had suffered to save him would be for nothing. Because without her he would have no reason or will to survive. He stroked her hair tenderly, his body moving gently in hers. The ritual had to be completed to prevent a repeat of this terrible danger to her. He needed her residing in him, anchoring his darkness with her light. It would be a long road back, but she was strong, dragging him from the black emptiness of his bestial nature with her trust. He finished the vows softly. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be placed above my own. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care. His body could feel the ecstasy of the combination of her feeding and the heated velvet of her feminine sheath. He pushed down the pleasure, knowing she was not feeling what he was. The moment he was certain she had enough blood for survival, he allowed himself a second release. Her head lolled back on her fragile neck like a flower on a stem. She was so pale, her skin looked nearly translucent. Gregori took her hand and brought it to his mouth, his silver eyes moving over her face, noting shadows and hollows that had not been there before. As he looked at her, something inside him went soft, tender. He eased himself from her body, glanced down at her slender form, and went perfectly still, shocked, horrified, nearly disbelieving. Bruises, scratches, and bite marks marred her skin. Blood and seed trickled down her leg, and he sought inside himself to remember his taking of her innocence. A sound, raw and wounded, tore at his throat. How could he have done such a brutal, unforgivable thing? How could there ever be forgiveness? Savannah had managed to guide him back from the black void of the damned. Everything he knew, everything he believed, told him this was a miracle. But she had paid a terrible price. Gregori carried her limp body to the steaming bath, thankful for the hot water that would help ease her soreness until he could get her into a deep, rejuvenating sleep. In their homeland, the rich soil would have welcomed her, helped mend her. Here, in this strange land, there was only Gregori and his healing powers. He could force her to sleep until her injuries were completely healed. He could take away every memory of his brutality, implant a beautiful tale of their lovemaking. Yet he had told her he would never have untruth between them, and if he changed her memory, their entire relationship from that day forward would become just that, an untruth. Savannah was lying so still, pale and helpless. Gregori stroked back her ebony hair, his heart in so much pain that it felt as if a hand was squeezing it, ripping it from his chest. The plain truth was, the lie would be for himself, and he didn't deserve it. Her courage had brought him back. If she could face the demon in him, he could do no less. Chapter 4. Savannah woke slowly, drowsily, from her sleep. Awareness came with her first attempts at movement. The Carpathian gift of exquisite sensitivity, the ability to see and smell and hear and taste so vividly, the phenomenally passionate nature of body and mind that allowed them to mate so wildly, was a curse when it came to pain. Carpathians felt pain as sharply and clearly as they saw and heard, with no chemical agents to numb the sensation. A groan escaped before she could prevent it. Instantly a soothing hand rested on her forehead, stroking back her hair. You are not to move, ma petite. A faint smile curved her mouth. Do you have to make everything you say in order? Her lashes lifted to reveal her blue-violet eyes. Gregori expected censure, rage, disgust. Her eyes were cloudy with pain, a little sleepy, and held a hint of fear she tried hard to conceal, but nothing else. He was a shadow in her mind, so she couldn't hide her thoughts. She was concerned mainly for him, for the terrible fight he had endured for his own sanity, the scars on his soul. She felt guilt and an overwhelming sense of sadness that her youth and inexperience had forced such choices on him. He didn't realize he was frowning until her fingers smoothed his lips. Her touch jolted him. The way she looked at him turned his heart over, melting his every jagged edge. "You took a terrible chance, Savannah. I could have killed you. Next time I give you an order, follow it." She flashed a wan grin, then hastily sobered when her swollen lips hurt. She was terribly weak, in need of blood. The scent of it rose to taunt her with memories she desperately needed to avoid right now. "I'm actually not very good at following orders. I guess you'll just have to get used to that." Savannah attempted to sit up, but he made it impossible with one large hand splayed over her heart. She might have gotten away with her attempt at sarcasm, except that their minds were so easily accessible to each other, slipping and merging back and forth without thought or effort. He caught the edge of nervousness, the echo of fear. She was very aware of his palm resting on the thin sheet over the swell of her breast. Savannah was trying to ignore the sexual tension arcing between them. He bent, tenderly brushing his mouth across her forehead. "I thank you for your intervention. You saved my life. More importantly, my soul. Both our lives. Do not try to hide your fears from me. Ma petite. There is no need." A sigh escaped, and her lashes veiled her eyes. "You can be extremely irritating, Gregori. I'm trying hard to carry this off, and I could use a little help. To be honest, I'm scared to death. Actually, I don't want to think about it right now." She bit her lip, then winced when her mouth stung. She made a subtle movement of retreat, hoping he would move his hand. She was so aware of his touch, his heat. The awareness encompassed both the ache in her body that his touch induced and the terrible fear her mind had no hope of overcoming. Gregori didn't move a muscle, remaining as still as a statue carved from granite. "You pulled me out of the darkness, from the gates of hell. By all rights, by every law our people have, you should have destroyed me for what I did to you." His voice was low and edged with sorrow. "In all honesty, I had no idea such self-sacrifice and such a rescue was possible." Savannah never wanted to repeat the experience as long as she lived. But somehow, as much as she was frightened, as much as her body hurt, she knew that Gregori was far more tormented than she. "I don't suppose you're so grateful that you would consider living apart from me for a while?" she asked hopefully, closing her eyes for a moment to block out the memory of the fight for his soul. She couldn't face the memory and the very real, very intimidating person at the same time. For one moment something flickered in the depths of his eyes, rippled in his mind, her mind, then was gone. Pain. Had she hurt him? Savannah wasn't certain she wanted to know. The ritual was completed. "Ma petite. It is too late. Neither of us would survive a separation." His fingers tangled in her hair, crushing silky strands as if he couldn't get enough of the feel of her. Savannah remembered hearing that lifemates could not live apart. But that meant she had to find a way to resolve her inner conflicts and fear of their relationship right away. Was that even possible? "So, what does that mean?" she challenged. "I've heard my father and you both say that. I've heard it all my life. What does it mean?" "You will need the touch of my mind, my body, the exchange of our blood, and I will need yours. It will happen often, and the need is so powerful, one of us cannot long exist without the other." He kept his voice neutral, low, a soothing cadence. If it was possible for her to grow more pale, she did. Her heart jumped wildly, her eyes widening in fear. Never. She could never, ever, under any circumstances, go through that again. Sex was a nightmare, the exchange of blood painfully overrated. She turned her face away from him in an attempt to spare him her fear. Her mind was working furiously, trying to find a solution. She had brought this on herself. If only. But if she had done anything differently, Gregori might be dead or, worse, a full-fledged vampire, and, somehow, even with the threat of a repeat performance, Savannah couldn't bear the thought of that. She moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue, felt the swollen, cracked evidence of his assault. "But there's no chance of you turning vampire now, right?" Gregori's heart hitched at the little catch in her voice. There is no possible chance of my giving up my soul to darkness, Savannah, unless I should lose you. I will not lie to you. Ma petite. Our life will be difficult at first. I had no idea of the depth of emotion you are capable of creating in me. It will take some time to adjust. If you are asking whether I will hurt you physically again, the answer is no. You're certain? This time there was a distinct quaver in her voice, and her hand trembled when she lifted it to brush back her hair. The movement caused her to wince, and Gregori felt that wince, that trembling, through his entire body like the blade of a knife. You're in me, Savannah, a light to guide me through the darkest of times. He wanted to enfold her into the safety of his arms, shelter her for all eternity against his heart. But was he speaking the truth? He felt in his soul that he was, but he had long ago tampered with nature. Would the safeguards against his violence hold? I need time. She hated the pleading note in her voice. But her life had changed overnight. And Peter. God help her, she would never forgive herself for Peter's death. Roberto was not alone. It was easy to read her thoughts. Savannah gingerly tested her ability to move. Every muscle seemed to shriek in protest. What do you mean? His hand moved over her shoulder, his touch possessive. A jolt of fear hit her hard. She was naked beneath the sheet. Instantly she felt vulnerable, her blue-violet gaze jumping to his pale one as if she expected him to grow horns. Gregori sighed softly and eased his weight onto the bed. I will not hurt you. Mon petit amour. I cannot with the ritual completed. Then why did you say our life will be difficult? Her fingers were clutching the sheet until her knuckles turned white. His hand settled gently over hers, tracing a fingertip over each tense knuckle. Every brush of his fingers sent an unexpected jolt of electricity through her. I cannot lose you after waiting centuries for you. I know I am a hard man, and you will not find me easy to live with. We will both need to make certain adjustments. Yeah, like you can lose the macho attitude, she muttered under her breath. Steeling herself, she said aloud, I want to sit up, Gregori. She felt at a distinct disadvantage, flat on her back and naked beneath the sheet. If we're going to discuss our future, I'd like to participate. For a long moment his silver eyes moved over her pale, bruised face, studying her intently, clearly debating whether to allow it. A storm began to gather in her eyes, and reluctantly he shifted back to give her room. Easy. BB. He said softly, slipping an arm around her, his breath warm on her neck. The feel of his hair roughened, iron-hard arm wrapped around her bare skin, sent a shiver down her spine and set warmth curling in the pit of her stomach. She detested that warmth, the way her body tuned itself to his, the way her mind struggled to ignore her firm resolution and sought to touch his. It was the ritual. She might tell herself that, but it didn't stop the self-loathing. How could her body want his brutal touch? Was she some kind of masochist? The trembling started deep inside, progressing through her muscles until her very teeth chattered. Savannah clutched the sheet to her and sat rigidly against the support of his arm. I think this would go a lot better if you sat over there. She pointed to a chair across the room. Gregori's hands framed her face, thumbs stroking the delicate line of her jaw. Look at me, Savannah. His voice was black velvet, but an order nevertheless. Her gaze jumped to his, but hastily she averted her eyes, lashes sweeping down protectively. Beneath the pad of his thumb her pulse raced. Are you going to fight me at every turn? This is a small thing I ask of you, to look at me, your mate. Is it? It is said you can command anyone with one look. His laughter was soft, playing over her skin like the touch of fingers. I can do that with my voice alone. Cry. Savannah, I have a need for you to look at me. Reluctantly, she locked her gaze to his. Why had she thought his eyes cold? They were pools of molten mercury, warming her, calming her so that the trembling eased and some of her fear dissipated enough to begin to relax her muscles. I will never hurt you again. The way I took you is not by choice, and I will carry the shame and guilt of my lack of control for all time. His hands found her hair and brought the crushed silk to his lips. I know you fear me, Savannah, and I have given you good reason, but I offer my mind freely so that you can see I speak the truth. He was risking everything. His past was murky, at times even black. At her tender age, she was incapable of understanding such a history, the bleakness of his existence that had led to this moment. But she would know every fact, every merciless act. She would also know just how far he had gone to ensure that he would have her as his life mate. It was the only way he knew to reassure her that he meant what he said. If he opened his mind completely, she would know he spoke the truth. She could never love him, but he didn't expect love from her. Savannah studied his face for a long moment. "It's enough that you made the offer, Gregori. My fears wouldn't go away even knowing you're incapable of hurting me." Fear doesn't work that way. It wasn't necessary for him to sacrifice his pride, to confess every dark, ugly deed. His life had been hard, and he had done the best he could. She had no right to judge his actions. "Maybe we can slow all this down and work at getting to know one another." He let his breath out slowly, became aware he had been holding it. "You're certain?" At her nod, he released her. "What did you mean Roberto was not alone?" Deliberately, she changed the subject, tried to ease the tension between them. "He traveled in a pack. They turned Europe into a killing ground. Your father was hard put to cover up the evidence and protect our people. It hasn't been that long since the assassins swept through our homeland and murdered our people. How many are in this pack?" "For more." Her hand went to her throat. She looked so young and defenseless. He wanted to drag her into the protection of his arms. She was doing things to him he didn't understand, but no price was too high to pay for her. "Did they come here because of me?" "Roberto said he found me first." "I thought he meant before you did." "Did I bring them here?" He wanted to lie to her. Hadn't he caused her enough pain already? But he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he said nothing. Savannah shook her head sadly. "I see." She was still weak and dizzy with the loss of blood from his voracious feeding. "Where are my clothes?" "I am too weak to manufacture any." His eyebrows shot up. "Where do you think you are going?" "I have to make arrangements for Peter's funeral. Everyone's probably looking for me, and the crew must be devastated over Peter's death and worried about me. After I take care of those things, I intend to join you in hunting down the renegades." "And you think I will allow such a dangerous thing?" Her eyes grew stormy. "You can't dictate to me, Gregori. We may as well get that straight right now." Gregori unfolded his long frame from the bed and stretched like a lazy jungle cat. Savannah found her eyes glued to him. He glided soundlessly, muscles rippling beneath his elegant silk shirt. Crushing sweet-smelling herbs into several small pots of water, he lit candles beneath each container. Instantly the room filled with a soothing, beguiling scent that seemed to find its way into her body, her very bloodstream. Picking up a brush from the nightstand, Gregori moved around the bed and returned to her side. "Of course I will be dictating to you, Savannah. But please do not worry. I can assure you I am quite good at it." She was shocked. Gregori, the dark one, teasing her? He sat behind her, careful of her bruises, and began to smooth the tangles from her hair. It felt good, the brush moving over her scalp, down the length of her hair, his hands stroking in long caresses, a kind of magic. "Very funny. I wasn't born in the 14th century or whatever idiotic and backward time you were born. I'm a modern woman whether you like it or not. It was your choice to tie yourself to me. Dictating, no matter how good you are at it, is out." There was sorcery, seduction, in the touch of his hands, the velvet of his voice, the little teasing note that she now matched with her own. His fingers brushed the nape of her neck, sending heat spiraling through her blood. "I am of the old world. BB." The warmth of his breath was against her ear. "I can do no other than protect my woman." "Get over it," she suggested sweetly. "We'll get along much better that way." "We will get along splendidly. Ma petite. As you will never oppose my will." His voice, pitched low, was temptation itself. The air in the room was thick with the scent of herbs, invading her senses, his voice mesmerizing her. She turned her head to look at him over one bare shoulder, violet eyes smoldering. His silver eyes gleamed at her, amusement in their depths. "Get a grip, Gregori. You're losing your mind. It did occur to you I would need clothes, didn't it?" She tried to sound tough. It would do her no good to allow him to seduce her into lowering her guard. But she was very drowsy, her head spinning with the scent of the herbs and the feel of his hands in her hair. "It is not difficult to conjure such items," he reminded her, bending his head to stroke his tongue soothingly across a particularly ugly bruise on her lower back. The healing saliva would work faster mixed with their native soil, but it was all he had. Savannah jumped as the velvet roughness of his tongue moved erotically along her hip. The heavy scent of the herbs invaded her senses, inducing a languid drowsiness. Gregori's fingers brushed her hair aside, positioning the long length of silk over her shoulder to expose her back to him. He bent his head slowly to her, his own long, dark hair sliding over her sensitive skin. She made a sound of protest and tried to move away from him, but she landed sprawled on her stomach, her hands trapped beneath her. "Lie still, Savannah. This must be done." His mouth was against her hip at the worst of the bruises. Fear clawed at her, swirled in her brain. He made her feel so completely vulnerable, so helpless. It was going to happen all over again, his brutal possession. Tears burned behind her eyelids, and a moan welled up in her throat. He found her fear of him intolerable. It shouldn't have mattered to him. He knew he wasn't going to hurt her, just the opposite. He was healing her, but her fear ate at him, turning him inside out. He, who had thought he had no gentleness left in him, touched her with extraordinary tenderness. "If I bring you your wolf, Savannah, will you accept his ministrations?" He offered it gently. Glossy black fur rippled along his arms, and bones crackled and stretched to accommodate his changing shape. Savannah's skin was so unbearably sensitive, even the brush of fur was painful. Through her fear, she caught a glimmer of hurt, as if it would bother Gregori that she would prefer the animal to the man. "No, please don't, Gregori. Don't bring the wolf. Let me heal naturally," she pleaded, unable to bear his hurt. She closed her eyes as the roped muscles rippled once more beneath his own skin. His tongue found the dark mark of his fingers on her rounded bottom, tracing each purple line. "You are not mortal, ma petite. This is natural to our people." He felt pleasure at her choice, yet wondered that he did so. Gregori's hands traced her body, finding every scratch, every bruise. His mouth was warm, moist, lapping caresses along her ribs, her waist, her hips and buttocks. Savannah gasped as he inserted a hand between her legs, forcing her to give him access to a long, terrible scratch on her thigh. It wound its way from the back to the inside of her leg. Rough velvet lapped gently, insistently, at the angry red wound, an intimate, erotic touch. Savannah could barely breathe. His touch was like a drug, invading her body, warming her bloodstream, easing every ache. It was so easy for him to control her mind, her body, as if there were no Savannah without him. She needed his touch every bit as much as she hated it. Even the air in the chamber favored him, the soothing herbs insidious, making her drowsy. Gregori turned her over gently, his breath catching in his throat. He had never realized just how beautiful the female body really was. His pride and possession were burning in his pale eyes as his gaze swept her bare skin, then moved to her delicate face. Tears glittered like jewels, caught in her long lashes. He murmured something she couldn't catch, his fingers brushing the tears from the tips of her lashes so that the teardrops fell into his palm. He closed his hand around them, breathed warm air through his fingers, and opened his hand. 3 flawless diamonds lay on his open palm. Even though she was a mistress of illusion, Savannah's eyes widened in wonder at Gregori's feet, and her fingers curled around the thickness of his wrist. Gregori's heart somersaulted at the touch of her fingers, her mixture of childlike awe at his magic and the stark fear of what his intimate touch was doing to her body. Every Carpathian worth his salt could perform the illusion of tears to diamonds, but Gregori's gems were real, solid. He had used his enormous strength and the tremendous power of his mind to fashion the impossible for her, to make illusion reality. Taking her hand, his eyes fastened to hers, Gregori allowed the diamonds to fall into her open palm, a shower of gems. Very carefully, he closed her fingers around his gift to her. His eyes still holding hers, his tongue stroked along her bruised fist. Once, twice, a third time. Darts of fire went racing into her bloodstream. Her body stirred, warmed in the cool of the night air. A little sound escaped when he bent his head to find a darkened smudge at the corner of her mouth. Her heart lurched crazily. She wanted to run, but her body was too heavy, the scent of the herbs drugging her senses. In her head, faint, far away, she could hear a chant in his low, smooth voice, the language centuries old. Her lashes drifted down. Fire and ice. Pain and pleasure. Rough velvet lapping at her sore mouth, taking away the sting. Savannah closed her eyes against the torment of his masculine beauty, the tenderness etched in his sensual features. His tongue moved over her lips, then slipped inside to bathe a cut in her mouth. It felt so good. He lingered over her neck, her throat, his tongue taking great care over torn flesh. The teeth marks on her shoulder where he had held her pinned beneath him required a slow, lazy swirl of his tongue, long, stroking caresses to remove the pain and replace it with a torturous heat. Gregori's body responded to every inch of her satin skin, the taste and feel of her, the sight and smell of her, but this time would be all hers. There would be no chance of hurting her. He was determined to replace every bruise, every scratch, every bad memory with healing pleasure. Enough, Gregori. Her merged mind found his hungry and aroused, matching hers, without the fear clouding hers. Her breath was coming in short gasps somewhere between pleasure and terror. Every bruise. Mon petit amour. No matter how small. Deliberately he whispered the words, his breath warm against the roundness of her breast. He took his time, enjoying his work, tracing the soft fullness, his tongue rasping tenderly over her nipples, soothing the ugly marks marring the perfection of her skin. Each caress lingered, stroked, teased, and healed. He would never get enough of her, never get over the feel and perfection of her. He would never get over the fact that she had refused to condemn him, that she had tried to protect him from the terrible crime he had committed against her. It seemed impossible that she could care enough, that anyone, least of all Savannah, after what he had inflicted upon her, would care enough to do what she had done. Follow him to the depths of hell and drag him back to her. He groaned at the thought of it, aching inside, weeping silently that he had committed such a horrendous act against his woman, the only woman courageous enough to follow him and drag his soul from hell into her light. Savannah's fingers tangled in his thick mane, weaving a kind of magic all their own. Stop tormenting yourself, Gregori. You knew the risk, and yet you still gave me my freedom. Those 5 years of freedom were precious to me. I thank you for them. Gregori closed his eyes. She was turning him inside out, melting his coldness, his frigid existence, with the beauty of her nature. She was all that he was not. Compassion, forgiveness, light, and goodness, now wed to a demon with no knowledge of the things that made her what she was. If it was love for her that was growing in him, it was a powerful, dangerous emotion. You fear me now. His torment was in his mind. She moved slightly so that he could attend the underside of her breast. He felt her shiver in response to the gentle lapping of his tongue, the heat rushing through her body, the pressure building slowly. I always feared you, Gregori, feared your power over me, feared what you represented, the loss of my freedom. I feared so powerful a being and how you made me feel. Even if this had not happened, I would still fear you. His mouth moved lower still, over her narrow ribcage and the small span of her waist. He lingered over 4 long scratches across her stomach, his body aching, but he so enjoyed his work, it didn't matter. Now you fear to join with me. Her breath caught in her throat, and she stilled beneath him, but the soothing chant went on, and the heavy scent of herbs combined with his gentle touch prevailed. She relaxed beneath him. I don't want to be hard on your ego. Men are so fragile. But sex is definitely overrated. We can refrain from that aspect of things. He felt a tinge of amusement at her thoughts. He knew he was bringing a raging fire to her blood, that waves of heat were beating at her. He could easily smell her scent calling to him with her readiness. But she wasn't going to fall into his trap. He had been too big for her small frame and far too rough. His mouth trailed fire across her stomach to the silken triangle at the junction of her legs. She jumped, her fingers twisting in his hair. No, Gregori, I mean it. Her voice was husky, and her small hands were trembling again, the feel against his scalp turning his heart over. His palms moved in gentle caresses over her thighs, and his tongue found the crease of one hip. I know of only one way to heal you. He stroked the center of her heat with infinite tenderness. She cried out, her hips jerking, trying to squirm away from the swirling vortex of flames he was creating. Her muscles clenched. Tremors started in her stomach. Pressure built. There was such need building, heat raging at her innermost core. Gregori. It was a helpless plea of wanting, of fear, of confusion. The psychic connection between them was so strong, it was easy for him to read her every conflicting emotion, her burning need. His soothing chant never faltered, and he was careful to keep his own raging body under control along with his wild, passionate thoughts. For her sake he merged, created pleasure without fear, a healing to replace the brutal taking of her innocence. On some level Savannah knew he was in her head, directing her emotions away from fear, heightening her pleasure until she thought she might die with the intensity of it. His touch was so gentle, easing her terrible soreness until the pressure building inside her became nearly unbearable. Let go, ma. Petite. I am here to catch you. The voice was a spell compelling her compliance. She wanted to obey, to give herself into his care. She wanted him to extinguish the waves of flames beating at her. Her soft keening, the little whimper escaping her throat, nearly tore him up. Her release was shattering, shocking her as her body seemed to fragment and dissolve, as the earth moved and colors burst all around her, through her, in her. Gregori held her while her body rippled with pleasure, while aftershocks shook her. He dragged her close, pulled her into the shelter of his body, desperately needing to be close to her. He was bathed in sweat, his muscles taut and rigid with his own hunger for release. If the cycle of mating heat was anything like the desire clawing at him, he and Savannah were in for either a difficult time or a glorious one. She could feel the urgency of his need beating at him, tearing at his very soul. I'm sorry, Gregori. Savannah's voice was soft, filled with guilt, a mere thread of sound, her face buried against his silk-covered ribs. He lifted strands of ebony hair to his mouth, inhaling her fragrance. You have no reason to be sorry for anything. Ma petite. Her clenched fist lay over his heart, the 3 diamonds in her palm. You think I can't read your body? Feel the heaviness in your mind as you try to shield me? I can't change who I am, not even for you. I know I'm failing you, causing you discomfort. A slow smile curved his mouth. Discomfort. Now, there was a word for it. His hand crushed her hair, ran it through his fingers. I have never asked you to change, nor would I want you to. You seem to forget that I know you better than anyone. I can handle you. She turned her head so that he could see the silver stars flashing in her blue eyes, a smoldering warning. You are so arrogant, Gregori, it makes me want to throw things. Do you hear yourself? Handle. Me? Huh. I try to say I'm sorry for failing you, and you act the lord of the manor. Being born centuries ago when women were chattel does not give you an excuse. Carpathian women have never been considered chattel, he corrected softly. Ours is a dwindling race. Our children rarely survive, and there are so few women for lifemates, most of our men are lost to their inner darkness after centuries alone. Our women are our most precious treasure, guarded and protected. Gregori. Savannah kept her fist clenched, clutching the diamonds of her tears inside as if they were a symbol. Let's try to come to some kind of understanding, so we can maybe live together in peace. Her body was still rocking with aftershocks, and his looks alone kept warmth curling through her. She had the most surprising desire to touch his dark eyebrows with her fingertip. His mouth found the silky fragrance of her hair, and his hands ran down the length of her back, finding pleasure in the way her tiny waist tucked into her slender hips. What kind of understanding? He murmured almost absently, his mind clearly on other, more provocative things. The trace of amusement in his voice irritated her, as if he were merely humoring her. Savannah pushed at the solid wall of his chest to put a few inches between them. His large frame didn't budge, and she was locked in by his arm. She pushed at him again. Forget it. He bent his head to taste the vulnerable line of her neck, to feel her pulse in the warm, moist cavern of his mouth. His blood surged and pounded. Little jackhammers began to beat at his skull. "I am listening to every word you say, ma petite," he murmured, lost in her softness, in the scent of her. He wanted her with every fiber of his being, every cell in his body. "I could repeat each word verbatim if you desire." Soon the fire would start, and there would be no choice for either of them. His blood would call to hers with such an urgency that she couldn't ignore the summons. His mind would slip easily in and out of hers, the psychic link so strong it would bind them close even over great distances. She would need it as much he. Gregori inhaled her into his very body, her scent so feminine, so seductive. She stirred such depths of feelings after such a barren existence, it terrified him. He was used to an emotionless life. She could bring him good, but his potential for evil was enormous. He was a law unto himself. Even the laws of his people, the very laws he defended, had never applied to him. He could read her feelings quite easily. Savannah had an open, direct nature. She was drawn to him, even prepared to protect him from himself if necessary. But she had no intention of ever allowing him to make love to her again. It cut like a knife that he had been the one to hurt her, to make her fear their natural union. "You're not listening." Savannah squirmed, trying to get out from under him. "You're trying to seduce me." She said it indignantly. He lifted his head, pale eyes roaming possessively over her beautiful features. "Yes, I am. Is it working?" His voice, a low, teasing caress, disarmed her where denial would not have. His hand was spanning her throat, his thumb brushing tenderly along her neck, sending flames licking along her skin. She was smiling at his words in spite of every effort not to. "No, it isn't working at all," she lied. She couldn't look at him without wanting him. Her pulse was racing beneath the pad of his thumb. Her skin was hot satin, inviting his touch, inviting further exploration. There was conflict in her mind, fear uppermost, but there was also desire. Gregori focused on that, fed that spark of need with his own. He touched his mouth to the corner of hers, brushed a velvet-soft whisper across her lips, and felt her heart jump wildly in response. "Are you certain?" "I have learned much over the centuries. There is an art to making love." It was blatant sorcery now, all-out seduction. He was doing something magical to her mouth. Applying hardly a touch, yet with such a mixture of tenderness and possession, her heart turned over. Her fingers tangled in his thick mane of jet-black hair. Long lashes swept her cheeks, then she lifted blue eyes dancing with laughter. "An art? Is that what you call it? I think I could come up with a better name." He lifted his head, pale eyes glinting silver, warming to liquid mercury. "And you know so much? Your first time was a travesty, an abomination." "That was not me, Savannah, it was the beast within." "That definitely was not making love. You could not count that as a love-making experience." His voice reflected his deep sorrow even as his eyes were sexy, hungry, intense with a heat that sent flames coursing through her. She tilted her chin, hating the sorrow in him, the guilt. Wanting his mind on other matters, she deliberately challenged his statement. "You don't know so much about me. There was a man once. He was crazy about me." She tried to look worldly. "Absolutely crazy for me." His answering laughter was warm against her neck, her throat. His lips touched the skin over her pulse and skimmed lightly up to her ear. "Are you, by any chance, referring to that foppish boy with the orange hair and spiked collar? Dragon something?" Savannah gasped and pulled away to glare at him. "How could you possibly know about him?" "I dated him last year." Gregori nuzzled her neck, inhaling her fragrance, his hand sliding over her shoulder, moving gently over her satin skin to take possession of her breast. He wore boots and rode a Harley. His breath came out in a rush as his palm cupped the soft weight, his thumb brushing her nipple into a hard peak. The feel of his large hand, so strong, so warm and possessive on her, sent heat curling through her body. Desire rose sharply. He was seducing her with tenderness. Savannah didn't want it to happen. Her body felt better, but the soreness was there to remind her where this could all lead. Fear was an ugly, living thing she couldn't shake. Her hand caught at his wrist. "How did you find out about Dragon?" she asked, desperate to distract him, to distract herself. How could he make her body burn for his when she was so afraid of him, of having sex with him? Making love, he corrected, his voice husky, caressing, betraying the ease with which his mind moved like a shadow through hers. And to answer your question, I live in you, can touch you whenever I wish. I knew about all of them. Every damn one. He growled the words, and her breath caught in her throat. He was the only one you thought of kissing. His mouth touched hers. Gently. Lightly. Returned for more. Coaxing, teasing, until she opened to him. He stole her breath, her reason, whirling her into a world of feeling. Bright colors and white-hot heat, the room falling away until there was only his broad shoulders, strong arms, hard body, and perfect mouth. When he lifted his head, Savannah nearly pulled him back to her. He watched her face, her eyes cloudy with desire, her lips so beautiful, bereft of his. Do you have any idea how beautiful you are, Savannah? There is such beauty in your soul. I can see it shining in your eyes. She touched his face, her palm molding his strong jaw. Why couldn't she resist his hungry eyes? I think you're casting a spell over me. I can't remember what we were talking about. Gregori smiled. Kissing. His teeth nibbled gently at her chin. Specifically, you're wanting to kiss that orange-bearded imbecile. I wanted to kiss every one of them, she lied indignantly. No, you did not. You were hoping that silly fop would wipe my taste from your mouth for all eternity. His hand stroked back the fall of hair around her face. He feathered kisses along the delicate line of her jaw. It would not have worked, you know. As I recall, he seemed to have a problem getting close to you. Her eyes smoldered dangerously. Did you have anything to do with his allergies? She had wanted someone, anyone, to wipe Gregori's taste from her mouth, her soul. He raised his voice an octave. Oh, Savannah, I just have to taste your lips, he mimicked. Then he went into a sneezing fit. You haven't ridden until you've ridden on a Harley, baby. He sneezed, coughed, and gagged in perfect imitation. Savannah punched his arm, forgetting for a moment her bruised fist. When it hurt, she yelped and glared accusingly at him. It was you doing all that to him. The poor man, you damaged his ego for life. Each time he touched me, he had a sneezing fit. Gregori raised an eyebrow, completely unrepentant. Technically, he did not lay a hand on you. He sneezed before he could get that close. She laid her head back on the pillow, her ebony hair curling around his arm, then her arm, weaving them together. His lips found her throat, then moved lower, and found the spot over her breast that burned with need, with invitation. Savannah caught his head firmly in her hands and lifted him determinately away from her before her treacherous body succumbed completely to his magic. And the dog episode? He tried for innocence, but his laughter was echoing in her mind. What do you mean? You know very well what I mean, she insisted. When Dragon walked me home. Yes, I seem to recall now. The big bad wolf decked out in chains and spikes, afraid of a little dog. Little? 120-pound Rottweiler mix? Foaming at the mouth. Roaring. Charging him. He ran like a rabbit. Gregori's soft, caressing voice echoed his satisfaction. He had taken great pleasure in running that particular jackass off. How dare the man try to lay a hand on Savannah? No wonder I couldn't touch the dog's mind and call him off. You rotten scoundrel. After Dragon left you, I chased him for 2 blocks, and he went up a tree. I kept him there for several hours, just to make a point. He looked like a rooster with his orange comb. She laughed in spite of her desire not to. He never came near me again. Of course not. It was unacceptable, he said complacently, with complete satisfaction, the warmth of his breath heating her blood. His mouth touched, skinned, moved across her nipple, branding her with heat, with flame, before finding the underside of her breast. Savannah closed her eyes against a need so intense that she shook with it. How could she want something that hurt so terribly? No pain, ma. Petite. Only pleasure. His tongue created an aching void in her. I swear it on my life. His mouth was hot velvet closing over her breast. Fire danced over her skin, invaded her body, melted her insides so that she was liquid heat, pulsing with need for him, only for him. Chapter 5. Savannah's fear was being pushed aside by the heated tenderness of Gregori's mouth, by the gentleness in his caressing hands. He carelessly shoved the sheet down, exposing her bare breasts to his hungry gaze. Hot. He was so hot Savannah could not stand the feel of the thin sheet on her heated hips, twisting around her legs. Her hands were tangled in Gregori's thick hair, crushing it in her fingers like so much silk. His shirt was open to his tapered waist, his hard muscles pressing against her soft breasts. The rough, dark hair on his chest rasped erotically over her nipples. A wave of heat heralded a storm of fire, through him, through her. Savannah's hands, of their own accord, pushed his shirt from his wide shoulders. She watched with enormous eyes as he slowly shrugged out of it, his silver gaze holding her blue one captive. She was drowning in those pale, mesmerizing eyes. Eyes filled with such intensity, with so much hunger for one woman. Her. Only her. Afraid of what she was committing herself to, Savannah tentatively, cautiously, touched his mind with hers. She found a hunger so deep, so wild, so urgent, she was instantly lost. How could she deny his fierce need? Even though Gregori knew he was a man without tenderness, that his every instinct was wild and uninhibited, his intent was to be gentle with her, to ensure her pleasure. His every thought was for her, to please her, to worship her body with his. "I know you're afraid, mon amour," he whispered softly, his hands sliding up her ribcage to her breasts. "But I am no longer a beast. You leash the demon. There is only me, a man who very much wants to make love to his life mate." She felt his breath against her nipple. "Let me show you how it is supposed to be. Beautiful. Such pleasure. I can bring you so much pleasure. Ma petite." His mouth closed over her breast, hot and moist. The sound of his voice was mesmerizing, enticing. She could get caught up forever in the mere sound of it. There was no thought in his mind for his own burning body, his own urgent demands. He wanted to show her the beauty and pleasure of true mating. Flames raced through her blood and licked down her skin at the intensity of the eroticism, the craving his mouth at her breast created. She moaned, low and soft, the note brushing at his soul like the flutter of butterfly wings. Her hands slid over his back, tracing each defined muscle with her fingertips, committing him to memory. Tears filled her eyes. How could a man be so sensual, so perfect? He was stealing her will as easily as he was stealing her body. "Want me, Savannah," he whispered softly. "Want me the way I want you." His tongue rasped over her skin, traced the underside of her breast, followed each rib even as his hands explored her hips and thighs. His fingers found their goal, the heated, moist entrance, hot and ready, waiting for his body to merge with hers. She arched into his palm, her body demanding relief. "I feel like I'm burning up, Gregori," she gasped, shocked at the intensity of her hunger for him. She needed him. "I am the one burning up, going up in flames." His fingers pushed deeper, ensuring her readiness, taking pleasure in her reaction. Her hands on his bare skin were driving him wild, but most of all, it was the trust she was giving to him that moved him so deeply. Gregori could not conceive of such trust from a woman so brutally used, and it humbled him, the way she was so forgiving. She might never be able to love a monster such as he, but with her understanding, her compassion, she was determined to make something of the imposed sentence of their life together. The clothes confining his body were tight and painful, so he removed them with a mere thought. He heard her gasp as the hot length of him pressed aggressively against her thigh. She had thought herself safe as long as his clothes were on. She had thought she would have the time to make up her mind, to choose for herself, but her body was making the choice for her. And he was losing himself in the molten heat of her, in her shadowed, secret places. Savannah's body suddenly went rigid. She caught his face in her hands, exerting pressure so that he had to lift his head from his delicious explorations, his silver eyes molten as they touched on her face. She took a deep breath. "What if I can't do this, Gregori?" She sounded close to tears. "What if I can never do this? No one is making you do anything. Ma petite." He replied gently, kissing her stomach. "We are just exploring possibilities." "But, Gregori," she tried to protest, attempting to bring his head back up so that he could see her very real fear for him, for their life together. "If I cannot persuade you otherwise, mon amour, I am not much of a life-mate, now am I?" The words were muffled in the tight silky curls, the intriguing little triangle at the apex of her thighs. "You don't understand, Gregori." Savannah closed her eyes against the waves of fire racing through her. "It's me who is no real life-mate. I don't know how to please you, and I'm so afraid of this." "Relax, BB." He breathed warm air against her, inhaled her scent. "You please me far more than you will ever know." His teeth nipped her thigh, his tongue caressing her shadows and hollows, following the path his fingers had taken. She cried out at the feelings sweeping through her, tumultuous, turbulent, wild, and untamed. She was no longer on Earth, but soaring free, spiraling and spinning out of control. Gregori's body moved over hers, hard and hot, his strength enormous, but his hands were tender as he cupped her head in one palm. His knee inserted itself very gently between hers to give him access to her. Savannah, still rippling with the aftershocks of her climax, was barely aware of the weight of him pinning her down, once more making her vulnerable and open to him. Gregori took the advantage while he had it, pressing intimately into her entrance. She was slick with need, hot, tight, and velvet soft. He felt her gasp at his invasion, and he paused to allow her body an opportunity to adjust to his size. She was holding her breath, waiting for the terrible, tearing pain. Her fingernails dug into his back, and she made a small sound of protest against the weight of his chest. But she felt only ripples of fire, a storm of intense pleasure washing over her, consuming her. "Relax, Savannah. Relax for me. You were meant for me, created for me. And I was created for you." He feathered kisses from her temple to her throat, his hips moving in a gentle, coaxing rhythm. She could feel the sheen of perspiration on his back, evidence of the tremendous effort he was exerting to hold back. His every touch, every movement, was tender, gentle. He moved into her with exquisite care, astonished at how perfect she was, tight and fiery hot. His thumb brushed her lower lip, the small bruise discoloring the side of her mouth. At once her lip tingled with warmth, was soothed as if he had laid a mystical balm over it. Her heart slammed against her ribs. He was doing things to her body not only with his body, not only with his hands, but with his mind. In spite of every fear, in spite of the memory of his earlier attack, Savannah was caught up in the fire, in the tenderness. Her body slowly relaxed, slowly accepted his. Gregori buried himself deeper, a long, sure stroke that had her gasping, her nails digging into his arms, holding tight to keep from soaring away into the night. He whispered softly to her, a mixture of French and his ancient tongue. She knew very little of either language, had no idea what he was saying, but the words excited her, comforted her. She felt as if she were important to him. Not her body. Her Savannah. How could you doubt such a thing? Cry? He whispered against her breast, his mouth moving back and forth in a subtle rhythm matching the long, slow strokes of his hips. Her body, of its own accord, followed the tempo of his. They moved together as they were meant to, their hearts beating as one. Gregori's hands gliding over her skin, his soft murmurs of encouragement, added to the beauty of their union. He was incredibly gentle, initiating her as he should have the first time, with care and tenderness. She wanted to cry. It was unbelievable, the way he made love to her, as if she was the most precious, cherished, beautiful woman in the world. She clutched him, hanging on to the only reality she was certain of as her body tightened, the pressure building and building until she cried out with the need for release. Only then did he allow himself the luxury of burying himself deep and hard, merging himself with her completely. He held them both at the peak, riding the crest until her keening cries and the heated velvet of her body surrounding his drove him over the edge. He took her with him, right over the precipice. Savannah's soft voice was muffled against his chest. She was falling, lights bursting, exploding all around her, but Gregori was there, everywhere, holding her close in strong arms, making certain she was safe. As they lay locked together, Savannah was unable to take it all in, to believe how he had made her feel. His hands were stroking her hair, his mouth brushing her temple. Gregori knew he would never get enough of her. Her fingers were twisting absently in his wild mane of hair, and the touch sent a new heat curling through his blood. Then something invaded the peace and serenity. Suddenly, scenting danger, Gregori lifted his head. On the heels of his own alertness came a warning from the wolves. They called to him, their voices pitched in excited tones. He lowered his head and placed a brief, hard kiss on Savannah's mouth. She looked drowsy, sexy, thoroughly loved. At that moment the summons came, a soft, muted, but insistent voice, whispering to Savannah. "My darling, I am close. Where are you?" Was it her mother? Savannah attempted to sit up, joy coursing through her. She hadn't seen her mother in 5 years. Now, when she needed her the most, when she needed guidance and comfort, her mother had unexpectedly appeared. "You will not answer." It was an imperious command, and Gregori expected to be obeyed. He was already pulling away from her, his face an implacable mask, his eyes slivers of steel. Savannah was already seeking the familiar mental path to her mother. But at once, before she could actually send a message, her body became like lead, and her mind could not converse. Terror gripped her, and she didn't understand. Helplessly, she glanced at Gregori, and when she saw his mask of granite, she knew he had done something to her. Her eyes were eloquent, pleading with him, frightened by his cool, expressionless features. There was something immovable about him, something harsh and unrelenting. Merciless. Why had she ever thought him gentle, tender? He was as cruel as a vampire. "You cannot call out to your mother. It is not Raven." "You are being hunted, Savannah," he said softly, his beautiful voice without inflection. "You will be able to speak only to me on our exclusive path. I want your assurance that you will do as I say." Savannah was furious. Hurt. More hurt than furious, and that made her all the more furious that she had allowed herself to care enough to let him hurt her in the first place. "You have no right to do this to me. Release me at once, Gregori. I know my own mother when I hear her." He stood up and stretched, a lazy ripple of muscles that made her want to claw out his eyes. "It is not your mother. You are mine, Savannah, and it is my duty to protect you in any way I see fit. These vampire friends of Roberto are after something, and I think they are not alone. I believe they have drawn in human butchers. Aiden Savage is here in the city, and he is a good hunter, but I think these renegades are following you." He dressed with fluid efficiency and casual grace. "I am not in the habit of explaining myself. I have made a concession to you in doing so. Choose now how you will proceed." "I refuse your claim on me," she answered in the only way he allowed her to communicate. "I will take my refusal to our people and plead with them for the mercy you evidently don't have in you. I will not be tied to you." He bent over her, a dark, imposing figure exuding power. His silver eyes glittered at her. "Hear me, Savannah. If you believe nothing else about me, believe this. You belong to me with me. No one will ever attempt to take you from me and live. No one." His voice was low, beautiful, and all the more deadly for it. Her violet gaze was held captive by his pale one. She believed him. And not even her father, the prince of their people, had a chance of destroying him. Her mind shied away from that thought. Destroy Gregori? She didn't want that. He just couldn't have her. "Let me up, Gregori," she demanded. The paralysis was beginning to make her crazy. She felt as if she couldn't breathe. She felt smothered, strangled. "Say you will obey me." He was dressed now, elegant as always. His mind was no longer completely on her. He was tuned to the vibrations in the air, to each note the wolves sang to him. Savannah knew she was screaming, her entire body was screaming, but no sound emerged. Her body was no longer hers to command. Her mind was screaming in outrage, but Gregori controlled her ability to send out a cry for help. "Stop fighting me." His voice was a soft growl in her mind. "Release me." Her heart was pounding so loud, she was afraid she might explode. This couldn't be happening. Mere moments ago, Gregori had been lying with her, holding her in protective arms, gently making love to her. Or so she had thought. But what did she know about making love? Gregori could make anyone feel anything. He didn't need to feel anything for her to make her believe he did. How could he take her body so gently, then turn around like an unfeeling monster and destroy her free will, control her as if she was nothing more than a puppet to him? What kind of person would do such a thing? Savannah, you will stop fighting me now. We are in danger. You will obey me if you wish to take back control of yourself. I know my own mother. You don't want anyone else around me, that's why you won't allow me to acknowledge her. She accused him. So be it. It is your choice. His voice was as unruffled as always. Nothing seemed to disturb Gregori. Not her hostility, not her confusion and disillusionment. Her body jerked into a sitting position, then she was standing helplessly beside the bed, naked, totally vulnerable, unable to speak or move. Her head was throbbing as she tried desperately to fight his control of her. She would not submit her mind to his will, not voluntarily. He might have her body, but he could fight her to the death for possession of her mind. Mocking laughter echoed in her head. Fight me all you want. BB. You are only hurting yourself. You will obey me, Savannah. Despair welled up in her. It was true. She was helpless against his superior power and strength. She hated him for making her so aware of it, for forcing her to see that no matter how much she tried to be herself, to maintain a semblance of pride and dignity, she was stripped to nothing by a mere thought in his head. Shards of glass seemed to be piercing her head. The more she resisted, the worse the pain. A cotton shirt and jeans suddenly covered her body. Soft leather shoes wrapped themselves around her feet. Gregori braided her hair swiftly, efficiently. She detested the easy, competent way in which he did everything. One last chance, Savannah. Do you obey me? He leaned over her, his harsh yet sensual features impassive, an unreadable mask. His pale eyes were ice cold. He meant every word he said, and it was obvious he didn't care which choice she made. There was no give in him, no gentleness, no remorse. Inwardly, Savannah shuddered. She was locked to this merciless man for all eternity. There had to be some way to undo the ritual. Even death was better than mindless slavery. She swallowed her pride, unable to stand the leaden weight of her body and mind, unable to allow him such complete control. I'll obey. She didn't look at him. She couldn't. He relinquished control slowly, watching her closely, his mind still in hers. Savannah stood before him, trembling with suppressed anger, trembling with humiliation and lost dreams. She brought up her closed fist until it was level with his chest, then opened her palm to reveal the 3 teardrop diamonds. Deliberately, she turned her hand over, allowing the gems to fall to the floor and scatter. She didn't look at his face or at the diamonds on the floor, now symbolizing her disposal of their relationship. Staring straight ahead, she awaited his instructions. Are you able to shapeshift? His voice was low and smooth and calm. She hated him for that. You know I can't. You need blood. You will shield your mind at all times. If you feel a compulsion to send out a call, merge your mind with mine. I will carry you away from this place to one more inaccessible and far easier to defend. Do not make the mistake of attempting to defy me in this, Savannah. With your life at risk, I will not tolerate rebellion. If he expected her to answer him, he could wait for all eternity. This was an order, the dictator commanding her with his hard authority. It didn't require an answer, and she refused to dignify it with one. His fingers shackled her wrist and pulled her to him. His body was hard, like the trunk of a tree, completely immovable. She could find no softness or gentleness anywhere, not in his body, not in his mind. Had his earlier tenderness all been an illusion, like his trick with the diamonds? She wanted to cry with shame, but she refused to give him the satisfaction of seeing her weakness. Gregori launched himself into the air, taking her with him, her weight seeming to him no more than that of a feather. They rose from the bedchamber and proceeded up through the house to the higher levels. An order released the wolves onto the grounds, into the immense preserve. They could hunt for themselves, leave if it became necessary. His only obligation, his only concern, was saving Savannah's life. He would send word to Aiden Savage to take proper care of the animals the moment she was safe. The enemy was far stronger, far more organized than Gregori had expected, and Savannah was their target. They had a plan, a scheme they had obviously worked out well in advance of her coming to the city. Gregori would do anything to protect her. Anything. She lay quietly in his arms, deliberately closing her mind to his. It didn't matter, of course. He had been able to slip in and out of her mind at will since she was an infant. He had always known she could never really love him, would never accept his dominion over her. How could she when she could never really know who he was? He had not expected the terrible wrenching, the knife twisting in his heart, deeper even, right into his soul. The night was drawing to a close. 2 hours, perhaps, before the sun came up. The vampires would need sanctuary, and if they were arrogant enough to think his home would provide it to them, they would be in for a nasty surprise. Gregori snarled silently as he burst into the open sky with Savannah. Gregori tried to block out the hurt of Savannah's rejection. She needed time to understand him. And they had an eternity. She thought herself sentenced to a lifetime with a demon. He believed she was right. She was weak from refusing to take blood because she had mistakenly believed such deprivation would allow her access to the sun. Her health was of paramount importance. He sent forth a call. Instantly, 2 men and a woman from a cabin beside the river moved at his bidding to meet him in the shelter of a grove of pine and oak trees. His feet touched earth, but he carried Savannah to the trio. "You will feed," he told her silkily, expecting her defiance. "Am I your puppet, too, Gregori?" she asked softly. "Is this going to be the pattern of our life together? Why do you need me as your life mate when you can have any human woman do as you wish without a fight?" The contempt in her voice fanned the pain burning his insides. The emotion was totally unfamiliar to him. "I have neither the time nor the inclination to spar with you, Savannah. Feed." He set her on her feet. "Do you think I will do so only under compulsion?" She tilted her chin at him, a clear challenge. "I do not need your help." Without looking at him again, she turned toward the taller of the 2 males. Gregori stepped back, wary of her reaction. His silver eyes glittered. She was baiting a tiger. Savannah moved forward, a sensual curve to her mouth. Her enormous eyes were so dark, they were violet, mysterious, and sexy. Her gaze was on another man. Inviting. Enticing. The human smiled, his entire focus on her as he stepped toward her. She lifted her arms to him, her body moving seductively beneath her clothing. A low growl of warning rumbled deep in Gregori's throat. Unexpectedly he snarled, his white teeth gleaming dangerously. He was fast, his solid frame inserting itself between his life mate and her prey. It was instinct, not thought. This man could not touch Savannah, not even to supply her with nourishment. She raised her beautiful eyes, mesmerizing and taunting, to his pale ones. "Isn't this what you want of me?" Her voice, pitched so low, played over his skin like fingers. "To use my voice and body to draw my prey to me and feed? Do not start something you have no hope of winning, Savannah," Gregori warned with dark menace. He yanked the male to him and bent his head to the exposed neck. Her eyes never wavered from his as he drank his fill. When he lifted his head, he dropped the man on the ground, where he lay sprawled between them. "Come here to me," he ordered her softly. Unexpectedly, her heart somersaulted, and butterfly wings fluttered in her stomach. She never should have taunted him. Why had she been so silly? Gregori didn't even bother to pretend to be civilized. Making him jealous wasn't a smart idea. She held up a placating hand. "Gregori, come here to me, Savannah." His voice was brushed with softness, purity. Impossible to ignore. Reluctantly, she moved around the man on the ground and put herself into reaching distance. Gregori's hand circled her upper arm and drew her against his hard frame. He bent his dark head to hers, his warm breath stirring tendrils of hair by her ear. "You will take what you need from your life mate." He whispered the order, but the deceptive softness of his voice only increased its impact. She attempted to pull away from him, frightened that he was so powerful. His hold on her tightened. She could feel the imprint of his body on hers, hard and aroused. "You will do as I say." His thumb was feathering back and forth across her pulse, wreaking havoc with her senses. As always when he touched her, her body softened, became liquid. She didn't want the heat and excitement of his touch. Her mouth was pressed against his chest, but he bent closer so that she could nestle her face in his shoulder, his neck. He smelled of wood and spice. His skin was hot, and beneath her moving mouth was his pulse, strong and beckoning. His thumb brushed again, insistently, provocatively. Savannah moaned, her breath coming in a little rush. "Why are you forcing me to do this, Gregori? You need, I provide." His hand cradled the back of her head, holding her against him. She couldn't help herself, couldn't stop herself from stroking her tongue across his pulse once, twice, in a small caress. It was the way his body was against hers, at once protective and sheltering, yet aggressive and demanding. The combination was exhilarating, temptation itself. How could she resist Gregori? He was so powerful. Savannah sighed and closed her eyes, then pierced his neck. She felt his jolt of pleasure, of pain, the whip of erotic lightning flashing through his bloodstream. His body moved against hers, hard and urgent, only their clothing separating them. Heat curled and pooled low in her body, and the essence of his life poured into her, filling her, strengthening her as it was meant to. Gregori's arms tightened around Savannah, and he gritted his teeth. The feel of her silky mouth feeding was so erotic, he could barely contain himself. He wanted to drop her to the earth right there and take what was his. He wanted her so badly, his body was going up in flames. It was heaven and hell holding her against him, so much pleasure and so much pain. And, damn her, she was never going to touch another male as long as either of them lived. Never. He bent his head and brushed her silky hair with his mouth, savoring the feel of her against his jaw, his skin. She was so small and delicate, so curved and soft. All heated satin and silk. He closed his eyes and pretended she loved him. That she could love him. A monster. Gregori. The Dark One. Savannah heard the echo of his thoughts, the taunt of all Carpathian children to their friends. Who would come out of the night and turn them to stone? Gregori. The Dark One. The one with the power to heal or destroy. In that echo she caught from Gregori a deep sorrow, a belief in the tightness of the cruel accusations against him. There was no bitterness, just acceptance. She felt a stone on her heart, heavy and oppressive. Very carefully, she closed the pinpricks at his throat and rested her head against his chest. She could hear his heart, strong and steady. Dependable. Mysterious. Sexy. Frightening. That was Gregori. The hand in her hair closed for a moment, bunching long strands together into his fist. Then, abruptly, he let go of her. Without looking at her, Gregori hauled the second of the humans to him, bent his dark head, and fed voraciously. When he had replenished himself, he allowed the man to sit down in the tall grass. He lowered the woman to join her companions. Savannah stepped back uncertainly. Gregori hunkered down to check each human. He stared into their eyes, his hands gentle as he laid them carefully on the ground to recuperate. "They will be fine," he said, unaware of the husky note in his voice. He straightened, then turned his head slowly to look at her with his glinting silver eyes. "You will not touch another male. Not of any species." Each word was distinct and pronounced in a low growl. "Don't you think you're overreacting, Gregori?" she ventured. He stepped close and loomed over her so that the heat of his body enfolded her. "I would be unable to prevent myself from harming them." The admission was made in his usual calm manner. "I thought your claim on me removed all threats. Evidently it brought about new ones. Until I am able to assess and control all that is happening to me, what you are causing me to feel, it is best if you do not defy my will." Her blue eyes darkened to violet and smoldered as she glared at him. "Your will? I should not defy your will? It isn't like I'm given free will around you, Gregori. Don't you always dictate how I should think and feel? I live only to please you." She curtsied. A growl rumbled in his throat. He reached for her and brought her up close to his body. "How I wish that were true. I think you live only to drive me crazy." "That could be arranged," she said sweetly. "I have things I have to take care of, Gregori. They're important to me." "Such as?" Those pale eyes burned over her upturned face. "Peter. I have to take care of Peter. I'm his only family. He had no one else. And, because of me, he's dead. He was trying to protect me. She crushed down the need to sob, to scream, to pound Gregori into the earth. He was silent for a moment. "The police will want to speak with you. The story is probably already in the newspapers. Are you ready for the repercussions of that?" She tilted her chin at him. "I loved Peter like a brother. I owe it to him." Her hand swept through her hair in agitation. "I have to do this. I have to. Please, Gregori. Stand with me on this. I know I can't fight you and win. I need this." Gregori swore eloquently and repeatedly in 4 languages. What Savannah needed was to be locked away safely, spirited out of the state, better yet, out of the country. The entire Peter Sanders affair was going to be a media circus. The police would already be scouring the city for her. Damn it to hell. Without answering her, Gregori wrapped an arm around her waist and scooped her up. He went skyward, his normally tranquil thoughts in chaos, a jumble of unfamiliar emotions and a quicksand of indecision. He was always in total control. With his immense power, he had no other choice. But Savannah was turning him inside out. No, he couldn't allow this. He wouldn't. He didn't care if she cried. If her enormous, magnificent eyes were sad and haunted. If her beautiful, perfect mouth drooped. She was not going to sway him from his path. His way was safe and responsible. Safety was the first issue, not her haunting eyes or her soft, satin mouth. Or her terrible sorrow. He carried her through the night sky, his thoughts roiling and volcanic, spinning around and around in his head until he thought he might go mad. He knew what he had to do. What was wrong with him that he would allow himself to even consider such foolishness? It was too dangerous, too reckless. If the vampire heading the hunt for her was still persisting in his plan, what better chance to spring a trap than when she returned to deal with Peter's funeral? Savannah was concentrating on the treetops below them. Nowhere could she detect evidence of a dwelling. She felt empty and cold inside. Gregori was everything he had ever been called. Unfeeling. Hard. Cold. Without emotions. Her life was going to be endless hell. He could not possibly grow to love her. He didn't even really want her. He only wanted someone to control. Someone he could use for sex. She swallowed the bile rising in her throat. She was certainly that person. Each time he touched her or looked at her with his mesmerizing silver eyes, her body went berserk. Oh, Peter. She had failed to keep him safe, had led a vampire, the scourge of her kind, directly to him. Now, without Gregori's consent, she could not even provide a decent burial for him. She wanted to feel anger, hatred, even, but all she could manage was emptiness. She had known, all those years ago when she had turned to find Gregori in her bedroom, that she was lost for all eternity. Chapter 6. Savannah never actually saw the outside of the lair. One moment they were soaring through the sky, the next they were plummeting to earth. She closed her eyes as her stomach rolled, and by the time she could pry her lashes up, Gregori was striding into a rock dwelling. The interior walls were thick and cool, smooth to the touch as if they had been polished. The ceiling was high and of the same polished rock as the walls and floor. Gregori had carved the lair from the mountain itself, a miracle of construction. There were 3 rooms that she could see, and Savannah was certain there was a hidden chamber below the earth, a bolt hole in case they were in deadly peril. The moment Gregori set her feet on the rock floor, she moved away from him, a quick, feminine retreat. She refused to look at him, keeping her head bent so that she would not have to meet his gaze. She walked slowly through the unusual structure. The furniture looked comfortable, even cozy. "So this is to be my prison," she said unemotionally. Gregori didn't answer. There was no expression on his face, although the lines around his eyes and mouth seemed etched a little deeper than usual. His silver eyes were pale, reflecting images around him, not his own inner thoughts. His hand went to the back of his neck to massage aching muscles tiredly. Then he left the sitting room on silent feet. Glided. Like a panther. In spite of her determination not to, Savannah found herself watching him covertly behind her lashes. There was something mesmerizing about the way he moved. Muscles rippling, powerful, sensuous. She couldn't keep her wayward eyes from following his every movement, or her wayward heart from missing a beat when she saw his hand massaging his neck. Gregori sat on the edge of the bed, certain she was not paying him any attention. She wanted to be as far from him as possible. But even from a great distance, he was a shadow in her mind. He could read her every thought of him. None of it was good, and he couldn't blame her. He dropped his face into his hands. He was the monster she had named him. She feared him. She would always hate her destiny, always wish the fates had been kinder. And who knew? Maybe they would have been. After all, he had manipulated her future from the moment of her conception. She was light to his darkness, compassion to his cruelty. She could never love such a brutal beast as he. He had taken what was not his, had tampered with nature, and taken her for his own. Savannah's heart turned over when she caught sight of him sitting on the edge of the bed, the picture of utter dejection. Gregori. He was confidence itself. Complete authority. An emotionless robot uncaring that he had taken her life from her forever. What she thought or felt didn't matter to him. She had named him monster, heartless. A brutal barbarian. Every name she could think of had danced in her head as they had flown through the air to their destination. She had done it deliberately so that he could read what she thought of him, so that he wouldn't know she craved his touch even as she despised his ways. But it tore at her, the way he sat so alone. Gregori, who had always been alone. She backed up until the coolness of the rock wall was at her back, her blue eyes thoughtful as she watched him. He was giving her privacy, if it could be called that, even withdrawing from her mind. She bit her lower lip, then winced at the slight discomfort and the memory it brought with it. She realized she was familiar with his touch, so gentle in her mind. First, he had come to her as the wolf, and later, in the terrible moments when her loneliness had been too painful to bear, it had been Gregori's touch that had eased her. Strange, she had never considered that, never once thought. Why? She had felt comforted. Gregori had offered her free exploration of his mind. She knew he was capable of protecting himself, of covering his emotions and memories in layers if he chose, so that she would see only the parts he wished to share with her. She doubted many Carpathians could do such a thing with their Lifemate, but Gregori could. Gregori could do anything. But she was Savannah Dubrinsky, daughter of Mikhail and Raven. Their blood flowed in her veins, as did Gregori's. She had her own power, didn't she? Up to now, she had been a child running from herself, from her life with a man of such power. But if her life was intertwined with Gregori's, she had better grow up fast and find out just what she was up against. Mikhail and Raven had raised her to believe in herself. She took a deep breath and allowed her mind to merge fully with Gregori's. Her touch was featherlight, delicate, a mere shadow, soft in his mind. Even so, had he not been so preoccupied with his own thoughts, she knew he would have felt her presence. She stayed quiet and simply became a sponge. He believed himself a demon. He believed his soul was black, beyond real redemption. He was absolute in his belief that he had gotten her through his own manipulations, rather than through true chemistry. He had been so close to turning vampire that he had wagered his very soul on tampering with what was not his to do. He had touched the child in Raven's womb, supplied it with blood, even conversed with it. Savannah had a dim memory of his light reaching her when she was in pain, wanting to let go along with the rush of blood from her mother's body. Gregori had prevented her from doing so. She saw it clearly. His entire life. Finding his mother and father, stakes driven through their hearts, their heads cut off. The terrible years of the vampire killings in Europe. So many women and children lost to the stakes. Then the hunts. The wars. So many friends turning. Gregori. Hunting them down to destroy their evil power over. Humans and Carpathians alike. Century after century. Endless. So much blood, so many dying at his hands. Each death took a part of him until it was impossible to face the other Carpathians, until he dared not befriend any of them. He was sentenced to an eternity of isolation. So alone. Always alone. The bleak and empty world of his existence nearly overwhelmed her with sorrow, bringing tears to her eyes. Who could possibly live year after year in such an empty void and survive with his soul intact? It was impossible. Knowledge had been his only friend. He had always been a rebel. No authority could hope to hold him, only his loyalty to Mikhail. He had his own rigid code of honor, which he was unswerving in following. Honor was his life. Yet he felt he had compromised even that in the way he had acquired Savannah. When Savannah had refused to examine his mind so that he could prove to her that she had brought him back from the other side, so that she would be unafraid, know he was incapable of ever harming her again, she had refused out of respect for him. Yet he believed she had been rejecting him. He believed she could never really forgive the things in his life he had been chosen to do. He couldn't forgive himself. She saw it all. Every dark, dangerous deed. Every dark, ugly kill. Every law he had broken. But most of all, she saw his greatness. Time and time again, he had given of himself to heal others, draining his great strength, putting himself in danger over and over that others might live. A lifetime of selfless service to a people who grew to fear the very power they relied on. While none of the ugliness of the hunt, none of the danger, touched the others, he lived in constant readiness. He accepted the necessity of his solitary existence, his strict isolation. He had come to believe the Carpathians were right to fear him. And Savannah saw that they were right. He wielded far too much power for one individual, carried far too much weight on his broad shoulders. For centuries, Gregori had no real anchor in their world, no emotions to keep him from turning. There had been only his strength and determination, his will of iron, his strict code of honor, his loyalty to Mikhail, and his belief that their race had a place in the world. His resolve to prevent the children of their race from dying, a way to find true life mates for the men to keep them from turning vampire. Mikhail's finding Raven had given him a measure of relief in the form of hope. Still, once Savannah had been conceived, the world had turned into a long, endless hell for Gregori. Each minute had turned to an hour, each hour into a day, until he was nearly mad with waiting for her. Upon Savannah's refusal of their union, he had made a vow to himself to give her 5 years of freedom. He felt that since she would be tied forever to one who would rule her life absolutely, he owed her at least that small amount of time. To Gregori, every moment was an agony of holding out against the darkness so deeply entrenched in him. He had waited until he knew he would succumb, until he knew he would no longer have the wisdom or desire to choose the dawn, self-destruction, the only honorable option for a Carpathian about to turn vampire. He had fulfilled his vow of freedom for her and in doing so nearly lost his soul. After all those centuries of holding out, he had risked the damnation of his soul for her 5 years of freedom. Savannah sat very still, absorbing his memories. The only beauty in his barren, lonely existence had been the years she was growing up, when he was free to share her life as the wolf. She was unafraid of the wolf, giving him total, unconditional love, her every confidence, her unqualified acceptance. He had never had that before. He craved it, needed it, and believed she would never give it to him again. He accepted the fact that she would never love him, that she would always look at him with fear. It was almost as if he believed he deserved not to be loved because he was certain he had acquired her unfairly. He had not been prepared for the gut-wrenching pain it caused him, or the violent emotions she stirred in him. Savannah stayed very, very still, on the verge of a great discovery. It wasn't any woman he wanted, as she had believed. And he certainly didn't want a puppet, as she had accused him. He wanted Savannah, with her sense of humor, her pride and compassion, and even her nasty temper. No other woman held the slightest interest for him. No other woman would ever do for him. He was in pain. Terrible pain. He felt her grief over the loss of Peter. He felt her fear of him. He felt the pain of his own loneliness and eternal isolation. It radiated from his very soul. He was resigned to hold that pain for all time. And he would never show it to her. Savannah moved out of his mind while she was still undetected. He was terribly lonely, so much so that she wanted to cry for him. And he didn't have the faintest idea how to love someone, laugh with someone, or share his life. He only knew that he had to keep her safe at any cost. She had named him Monster, and he believed her to be right. She stared out the window into the forest. Gregori was many things. He had broken just about every law they had without one iota of remorse. He had killed countless times. He had more power in his little finger than most members of her race combined. But he was not a monster. Never that. Her foot tapped out a light rhythm on the rock floor. The branches of the trees swayed slightly in syncopation. She did have power, far more than she had ever expected. Gregori wanted her. More than that, he needed her. That particular revelation changed everything. It put control back in her hands, gave her back her life. She squared her shoulders. She was no longer a child running from a nameless fear. She was his life mate, chosen by God to walk with a man of power, of honor. A sensual, strong male who needed her more than anyone else on earth ever could. Savannah took a deep breath and let it out carefully. Gregori. She kept her voice low and neutral. He lifted his head slowly, but she felt his mind brush hers. The invasion didn't inspire fear this time. She accepted his merge without shying away from it. This is a very beautiful place. It's amazing that you were able to do this. She heard a slight rustle, a movement behind her, but she didn't turn around. You're quite an artist. She could smell him, his woodsy, spicy scent. Masculine, warm, exciting. She touched the rock wall and smiled to herself, thinking the feel of the rock was a lot like the way Gregori's hard body felt beneath her fingertips. It took a few months. Cry. The months I spent up here alone, waiting for your show to come to San Francisco. His voice was so beautiful. She allowed herself to listen to it, to feel the purity of it, to let the black velvet brush her mind. It is really beautiful, Gregori. We can summer here when we're in this country. He touched her hair because he couldn't help himself, and he was surprised when she didn't flinch away from him. It pleased him to hear her talk as if she accepted that they would be together in the future. He didn't respond, however, afraid that whatever he said would break their fragile truce. She reached behind her, found his arm with her palm, and touched him. She felt his pulse jump beneath her fingertips and kept her smile to herself. So, are you going to explain to me how the vampire was able to use my own mother's voice to draw me out? I am presuming it was a vampire. And how come I felt a compulsion to answer? I am Carpathian. A compulsion shouldn't have worked so quickly or easily on me. She continued to stare out the window. Flames were licking up the length of his arm from where her hand rested. Savannah had somehow worked out for herself that he believed her safety was in jeopardy. The vampire is an illusionist, much like yourself. He has practiced mimicking voices for centuries. Now he uses the talent for calling others to him. I recognize the brush of compulsion in the tone, and, of course, your mother would have chosen to use your private channel of communication, not the standard. His voice was emotionless, not in any way condemning her blunder. She blushed anyway. Why hadn't she caught that? Stupid mistake. A mistake like that could have gotten her, perhaps both of them, killed. She turned to face him. Gregori's sensual features were carefully impassive. His silver eyes merely reflected back her own image. I guess I owe you an apology for calling you names. I acted childishly, and I'm sorry. He blinked. She had surprised him. Savannah felt her heart warm, a funny, melting sensation. I want you to do something for me. I realize I am not very experienced with vampires, but rather than arbitrarily demanding my obedience, perhaps you could tell me what is going on. I'm going to rely on your judgment, Gregori. I won't try to defy you. I just have this problem with someone telling me what to do. Even as a child, I had a hard time with it, don't you remember? She deliberately referred to her childhood, the one happy bridge they had between them. His mouth didn't smile, but a hint of warmth crept into the bleakness in his eyes. I remember. You did your best to do the exact opposite of everything you were told. Her smile was intriguing. Gregori couldn't stop staring at her mouth. You'd think I would have grown out of it by now, but I haven't. Try to work with me on this. Her enormous blue eyes pleaded with him. He felt as if he was falling into their depths. Please. He wrapped a length of her hair around his wrist. I will try. BB. But first comes your safety. Always. She laughed softly. Gregori, I know you will never let anything happen to me. It isn't something I worry about. It is uppermost in my mind. He sounded very stern. She tilted her chin at him. Has it occurred to you that I have been all by myself these last 5 years and that nothing ever happened to me? Gregori smiled then, lending a sensuality to the curve of his mouth. You have never been truly alone. Cry. Never at any time. When it was too dangerous for me to be near you, I made certain others were close. Her quick temper flashed in spite of her every resolution not to let it. Her blue eyes scattered sparks. You had someone watching me? There was something about the way the color rose in her cheeks, the flash of her eyes, the lift of her breasts when she was angry, that made him want to keep her that way. I was not the only one. Ma petite. Your father would never have allowed you to be without protection. You should have known that. My own father? How could she not have known? It would be just like Mikhail. Just like Gregori. Here she thought she had acquired such independence, that she had struck a blow for all Carpathian women, and all the time they were having her watched. I hired a security company to work my tours, she said, wanting him to recognize that she hadn't been careless about her safety. Humans. His tone said it all. You needed one of us. Who? Who did you trust enough, Gregori? She asked, curious. Trust would be alien to his nature. What other male would he have entrusted his life-mate's safety to? It seemed so out of character for him. Gregori pushed a hand through the shaggy mane of hair falling to his broad shoulders. His neck hurt. Absently, he tried another massage. Some situations call for extreme measures. I chose the strongest, most powerful man I knew, one with an unwavering code of honor. His name is Julian. Julian Savage. Aiden Savage's twin brother. He's here? In the city? She had never met Aiden Savage, but she had heard of him from her father. He was a vampire hunter for the Carpathian people. Mikhail greatly respected him, and that in itself said a lot for the man. Recently, he had found his life mate. Savannah had hoped to visit them while she was in the city. They were probably as starved for someone from their homeland as she had been. Did Aiden know his brother was here protecting me? I am certain Aiden would sense his presence in the area. How could he not? They are twins. Whether Julian will choose to see him, I do not know. He is struggling with the darkness. Savannah turned away from those bleak, glittering eyes. So cold. So alone. So lost. Gregori. The dark one. Her dark one. Her Gregori. She could hardly bear his pain. It didn't show, not on that expressionless face, the face carved from pure granite, like the rock lair. It wasn't in his pale eyes, so arctic cold they reminded her of death itself. It wasn't in any part of his mind that he was sharing with her. She felt it all the same. His heart, her heart. His soul, her soul. They were one and the same. Two halves of the same whole. He didn't know it yet, didn't really believe it. After all, he thought it wasn't true chemistry, that he had managed to manipulate their joining. She knew better. She had known it when she shared her life with the wolf. Maybe not in her head, but in her heart and soul. She had known it when she reached into the black void, into the darkness, and pulled him back to her. She had known it when she shared her body with him, as innocent as she was, as inhibited as she had felt. She feared him, but she knew he was the one. Her heart and soul recognized him. The dawn approaches. Cry, he said softly. It is best if we get some sleep. It would be best for her. His body was raging at him, wanting the feel of her skin next to his. He needed to hold her in his arms and shelter her close to his heart. For one brief moment, he could pretend he would not be forever alone. She would keep the darkness at bay for him long enough to get him through another day. Her hand slid down the length of his arm to his hand. Her fingertips brushed the contours of his muscles. Just a skimming sensation, but his entire body clenched with hot desire. It poured into him, raged at him, molten lava surging through his blood and filling his body with piercing heat. In her innocence, she didn't notice what she was doing to him. Her fingers laced in his trustingly. What about Peter? What do you think we should do to minimize the risk? Because you're right, the press is going to give me a hard time. They follow me all over, those ratty little tabloids. Her enormous eyes were staring straight into his silver ones. He couldn't look away, couldn't let go of her hand. He couldn't have moved if his life depended on it. He was lost in those blue-violet eyes, somewhere in their mysterious, haunting, sexy depths. What was it he had decided? Decreed? He was not going to allow her anywhere near Peter's funeral. Why was his resolve fading away to nothing? He had reasons, good reasons. He was certain of it. Yet now, drowning in her huge eyes, his thoughts on the length of her lashes, the curve of her cheek, the feel of her skin, he couldn't think of denying her. After all, she hadn't tried to defy him. She didn't know he had made the decision to keep her away from Peter's funeral. She was including him in the plans as if they were a unit, a team. She was asking his advice. Would it be so terrible to please her over this? It was important to her. He blinked to keep from falling into her gaze and found himself staring at the perfection of her mouth. The way her lips parted so expectantly. The way the tip of her tongue darted out to moisten her full lower lip. Almost a caress. He groaned. An invitation. He braced himself to keep from leaning over and tracing the exact path with his own tongue. He was being tortured. Tormented. Her perfect lips formed a slight frown. He wanted to kiss it right off her mouth. What is it, Gregori? She reached up to touch his lips with her fingertip. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He caught her wrist and clamped it against his pumping heart. Savannah, he whispered. An ache. It came out that way. An ache. He knew it. She knew it. God, he wanted her with every cell in his body. Untamed. Wild. Crazy. He wanted to bury himself so deep inside her that she would never get him out. Her hand trembled in answer, a slight movement rather like the flutter of butterfly wings. He felt it all the way through his body. It is all right, mon amour, he said softly. I am not asking for anything. I know you're not. I'm not denying you anything. I know we need to have time to become friends, but I'm not going to deny what I feel already. When you're close to me, my body temperature jumps about 1,000 degrees. Her blue eyes were dark and beckoning, steady on his. He touched her mind very gently, almost tenderly, slipped past her guard and knew what courage it took for her to make the admission. She was nervous, even afraid, but willing to meet him halfway. The realization nearly brought him to his knees. A muscle jumped in his jaw, and the silver eyes heated to molten mercury, but his face was as impassive as ever. I think you're a witch, Savannah, casting a spell over me. His hand cupped her face, his thumb sliding over her delicate cheekbone. She moved closer, and he felt her need for comfort, for reassurance. Her arms slid tentatively around his waist. Her head rested on his sternum. Gregori held her tightly, simply held her, waiting for her trembling to cease. Waiting for the warmth of his body to seep into hers. Gregori's hand came up to stroke the thick length of silken, ebony hair, taking pleasure in the simple act. It brought a measure of peace to both of them. He would never have believed what a small thing like holding a woman could do to a man. She was turning his heart inside out. Unfamiliar emotions surged wildly through him and wreaked havoc with his well-ordered life. In his arms, next to his hard strength, she felt fragile, delicate, like an exotic flower that could be easily broken. Do not worry about Peter, ma petite, he whispered into the silken strands of her hair. We will see to his resting place tomorrow. Thank you, Gregori, Savannah said. It matters a lot to me. He lifted her easily into his arms. I know. It would be simpler if I did not. Come to my bed. Cry. Where you belong. His arms were strong, and the wildness in him was beckoning her. Her arms crept around his neck. She moved his hair so that she could burrow close to his skin. And if the vampire comes? Her lips drifted against his ear, then lower, her tongue caressing an intriguing little dip. What do you plan to do with me if the renegades should come again? Her breath was heated silk, her mouth hot satin. Her teeth nipped gently. There was no thought in his mind, just a roar of hunger for her body. Mindless, scorching hunger. Her teeth nibbled at his collarbone while her hand slid inside his shirt. Her fingers tangled in the spread of dark hairs across his chest, found each defined muscle and traced it. The roar spread throughout his body until he shook with it. He made it to the bed only because it was so close. She lifted her head when he set her feet on the stone floor, a small smile curving her soft mouth. Mysterious. Sexy. His little innocent was seducing him, and doing a damn good job of it. Every muscle in his body was hard and aching. He was on fire, burning with need. Her smile. Her perfect, perfect mouth. Gregori bent his head and took possession of that mouth. Her lips were warm and satin smooth. His tongue explored the sweet curve. His teeth tugged insistently, demanding entrance. She complied with his silent command, her mouth moist, hot silk. The world seemed to fall away. He fed voraciously, long, drugging kisses, devouring her sweetness, feeding on sensuality. His hands framed her face, held her still for his demanding mouth. Colors burst all around him, lightning sizzled and danced, and the roaring in his mind increased. He found her throat, soft and vulnerable. Hands tore at her clothing, needing to get at her creamy skin, needing to feel it soft and supple beneath his palms. Material floated to the floor in strips all around them, a frenzied shower of cloth. Savannah's breath caught in her throat. She had unleashed something far beyond her control, and despite her good intentions, it frightened her. Gregori was everywhere, his body hard and unyielding, his arms like iron. His enormous strength was intimidating. But the feel of his mouth, hot and masculine, demanding her compliance, was mesmerizing. Her body, of its own accord, seemed to go liquid with heat. He stripped her white lace panties from her slender form, exposing bare skin to his hungry gaze. She heard his swift intake of breath. His silver eyes moved over her face, her mouth, the line of her throat. Everywhere his eyes touched, she felt a flame dance, then linger, long after he lifted his head to move on to the next spot. Her body was flawless beneath his hungry gaze. Her skin was creamy smooth, her breasts firm and round, her narrow rib cage emphasizing their perfection. He caught her waist and dragged her to him, bending her backward to bring her breasts to his mouth. She made a soft little sound, like a kitten, her body moving restlessly against his. Her arms cradled his head, holding him to her. His mouth on her breasts was hot and hungry, insistent. Each strong pull bathed her in liquid, so that she moaned and pressed herself against him, loving the feel of his mouth. His hands moved down her back, finding her hips to urge her closer. He was hard and thick, full with desperate need of her. When he lifted his head, his molten gaze scorching her with heat, Savannah leaned against him to taste the small bead of perspiration running down the tangle of hair on his chest. She followed it, never quite catching up. When her tongue caressed his flat belly, she felt him shudder with anticipation. The tiny little bead raced lower still. Her arms circled his hips, found the firm muscles of his buttocks, and tugged him even closer. As she bent her head nearer, playing catch-up with the rolling bead, her hair brushed across his raging body. Gregori groaned, the sound torn from his throat, raw and aching. His large hands caught at her hair and bunched it tightly in his fists. "You are playing with fire, ma petite." The words were nearly unable to escape his strangled throat. She glanced up at him, just once. A quick look from under the crescent of her long lashes. Teasing. Sexy. His innocent erotic. "I thought I was playing with you," she denied, her attention back on his fierce arousal. Her warm breath bathed him in heat, in temptation. He threw back his head, his hands tightening in her thick mane of hair. His neck was arched, his eyes closed. "I think it is fair to say it is the same thing," he bit out between clenched teeth. Her tongue trapped the little racing bead as she cupped his heavy fullness in her hand. "You're the one who started this," she murmured absently. He was hot and hard, iron wrapped in velvet. He braced himself as she urged him closer, her mouth like hot silk. "Mon Dieu. Savannah," he breathed in a rush of air escaping his lungs. "I might not survive this." Her tongue swirled, the pressure exquisite, the friction almost more than he could bear. His hips moved, a rhythm he had no control over, holding her to him while the world fell away and there was only intense pleasure and lights exploding in his head. For a few precious moments out of his endless empty existence, he could believe someone cared for him, someone loved him enough to bring him out of the darkness and into the light. Into ecstasy. He caught at her and drew her up so that he could press her backward onto the bed. She was so small, for a moment he was afraid he might hurt her with his strength, but she was moving restlessly, needing him, the hunger in her mind rising to match his own. He caught her hips and dragged her to the edge of the bed so that he could explore her the way he wanted. She was his alone. Her body his one solace. He was determined to know every inch of her intimately. He knew it was his strength she feared, not what he was doing to her. She stiffened, her body rigid when he pinned her to the blanket. He bent his dark head, his teeth scraping the inside of her thigh. "You trust me, Savannah. I know you do." His breath was warm as he tasted her. "You are part of me. I cannot hurt you. Touch my mind with yours. I want you more than I have ever wanted anything in my entire existence." His tongue caressed her, teased, stroked intimately. She jerked beneath him, then exhaled sharply. There were no walls, no ceiling, no floor, nothing but space and Gregori. His hands moved over her body, explored, memorized, possessed, even as his mouth drove her wild, took her over and over the edge until she shattered into a million fragments, and he put her back together again just to repeat the process. It was endless, forever. It went on and on until she thought she might explode. She caught his hair and tugged at him, wanting his body, needing him to fill her, to merge completely with her. Gregori reluctantly complied, covering her slender frame with his husky one. He pressed against her and felt her moist heat, ready, enticing him, needing him. He bent to find her throat. Nuzzled. Nipped. His tongue stroked. His hips moved away from her. He surged forward, burying himself deeply just as his teeth sank into her vulnerable throat. Savannah thought she might die with pleasure. He stretched her, tight and fiery, the friction, as he forged into her over and over in long, deep strokes, nearly drove her insane. She held on to his shoulders, her nails digging deep to keep from flying away. She could feel his mouth on her throat devouring her life's essence, his mind thrusting into hers, sharing the pleasure, heightening it. She could feel his body swelling, hardening even more, the roaring firestorm threatening to consume her, to consume him. He was everywhere she turned, in her mind, her body, her heart, her soul. The fire raged in him, in her. His body took hers with aggression, domination, his mouth frenzied with hunger. He seemed insatiable, so was she. She couldn't tell where she left off and he started. He took her harder and faster until her body rippled with life and convulsed with pleasure. It didn't matter to either of them. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. Gregori's tongue swept across her throat, closed the pinpricks, but his mouth deliberately left his brand on her. "Feed, Savannah. Hunger for me." His velvet, mesmerizing voice was husky with need. He didn't have to ask her. She lusted after him. Lust was the only word she could think of that came close to describing the intensity of her need. She had to taste him, to have him inside her, not just her body or her heart and mind, but her very veins. She craved the taste of him, was addicted to him, hungered for him. "Do you want me?" he asked, his hips slowing to long, rhythmic strokes. Savannah smiled against his bare skin. "You know I do. You feel what I feel." Deliberately she bit at his neck, her tongue sweeping the pulse beating so strongly there. "How could I not want you?" His body clenched in anticipation. Waited. His breath stopped. His heart, too. Deliberately she prolonged the moment, scraping gently over his pulse, closing her eyes while his body reacted, swelling thickly inside her. When her teeth pierced his skin, he nearly lost his control, the pleasure so intense that he could feel his body gathering, plunging ever deeper to bury himself in her soul. Around him, she tightened, gripping him with fire and velvet, clenching and rippling until he had no choice but to answer her call. They exploded together, a shattering intensity he would never forget. Her complete surrender, her selfless giving of her body and mind. Gregori laid his head beside hers, squeezing his eyes shut to prevent her from seeing the moisture there. She fed gently, her mouth soft and sensuous at his neck, her body rippling with aftershocks. He held her tightly, determined never to let her go. Determined he would find a way to make her want to stay with him. Find a way to tie her to him so that if his duplicity was ever discovered, she would still never want to leave him. Savannah closed the 2 points of entry on his skin and lay quietly beneath him. He was heavy, his body enveloping hers entirely, nearly crushing her into the blankets. His stillness, the hard possession in the strength of his arms, warned her to stay quiet. He was fighting his demons again. Gregori. She tasted his shoulder. I am your true life mate. There is no other for me. Your fears are groundless. His arms tightened even more, nearly strangling her. I am dangerous, Savannah, more dangerous than you could ever know. I do not trust my emotions. They are new to me and intense. I've killed so often, the pieces of my soul were destroyed a long time ago. Her hands found his hair, stroked and caressed, attempted to soothe him. My soul is your other half. It fits perfectly, and there are no pieces missing. It only feels that way to you because after so many centuries of nothingness, of emptiness, you can feel again. It's all just overwhelming to you. He shifted his weight but did not let her go. He couldn't. He had to touch her, remain inside her, his body locked with hers. I wish it were true. Mon amour. I really wish it were so. The dawn is here, Gregori, she reminded him softly, all at once aware of their being tangled together, intertwined as one being. Are you cold? No, how could she be? His body was hot inside hers, upon hers, his hips moving gently but insistently. Gregori waved a hand to lock the entrances, placing the safeguards for outside and inside. All the time his attention was centered on his body gliding in and out of hers. The beauty, the mystery, the pleasure. We will sleep soon. Cry. I promise. But not now. Not for a little while. He murmured the words against her breast, then settled closer, his mouth feeding gently on her softness. He wanted to stay there, in the sanctuary of her body, for all time. Chapter 7. Detective David Johnson escorted the couple through the crowded squad room to his office. Heads turned, and an eerie silence seemed to follow their progress. He really couldn't blame the men. In all the years of his police work, he had never seen a woman more beautiful or haunting. It was the only word to describe her beauty. Haunting. She moved like a song, a whisper, like water moving through space. Flowing. Still, it was embarrassing the way grown policemen were acting like lovesick puppies. She was a celebrity, the cause of the throngs of unruly newsmen camping on the precinct's doorstep, but he knew it was more than that. Savannah Dubrinsky was the kind of woman who stayed in a man's mind for all time. She was the stuff of dreams. Dreams of hot nights, silk sheets, and lots of steamy sex. A fantasy come alive. Johnson risked a glance at the man pacing so easily at her side. A dangerous fellow, that one. Dark. Menacing. He moved so silently no one could possibly detect him unless he wished it. Even his clothes didn't rustle. His hair was long and thick, tied at the nape of his neck with a leather thong. He looked elegant, old-world, like a pirate or a count. His face was arresting, all hard angles and planes, with unusual pale eyes, a slashing silver that gave nothing away. This was a man to be reckoned with. It was in the set of his shoulders, his air of complete authority. Johnson had seen men of power before, men who could make life-and-death decisions every day. This man was a cut above. This man wore power like his own skin. He was power. Johnson felt the hard slam of his heart in his chest every time those peculiar cat-like eyes rested on him. Eyes that were unblinking. Disturbing. The man's posture said it all. God help the person dumb enough to ever lay a finger on Savannah Dubrinsky. Johnson had been worried about some San Francisco nutcase trying to get to the famous magician while she was in town, but now that he had met her husband, he figured anyone trying to touch her would have to be suicidal. He stepped back to allow Savannah entrance to his office and was not a bit surprised when her husband somehow managed to insert his solid frame between his body and Savannah's. Johnson closed the door firmly and refrained from giving in to the impulse to pull the blinds. The entire squad was staring through the dingy glass, ogling her. Johnson had never noticed how filthy his office was, the layers of dust and grime, the greasy, leftover, empty boxes of Chinese food and pizza. The pale woman with her haunting beauty made him all too aware of his grim surroundings. He wanted to sweep the debris off his desk into the wastebasket and out of her sight. To his horror, he actually felt faint colors stealing up his neck. He was known throughout the precinct as a cop married to the department, completely cynical, no feelings whatsoever. But his hormones had kicked into high gear and seemed to be working overtime. Johnson cleared his throat twice, trying not to make an ass of himself. "We appreciate your coming in like this to help us out. Thank you for identifying the body. I know it must have been difficult for you." He waited, but when neither spoke, he went on. "We'd like to clear up a few things concerning that night. We already have statements from security and the drivers who loaded the truck. You both seem to have an airtight alibi, Ms. Dubrinsky. Security saw you leave and saw Peter on the loading dock. Peter never drove out. When was the last time you saw Peter Sanders alive?" Savannah knew that Gregori had planted the scene in the minds of the security personnel as they had left the stadium that horrible night. "Detective Johnson," she began. Her voice was every bit as beautiful as she was. "Call me David," he found himself saying to his complete astonishment. Her husband stirred, a slight rippling of muscles, a suggestion of danger. Those brilliant, slashing eyes settled on Johnson's face, touching him with cold air, the vision of an empty grave, a shiver of death. He swallowed nervously, suddenly glad it was not one of his new detectives assigned to this bizarre case. Johnson could almost believe that this man was perfectly capable of killing someone. What was a woman like Savannah Dubrinsky doing with such a man? "I picked Savannah up an hour or so after her performance," Gregori informed him softly while Savannah sat with her head bowed, twisting her fingers together. Anguish radiated from her, turning Gregori's heart of stone to mush. He was fully aware of the detective's thoughts and purposely dropped his voice an octave lower. Anyone with half a brain would see he was dangerous. It wasn't easy to hide that kind of thing, and Gregori didn't particularly feel like doing so. The props were being loaded into the trucks and most of the workers had already left, he said softly. Johnson found himself hanging on to every word, listening to the pitch and cadence of the voice. It was like a running brook. This man, this Gregori, was honest, had integrity. Johnson shifted position, leaning across the desk toward the man. He couldn't help himself. It was almost as if he was mesmerized. Peter was alive and well at that point, Gregori went on softly. "We talked for a few minutes, perhaps as long as half an hour. The truck with the props was pulling away just as we decided to leave. Peter walked to his car but called back to us that he had left his keys on the loading platform." Savannah ducked her head, feeling a shudder run through her. She was pale but composed. Inside, she could hear herself screaming in outrage, in sorrow. Gregori appeared not to move, yet his body was touching hers so that his warmth could seep into her skin. It amazed her, the perfectly acceptable tale he wove in his beautiful voice. No one would ever question him. How could they, when he controlled all within hearing of his voice? "That was the last you saw of him alive?" Johnson asked. Savannah nodded. Gregori laced his fingers through hers. "Peter was our friend as well as our business associate. He handled everything for Savannah. Without Peter, there is no show. I have many businesses that keep me extremely busy. Peter took care of every detail of the magic shows for us. As you can imagine, this is devastating for my wife. For both of us. We should have waited until he was safe in his car, but I had been away from Savannah for some time, and we were anxious to be off together. The security personnel were still within sight, so we didn't think anything about it." "You didn't go to the hotel." Johnson made it a statement. Again it was Gregori who answered smoothly, his voice soft and hypnotic. "No, we went to property we own outside of the city. It was not until this evening that we heard the news." "Why didn't you check out of the hotel, Savannah?" Johnson asked her directly. It was difficult not to stare at her entrancing beauty. "We thought we would be meeting Peter back there in a couple of days when we returned to the city, so we kept the room." Her voice was so low, Johnson could barely catch her words. She sounded so sad. He felt a stone weighing on his chest. Johnson pressed a hand to his heart. Gregori stirred slightly, stroking Savannah's hair and neck, his fingers moving in a soothing massage. She was broadcasting her inner sorrow too loudly, and the detective was becoming affected. Breathe deeply. Mon amour. We cannot afford to have the policeman suffer a heart attack in our presence. He is very susceptible to you. I can't stand lying like this. There were tears in her voice, in her mind. She was clinging to Gregori's mind as an anchor, and it made him feel the connection with her was real and solid. Perhaps even unbreakable. Peter deserved better. That is so. BB. But we cannot very well tell this man the truth. We would both be locked up as insane. Gregori leaned forward and stared directly into Johnson's eyes. You will seek attention for your heart problem after we leave this place. For now you will cease to question Savannah and direct your queries solely to me. Johnson blinked, his eyes slightly glazed. Had he fallen asleep? He wasn't feeling very well. He wiped perspiration from his forehead. Perhaps he would make a quick trip to the hospital and have those tests he had been putting off. Meanwhile, Savannah looked so distressed that he focused on Gregori. There was something about the man's voice that enthralled him. He could listen to it forever. No one seems to know of your marriage. We found no record of it, he ventured. Gregori nodded. Savannah's career demanded she appear, how should I put this, available. A single woman is much more of a draw than a married one. We have been husband and wife for nearly 5 years. The marriage took place in our country. Savannah's mother is from the United States, but her father's homeland is in the Carpathian mountains. We were married there. Johnson refrained from saying she looked far too young and innocent for a man as powerful as Gregori. It was nearly impossible to tell his age. Mr. Sanders was fine with the marriage? The silver eyes slashed like steel. Of course he was. Gregori could see that that question upset Savannah even more. He leaned close to the detective again. You will cease this line of inquiry. Johnson shook his head. We're getting off the subject here. Do you know of any enemies Mr. Sanders may have had? Gregori took his time answering, looking very thoughtful. Eventually, he shook his head. I wish we could help you more, detective, but everyone liked Peter. Well, with the exception of the reporters, he was very good at protecting Savannah's privacy and thereby preserving the mystique of the show. I do not think you will find anyone who would speak ill of Peter. He handled the finances for the show, didn't he? Johnson asked shrewdly. Yes, he did, Gregori answered easily. Peter was a full partner with Savannah. He earned it, too. Were there any problems with the books? Johnson slid the question in, watching their faces. Savannah looked so pale and filled with sorrow, he felt as if he was tormenting her. No emotion showed on Gregori's face, and Johnson knew nothing he said or did would change that. I am independently wealthy, detective, with more money than I can possibly use in a lifetime. Savannah did not even need the income from her show. If there was ever a discrepancy, and I certainly do not know of one, I am certain, as is Savannah, that it would be an honest one. Peter made good money from the shows and would have no need to doctor the books. I am sure you can easily check his bank accounts and our books. You are certainly welcome to do so. Peter Sanders was not a thief. Savannah lifted her chin. Peter would never have stolen anything. And if he'd ever needed money, all he would have to do is say so. We would have given it to him, and he knew it. It was just a thought. There's no evidence pointing in that direction, but we do have to cover every possibility. Johnson raked a hand through his hair. He hated upsetting the woman. Sanders was in charge of your security arrangements? We had a man for that, Gregori said smoothly. Peter gave him his orders and kept him informed of the schedule so the man could do his job. Could Miss Dubrinsky have been the target of some psycho fan? Savannah made a muffled sound, tearing at Gregori's heart. Beneath his massaging fingers, she was beginning to tremble. There is always the possibility, detective. She has at times received some very perverse fan mail. Peter and Roland, the security man, protected her from most of the unpleasantness. But if there had been any threatening mail on this tour, Peter would have informed me immediately. Johnson had no doubt Gregori was the type of man to be involved in every aspect of his wife's life. Do you recall any strange incidents that stick in your mind? Savannah shook her head. What about any odd, unexpected noises that night? Instantly Savannah remembered the vampire's hideous laughter. Gregori intervened immediately. My wife is very shaken up, detective, and we still have to make the arrangements for Peter. Her crew is waiting for us also. So are the reporters. Gregori's silver eyes glittered a warning. She will not be talking to reporters. This is difficult enough for her. Johnson nodded. We'll try to sneak you out the back. But those folks have been camped out on our stairs ever since we ID'd the body. Savannah winced visibly. Piranhas, Gregori observed. They're like vampires, Johnson agreed. He didn't see Savannah shudder. Once they sink their teeth into a story, they never let go. One in particular, from out of town, has been driving us all crazy. We actually caught him trying to sneak into our files in an attempt to read our reports. He also tried to bribe someone in the coroner's office for information. The detective was aware he was giving out information he should not have been, but he couldn't seem to stop himself. It flowed out of him like water. Gregori lifted his head, dark hair spilling over his forehead. All at once he looked like a predator, dark and dangerous. Johnson's heart took another hard thud, and for an instant he could have sworn he saw those silver eyes flame a fiery red. Gregori gave the impression of a beast with sheathed claws, waiting, stalking prey. Johnson shivered, then blinked. When he looked again, the man's face was as impassive as ever, the eyes reflecting back his own image. There was a certain masculine beauty to that harsh, cruel face. Johnson shook his head to dispel the image of a stalking wolf from his mind. Which reporter was that, detective? I can't really divulge that information, Johnson said warily. There was something he couldn't quite put his finger on, but he wasn't going to be responsible for some reporter winding up in the hospital. He had no doubt that anyone tangling with Gregori would come out on the short end of the stick. Gregori smiled at him, a flash of gleaming white teeth. The silver stare fixed on David Johnson's tired eyes. That silver gaze was all at once hot, like molten mercury. Johnson felt himself falling forward, unable to look away. Gregori pushed into the man's mind, past the thin barrier of protection, and searched the memories there. Satisfied he had what he needed, he removed the man's memory of any conversation pertaining to the reporter and implanted the certain knowledge that Savannah and Gregori had cooperated fully and had nothing to do with the Peter Sanders death. Johnson blinked and found himself standing, shaking hands with Gregori and smiling sympathetically at Savannah. Gregori's muscular frame dwarfed her slender one as her husband swept her protectively beneath his shoulder. She offered Johnson a wan smile. I wish we'd had a chance to meet under different circumstances, detective. David, he corrected gently, doing his best not to stare. Gregori nudged Savannah out of the office. Thank you for being so careful with Savannah's feelings. Johnson led the way through a maze of rooms to the back stairs. If you think it will be necessary, I could have a couple of my men keep an eye on Ms. Dubrinsky for a few days. Thank you, detective, but that will not be necessary, Gregori declined softly, a hint of menace in his velvet voice. His hand found the small of Savannah's back. I protect my own. The staircase was narrow and dusty, the carpet worn through in several places. The couple moved down it together in perfect synchronization, like a pair of dancers. Gregori caught at her before she could push open the door. Someone is outside. Savannah glanced at the cruel edge to his mouth. We don't know who it is, Gregori, she cautioned softly. Scanning is easy enough, Gregori answered. That reporter is dangerous, Savannah. He is more than a simple nosy newspaperman. You read that detective's mind, his memories, didn't you? Her fingers curled around his thick wrist, her enormous blue eyes fixed steadily on his face. Gregori didn't flinch from the accusation. He didn't pretend to look repentant. Of course I did. Gregori, she said softly, you have that look about you. His eyebrows shot up. What look is that? Like you're really hungry and you just discovered lunch. He smiled in answer, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Be very careful with this one, Savannah. He is not going to just let it go. She shrugged carefully. So let's give him what he wants, and maybe he'll leave us alone. She was afraid she knew what Gregori had in mind. If the reporter couldn't be controlled, if he became a threat to their race, Gregori would have no choice but to destroy him. She couldn't bear the thought of any more needless bloodshed. She wanted a peaceful coexistence with the human race. We will try it your way, Gregori conceded, his stomach churning. Why did he give in to her nonsense? Her eyes, large and sad, defeated his good sense every time. Savannah pressed a fingertip to his lip, tracing the hard edge until it softened, and he took her finger into his mouth in a slow, erotic caress. He needed that connection with her always. She was so young, the ugliness of his life so far removed from her. How could she understand his need to ensure that such ugliness never touched her? She smiled, a small, secret smile he felt he would never understand. He knew the earth, the wind, the shifting water, fire, air, even space itself. He could command them all, but Savannah eluded him. Completely eluded him. Why did it matter so much that she understand? Wasn't her safety the most important thing in his world? Savannah shivered at the unexpected heat burning through her body. Gregori had such power over her. When he released her finger from the hot, moist cavern of his mouth, she leaned into him, her hand sliding down his throat to rest on his chest. "I think you should be outlawed, Gregori. You're lethal to women." Her voice feathered over his skin like the touch of fingers. "Just one woman," he answered, his silver eyes molten mercury. He took possession of her hand. He had to, before his body went up in flames. Bringing her knuckles to his mouth, he sighed as he pressed a kiss against the back of her hand, her fingers, her open palm. "Let us get this over with, ma petite, before I change my mind and turn this reporter to stone." Her breath caught in her throat, her blue eyes enormous. "You can't really do that, can you?" She was looking at him with a mixture of awe and fear, with maybe a hint of pride thrown in. Gregori's face was completely impassive, the silver gaze reflective. "I can do anything. I thought that was a well-known fact among our people." She searched his face, trying to determine whether or not he was teasing her. When she couldn't be certain one way or the other, she turned and pushed open the door. Almost at once a man placed himself solidly in front of her, and a flash went off. Blinking at the sudden, excruciating pain of the brilliant light in her sensitive eyes, Savannah instinctively put up a hand to cover her face. Gregori turned her into his chest. "You would insist on this. Don't even say I told you so." His soft laughter eased the sting in her eyes, but his face was hard and dangerous as he faced the reporter and his cameraman. "Get out of our way," he warned softly. The reporter's expression was wary. He stepped back, breath exploding out of his lungs. "Wade Carter, freelance reporter. I've been following Ms. Dubrinsky for some time. I'd like an interview. You will have to go through her press secretary." Gregori kept moving, his arm protectively around Savannah's shoulders. The reporter had to give way. He dared not challenge the other man. Gregori looked like a predator. A dark, brooding, killing machine. Menacing. He was showing his true nature to the reporter without hesitation. Carter swore to himself, but his excitement showed on his face. "There's a rumor going around that you're her husband. Is that true?" "I see no reason to deny it." Gregori kept walking, his arm, thick with roped muscles, curling around Savannah's head, successfully hiding her from the other man's scrutiny. He glanced at the cameraman, who was positioning himself for another picture. "One is all you are going to get. Do it again, and I will remove the camera from you. Forcibly. And I will not return it. Do you understand?" The man instantly lowered the camera, his face going white. Gregori's voice was low and soft, even gentle, but it held such menace. The veteran of many fracases opted for the better part of valor. "Yes, sir," he muttered, refusing to look at Carter. "So you don't deny your marriage? Is it true both of you come from the Carpathian mountains?" Carter sounded eager. "It is a big region," Gregori said vaguely and signaled their driver to open the door to the limousine. Carter pushed forward. "Did Peter Sanders know the secrets behind your magic, Savannah?" There was accusation in his voice, belligerence. "No other member of your crew does. Which could make Sanders' death rather convenient, if you have something to hide." In spite of Gregori's restraining arm, Savannah lifted her head to face the reporter. Her blue eyes smoldered dangerously. "How dare you? Peter Sanders was my friend." Carter stepped even closer. "You have many secrets, don't you, Savannah, that have nothing to do with your magic show? What is that supposed to mean?" Gregori's silver eyes flashed. "His mind is protected somehow." I could push past his barrier, but it is complicated, and he would know, and so would whoever has helped him achieve this. This one is very dangerous to you. Mon amour. Do not cross swords with him. Let us leave this place. I will pay a visit to Wade Carter at a later date. He doesn't scare me. He should. He is one of the human butchers, and he has targeted you. That damn mist you dissolve into. Julian was always uncomfortable with that. I think you know very well what I mean. Peter Sanders found out just how some of your illusions were performed, and you killed him. Savannah shook her head. I feel sorry for you, Mr. Carter. It must be a horrible way to make a living, accusing people of crimes for a sensational story. You can't have too many friends. She ducked into the limousine and the safety of its shadowy interior. You haven't seen the last of me, Carter snarled, leaning down to try to catch a last glimpse of her. Gregori stepped close, his imposing frame exuding power. He smiled at the reporter, a flash of gleaming white teeth. The silver eyes reflected clearly, vividly, in great detail, Carter's own image. But it was an image of death, of a torn and bloody body falling like a rag doll to the ground. Gregori held the man in his deadly gaze. Nor have you seen the last of me, Mr. Carter, he said softly, a black velvet menace. Wade Carter was suddenly weak with fear. He crossed himself, his right hand finding the silver cross at his neck. Low, taunting laughter echoed in his head. He couldn't seem to get it out, not even when the tall, elegant man slid gracefully into the seat beside Savannah. Carter shook his head repeatedly, trying to dislodge the laughter, the threat, from his mind. He glared after the fading limo, then clapped both hands against his ears. He had no proof that Savannah Dubrinsky was a vampire, just a gut feeling. The things she did on stage were impossible. No other magician had accomplished the tricks she had perfected. She was so young, how could she have learned to do what no one else in her field could do? He had followed her entire tour, trying unsuccessfully to bribe those working for her. No one admitted to knowing a thing. Every time he had tried to break in to see her props, to study what she did, something had gone wrong. It was eerie. He didn't believe in coincidence. He might have struck out a time or two, but not on every painstaking attempt. He was a professional. His people were professionals. No road crew or security people were that good. Something smelled, and he meant to get to the bottom of it. Maybe the cops believed the current story, but Peter Sanders' death frankly stunk. All the truck drivers and loaders had the exact same story. No two witnesses ever told precisely the same pat story. Details always differed. And it couldn't be a conspiracy. Those questioned didn't all know one another. So it had to be something else. Like memories planted in people's minds, something vampires could do. Savannah suddenly had a husband no one had known about. And he wasn't just any man, someone who could have been overlooked. Savannah's husband was dark, dangerous. A killer. Wade Carter was certain he was a vampire. Positive. He sat down on the steps, his heart beating like thunder. He had actually met the real thing. And the real thing scared the hell out of him. He would have to wire the others to come. What a break, and he was the one to find them. Or him. He didn't honestly know if Savannah Dubrinsky was a vampire, but his research said it was a possibility. He was going to be famous. Very, very famous. And rich. Very, very rich. He knows about us, Gregori said softly. That reporter is no reporter. He is one of them. Who are they? Savannah pushed at her hair, suddenly weary and close to tears. Peter. It was all her fault. She never should have allowed him close to her, never put him in danger. She had been so naive. Her world had always been one of boundless love. Her parents protected her, sheltered her. Her wolf, no, her life mate, had shown her nothing but love during her growing years. None of the ugliness of their lives, none of the dangers, had ever been allowed to touch her. She glanced at Gregori, the impassive expression, the lines etched deeply into his handsome face. His eyes were so cold and aloof. He had seen far too much horror in his lifetime, knew everything that could happen. He had seen it with his own eyes. Who are they, Gregori? She asked again. His pale eyes moved over her face and brushed her soft mouth, leaving a warmth behind. There is a dangerous group of humans who believe in vampires and practically make a career out of hunting them down. Despite their obsession with the undead, and over the centuries they have often formed secret societies to pursue their depraved passions, they do not recognize or acknowledge the difference between Carpathians and vampires. To them, we are the same and must be exterminated. Perhaps it is just as well that they do not comprehend they are dealing with two separate entities. What drives these people? Have they proof that the vampire exists? It was nearly impossible to believe. Carpathian renegade hunters were so careful to destroy all evidence of the betrayers. Nothing concrete. But the lasting legends and stories and myths keep these humans wondering. And some of the more clever vampires have spent time in society before we were able to hunt them. True, Savannah said. She knew her history. In the Middle Ages and just after, the undead had had a field day, living openly among the humans they preyed on. It had taken a huge collective effort to wipe them out before they destroyed any chance at a peaceful coexistence between the two species, Carpathian and human. After the most famous Carpathian vampire hunters, such as Gabriel and Lucian, disappeared, it was Mikhail and Gregori and Aidan and other ancients like them who had hunted down those who turned vampire. Together they had protected their remaining women and had taken measures to ensure that Carpathians and vampires remained figments of human imagination, the stuff of legends, novels, and movies. Their campaign to wipe out all memory, all certain knowledge of their kind had been largely successful, but evidently lapses had occurred. A few years ago, before you were born, a society of humans, a secret organization, was formed to investigate and exterminate vampires, the kind of vampires written about in dime novels. We believed these humans posed little real threat to us. None of us expected a repeat of the vampire hunts that swept Europe centuries ago. There was no sorrow in his expressionless voice, nothing to betray that he was remembering finding his mother's body, but Savannah knew that he knew it as surely as if he had confessed it. The first time they surfaced to do any damage, they murdered your Aunt Noelle. They would have killed another woman, but your own mother, still human, had the courage to save her. The secret society then targeted your mother and father, Raven and the prince of our people. Once more we thought we stamped out the threat, but they struck again a few years later. They killed several of our people and a few humans. Noelle's son was murdered, and your Uncle Jacques was tortured to the point of madness. Again Raven was attacked when she was pregnant with you, and she almost lost you. Savannah reached out to lay a hand on his arm, but she was otherwise careful to keep her sympathy to herself, not wanting him to realize how easily she had slipped into his mind and taken his memories into her heart. She was becoming quite adept at reading him. Gregori picked up her hand, marveling that anything that small could bring him such pleasure. Just the simple act of touching his arm, her fingers curling around his wrist, could melt his insides, bring him a measure of comfort, of security. It amazed him. Where certain memories always triggered him to go blank inside, to insulate himself so he could face them without flinching, without the beast roaring in rage, that little hand now tempered his fire and fury. He absently traced a safeguard pattern into her palm, hardly aware he was doing so. Even his subconscious wanted to ensure that she was always safe. The touch of Gregori's fingers sent darts of fire racing through Savannah's bloodstream. Her teeth bit nervously at her lower lip. "You were saying about this reporter. What could he know for certain?" she prompted gently. She didn't want him to stop holding her hand or to stop making that strange, soothing design in the middle of her palm. She wanted the terrible memories holding him in their grip to let him go, to give him back to her. Savannah smiled up at him, her blue eyes clear and steady. "He does not know anything for certain." A slightly wicked glint appeared in his eyes. "At least not about you." "What did you do?" she asked softly. "Gregori, you don't have to protect me by calling attention to yourself. We're a team, aren't we? Whatever happens to you, happens to me." He looked away from her, out the window. His fingers tightened possessively around her hand. "That may not be so in every case," he answered carefully. "What are you saying, Gregori? We are life mates. One can't survive without the other. I may not know everything about life mates, but I know that. That is true. Ma petite. Ordinarily. And ordinarily, a hunter who finds his life mate ceases to hunt. Yet Aiden Savage must continue because he is in a land where there are few hunters. Hunters are in more danger from the undead than most Carpathians, so to keep from putting his life mate in jeopardy, the hunter usually allows other males to take over the task. Aiden Savage does not have that luxury. Nor do I. And you? Do you intend to quit hunting? She asked softly, already knowing the answer, already in his mind. You know I cannot. He said it gently, his voice soft. I am your life mate, Gregori. Her voice trembled just a bit. You may have to hunt because you're the very best we have, and our people need you. But if something were to happen to you, I would follow you. Gregori's thumb feathered back and forth across her inner wrist, lingering on her pulse. It was rapid. It would be dishonest of me to allow you to think I have such a noble motivation. I have hunted for so many centuries, I do not know any other way of life. His face was impassive, but inside he was holding his breath. A small smile flirted with her perfect mouth. If it pleases you to think so of yourself, Gregori, that's fine with me. You are arrogant enough for several males. You don't need me to feed you compliments. But perhaps I might be able to do something about teaching you another way of life. In the meantime, I suggest you educate me in the ways of vampires, since it looks as if we'll be hunting them. And you might also remember you are the greatest healer among us. That is unchallenged by anyone. I am the greatest killer, also unchallenged. He tried to give her truth again. She touched his hard mouth. I will hunt with you then, life mate. His heart slammed against his ribs. Her smile was mysterious, secretive, and so beautiful, it broke his heart. What is behind this smile? BB. His hand caught and spanned her throat, his thumb brushing her lips in a gentle caress. What do you know that I do not? His mind slipped into hers, a sensuous thrust, the ultimate intimacy, not unlike the way his tongue sometimes dueled with her, or his body took possession of hers. She was familiar with his touch in her mind. She knew he tried to keep its invasiveness to a minimum. He allowed her to set the boundaries and never pushed beyond any barrier she erected, even though he could do so easily. Both of them needed the intimate union of their minds merging, Savannah as much as Gregori. And her newfound knowledge of him was secure behind a miniature barricade she had hastily erected. Wide-eyed and innocent, she looked at him. His thumb pressed into her lower lip, half mesmerized by the satin perfection of it. You will never hunt vampires. Ma cry. Not ever. And if I were ever to catch you attempting such a thing, there would be hell to pay. She didn't look scared. Rather, amusement crept into the deep blue of her eyes. Surely you aren't threatening me. Dark One. Bogeyman of the Carpathians. She laughed softly, a sound that feathered down his spine and somehow took away the sting of that centuries-old designation. Stop looking so serious, Gregori. You haven't lost your reputation entirely. Everyone else is still terrified of the big bad wolf. His eyebrows shot up. She was teasing him. About his dark reputation, of all things. Her gaze was clear and sparkling, hinting at mischief. Savannah wasn't railing against her fate of being tied to him, a monster. She was too filled with life and laughter, with joy. He felt it in her mind, in her heart, in her very soul. He wished it could somehow rub off on him, make him a more compatible life mate for her. You are the only one who needs to worry about the big bad wolf. Mon amour. He threatened with mock gravity. She leaned over to stare up into his eyes, a smile curving her soft mouth. You cracked a joke, Gregori. We're making progress. Why, we're practically friends. Practically, he echoed gently. Getting there fast, she told him firmly with her chin up, daring him to contradict her. Can one be friends with a monster? He said casually, as if he were simply musing out loud, but there was a shadow in his silver eyes. I was being childish, Gregori, when I made such an accusation, she said softly, her eyes meeting his squarely. I wanted my own life, with no one to answer to. It was thoughtless and wrong of me. And I was afraid. But I'm not now, and I ask your forgiveness. Do not, he ordered sharply. Mon Dieu, cry. Do not ever apologize to me for your fear. I do not deserve it, and we both know it. His thumb pressed into the heated satin of her lip. And do not try to be so brave. I am your life mate. You cannot hide from me something as powerful as fear. Trepidation, she corrected, nibbling at the pad of his thumb. Is there a difference? His pale eyes had warmed to molten mercury. Just that fast, her body went liquid in answer. You know very well there is. She laughed again, and the sound traveled down from his heart to pool in his groin, a heavy, familiar ache. Slight, perhaps, but very important. I will try to make you happy, Savannah, he promised gravely. Her fingers went up to brush at the thick mane of hair falling around his face. You are my life mate, Gregori. I have no doubt you will make me happy. He had to look away, out the window into the night. She was so good, with so much beauty in her, while he was so dark, his goodness drained into the ground with the blood of all the lives he had taken while he waited for her. But now, faced with the reality of her, Gregori could not bear her to witness the blackness within him, the hideous stain across his soul. For beyond his killing and law-breaking, he had committed the gravest crime of all. And he deserved the ultimate penalty, the forfeit of his life. He had deliberately tampered with nature. He knew he was powerful enough, knew his knowledge exceeded the boundaries of Carpathian law. He had taken Savannah's free will, manipulated the chemistry between them so that she would believe he was her true life mate. And so she was with him, less than a quarter of a century of innocence pitted against his 1,000 years of hard study. Perhaps that was his punishment, he mused, being sentenced to an eternity of knowing Savannah could never really love him, never really accept his black soul. That she would be ever near yet so far away. If she ever found out the extent of his manipulation, she would despise him. Yet he could never, ever, allow her to leave him. Not if mortals and immortals alike were to be safe. His jaw hardened, and he stared out the window, turning slightly away from her. His mind firmly left hers, not wanting to alert her to the grave crime he had committed. He could bear torture and centuries of isolation. He could bear his own great sins, but he could not endure her loathing him. Unconsciously, he took her hand in his and tightened his grip until it threatened to crush her fragile bones. Savannah glanced at him, let out a breath slowly to keep from wincing, and kept her hand passively in his. He thought his mind close to her. Didn't believe she was his true life mate. He truly believed he had manipulated the outcome of their joining unfairly, and that somewhere another Carpathian male with the chemistry to match hers might be waiting. Though he had offered her free access to his mind, had himself given her the power to meld her mind with his, both as her wolf and as her healer before she was born, he likely didn't think a woman, a fledgling, and one who was not his true life mate, could possibly have the skill to read his innermost secrets. But Savannah could. And completing the ancient ritual of life mates had only strengthened the bond. Chapter 8. Peter Sanders' ashes were buried on the grounds of a mansion Gregori had built for Savannah while waiting for her to come to San Francisco. Savannah's crew and Detective David Johnson arrived for the memorial service, but they were able to keep the actual location, well outside the city, a secret from the majority of the press. Only Wade Carter showed up, having tailed one of the road crew members to do so, but he wasn't allowed inside the gates. His cameraman had refused to come. Something about Savannah Dubrinsky's husband scared the hell out of him. That left Wade with the unwieldy camera around his neck and a very uneasy feeling. The grounds were fenced, and wolves ran loose within the compound. With Gregori's supporting arm around her, Savannah spoke quietly to her crew, thanked them for their service, and announced her retirement. They were each presented with an envelope containing a sizable bonus as they left. Gregori spent a few minutes talking with Johnson. The police detective, satisfied there was no more information to be gained, left the residence. Savannah lingered at the memorial site, staring down at the beautiful marble plaque Gregori had designed for Peter. The tears in her eyes were in part for her sorrow at losing such a good friend, and in part for Gregori's thoughtfulness. He had kept Peter close to them, and he had made this day as comforting as it could have been under the circumstances. She was turning to go back toward the house when the wolves lifted their heads and howled. Gregori whirled around and caught her arm, dragging her close to him. "I believe it is Aiden Savage," he said softly. "We must go inside, where Carter has no chance to catch sight of Aiden. We do not want to lead assassins to Aiden's door." He hissed a command to his wolves and hurried Savannah toward the mansion. "I thought you had this place safeguarded," she said. "With your crew and the police coming to the service, it was too dangerous. Someone could have wandered away from the site and been harmed." His hand brushed her hair tenderly. "I know you are tired. You should lie down for another hour or so. It was too soon for our rising." She leaned against his hard strength and read the remorse in his mind. "This was never your fault, Gregori, never. I never blamed you for Peter." His hand caressed her hair. "I know you did not." His attention was on the stirring of the wind, heralding one of their kind. "But if I had not been overwhelmed with physical feelings lest he condemned himself, I would have known the vampire was stalking you that night. I had released Julian from his responsibility. You were in my care." "Do you have to be so hard on yourself?" she asked with a sigh. "You are not responsible for all Carpathians, nor all humans. If anyone is to blame, it is me for insisting on my freedom. I was thoughtless, not realizing what I was doing to you or even to the unattached males of our kind. I didn't once give a thought to what you would suffer while I was running from myself and our life together. I certainly did not think Peter would be in danger. I should have known I would be hunted." His arms swept around her, a tight circle of comfort. "You did nothing wrong. Cry," he said fiercely. He was moving her steadily toward the protection of the house. Rainbow prisms suddenly danced and sparkled through the trees. Gregori shook his head as the light began to shimmer into a substantial shape. "You always were a show-off, Aiden," he greeted his visitor, his voice as expressionless as always. "Let us go inside." Savannah, touching his mind, felt his affection for the other man. She had heard of Aiden Savage, a hunter of the vampire, but he had left their homeland half a century before her birth to establish residency in the United States. He was one of the few of their kind built like Gregori, tall, like all Carpathian males, but much stockier, with defined, sinewy muscles. Instead of the dark hair of their race, however, he had a long, thick, tawny mane, and his eyes were a peculiar amber flashing with brilliant, glittering gold. This man's identical twin had guarded her these last 5 years. Aiden was an imposing figure, so his twin must be also, yet not once had Savannah seen him. Nor had she detected his presence. How had Julian kept himself hidden, with the confidence all males of their race exuded, the power and authority that came with centuries of the hunt, with the acquisition of knowledge? Gregori's arm moved from around her waist to circle her neck, a male gesture of ownership. Savannah laughed to herself. Carpathian men were not far from the trees. "I caught that. Mon amour." Gregori's soft voice brushed at her mind, a low caress that curled warmth in her stomach. He sounded close to teasing, but she noticed he didn't drop his arm from around her neck. "Aiden, we did not expect you this early. The sun has not yet gone from the sky, and it is uncomfortable to travel in the evening light," he said aloud, once they were indoors. "I must apologize for missing the service," Aiden replied softly. "But I could not risk it. Still, I wanted you to know you are not entirely alone in this country," he added to Savannah. "Savannah, this is Aiden Savage. He is loyal to your father and a good friend to me," Gregori introduced them. "Aiden, my life mate Savannah." "You look like your mother," Aiden observed. "Thank you. I take that as a great compliment," she said, suddenly wishing her mother was there. She missed Raven and Mikhail. "You honor me, to come at this time of the evening to share my grief. I know it's difficult for all of us, but I had to choose a time to accommodate Peter's human friends." "There is danger for you nearby, Aiden," Gregori warned. "I would have you and your family safe from these butchers. They're human, of the same secret society that hunted in our lands several years ago." A shadow crossed Aiden's face. He had humans in his family to protect, as well as his life mate. The amber eyes glowed a deep gold. "The reporter." A soft growl of menace rumbled deep in his throat. Gregori nodded. "I will find out what I can this night from Mr. Wade Carter. I intend to take Savannah and lead him and whoever his cohorts are far from the city, so that there is no danger to you or yours." They were in the house, free from prying eyes, but Gregori could feel the reporter's evil presence permeating his territory. "I sent a clear warning to you, Aiden. There was a hint of censure in his words, although his voice was soft. There was a hard edge to Aiden's mouth. I received your warning. But this is my city, Gregori, and my family. I take care of my own. Savannah rolled her eyes. You could just beat on your chests, you know. It probably works just as well. You will show some respect. Gregori ordered. Savannah burst out laughing, then reached up to caress his shadowed jaw. Keep hoping, my love, and perhaps someday someone will obey you. Aiden's mouth twitched, the golden eyes sliding over Gregori in amusement. She inherited something besides her mother's good looks, did she not? Gregori sighed heavily. She is impossible. Aiden laughed, ignoring the warning flash from Gregori's pale eyes. I believe they all are. Savannah ducked out from under Gregori's arm and found an overstuffed chair to curl up in. Of course we're impossible. It's the only way to stay sane. I would have brought Alexandria to meet you, but Gregori's warning dictated prudence. Aiden sounded smug, as if he had been able to lay down the law to his woman when Gregori was unable to do so. Savannah flashed an impish grin up at the man. What did you do? Leave her sleeping while you ran off to play hero? I'll just bet she has a thing or two to say to you when you wake her. Aiden had the grace to look sheepish. Then he turned to Gregori. Your lifemate is a mean little thing, healer. I do not envy you. Savannah laughed, unrepentant. He's crazy about me. Don't let him fool you. I believe you, Aiden agreed. Do not encourage her in her rebellion. Gregori tried to sound severe, but she was turning him inside out. She was everything to him, even with her silliness. Where did she get her outrageous sense of humor? How could she ever be happy with someone who hadn't laughed in centuries? She melted his insides. Melted him. He was careful to keep his face expressionless. It was bad enough that Savannah knew he was practically wrapped around her little finger. Aiden didn't need to know it, too. Seriously, Gregori, there is no need for you to lead these butchers from my city. Together we can deal with them, Aiden said. Julian is somewhere close. I feel him, though he will not answer my call. Julian is close to turning. You would not want his help. The more kills, the more the danger increases. You know that. Julian will work out his destiny, Aiden. And if it becomes necessary to hunt him, if he does not come to you before the change, you must call me. Julian has grown very powerful. Very dangerous. Do not take chances because you are his brother. One of Mikhail's brothers turned, and when justice sought him, he tried, like any other vampire, to destroy everyone. He would not have spared even Mikhail. Gregori did not add he had been the one to bring justice to Mikhail's brother. It had been such a difficult deed, he became determined never to get close to another, as he had to Mikhail and his family. Gregori glanced at Savannah, found her incredible blue eyes on him, and somehow the painful memory was eased. Julian has always been a dangerous and knowledgeable man, Gregori concluded. Like you, healer. Aiden couldn't help but make the accusation. He hated the talk of his twin turning vampire. Gregori didn't flinch. Exactly like me. That is the point. You will call for my aid should there be the need. He was staring directly into the other man's golden gaze. His voice was low and compelling, beautiful and haunting. Aiden looked away from those silver eyes. Eyes that could see into a man's soul. I will, Gregori. I know what you say is true, although I do not want to believe Julian could turn. Anyone can turn, Aiden. Any one of us without a lifemate. Gregori glided across the room because he could not stand the physical distance Savannah had put between them. Her eyes were once again shadowed and haunted, the memorial service filling her with sadness and guilt. He slipped behind her chair, his hands coming down on her shoulders to begin a gentle massage. He needed the contact as much as she did. Aiden hid his shock. He had known Gregori for centuries, had learned healing arts from him, had learned to stalk and kill the vampire from him. Nothing ever touched Gregori. Nothing. No one. But those cold silver eyes, as they swept over Savannah, were molten mercury, the man's posture clearly protective, possessive, and the touch on her shoulders was frankly tender. Are you all right? Cry? Perhaps you should lie down for a while. Savannah smiled wanly up at him. She was looking far more pale than he liked. He had hunted that evening despite the early hour, taking enough blood to sustain both of them. But she had refused to feed, as if denying her hunger were some kind of penance for her sins. His hand went to the nape of her neck and massaged gently. Her hunger beat at him, and he knew Aiden could feel it, too. The Carpathian male was watching him, without obvious censure, but with a puzzled expression all the same in his deep golden gaze. Gregori felt it like a knife. He wasn't taking care of his life-mate the way he should. "Don't be silly, Gregori." Savannah's soft voice swirled in his mind. "You take great care of me. Who cares what anyone else thinks?" "So, healer," Aiden said, "have you made up your mind where you wish to lead these butchers?" Savannah stirred, twisting to look back at Gregori, her blue eyes suddenly alive. "Do you have somewhere you particularly want to go?" "You have a place in mind?" he asked. He knew it was a mistake to look into her eyes. He could drown in her eyes. It was like falling over the edge of a cliff. "Yes, New Orleans. The French Quarter's Jazz Festival is this week. I've wanted to go for a long time. Now we can go together. Do you like jazz?" "I love jazz." She flashed a broad smile at him. "I had made plans to go before all this happened. In fact, I got a place there." She really wanted to go. It was in her eyes, in her mind. This was important to her. Gregori could feel a terrible dread rising. It was almost impossible to deny Savannah anything. Yet he could not take her to New Orleans, vampire capital of the world, city of sin. The butchers probably had their headquarters there. He stifled a groan. "You have a residence in New Orleans? Don't sound so gloomy. You wanted to go somewhere, lead the society away from the savages, so where better than the next place on my schedule? No one will think our move the least bit odd or suspicious," she pointed out, "since it was already on my agenda." Gregori glanced at Aiden and shook his head. "Do you hear the logic of that? She has never been to the French Quarter of New Orleans, but no one will think it odd that she suddenly shows up in a home there." "Very logical," Aiden agreed. "I can see you have your hands full, and I must return to Alexandria. First, though, I would very much like to visit with the reporter with you." For a moment his face was hard, a cruel edge to his mouth. "I remember what was done to our people by this society." "This fight cannot be yours, Aiden," Gregori said. "I would not put you and your human family in danger." Aiden inclined his head. "He prowls out there. I can feel him stalking around the compound." There was an eagerness, a need to do battle. Savannah knew it was the instinctive, predatory nature of the untamed Carpathian male. "Go now, Aiden," Gregori said firmly. "It was nice to finally meet you, Aiden," Savannah added. "I hope to meet Alexandria soon. Perhaps when Gregori and I remove the threat of these human butchers, we can get together." When Gregori removes the threat, Gregori corrected her, using his implacable, commanding, "Don't even think of challenging my authority" voice. Aiden nodded his farewell. Then his solid form wavered, began to shimmer, and disappeared out the open window in a kaleidoscope of colors carried on the night breeze. Savannah reached behind her and took Gregori's hand. "New Orleans. What do you think?" There was a small silence. "It is dangerous there," he said carefully. "True, but it will be dangerous anywhere we go, won't it?" she pointed out reasonably. "So, what difference does it make where we are? We may as well have some fun." "I prefer the mountains." He said it quietly, neutrally. She suddenly grinned at him, that mischievous, impish smile he couldn't resist. When an old geezer marries a young chick, he has to learn to get back into the swing of things. "Party time. Nightlife. Does it ring a bell, or has it been too long?" she teased. Gregori bunched her hair in his hand and tugged. "Show some respect. BB. Or I might have to turn you over my knee." "Kinky." One delicate shoulder rose and fell in a sexy little shrug. "I'm willing to try anything once." He leaned over and kissed her. He had to kiss her. He had no other choice. Once his mouth fastened on hers, he was in trouble. She was heat and light, spice and satin, lace and candlelight. And he was lost. Utterly, completely lost. Gregori jerked himself away from her, swearing in his ancient tongue. Savannah's eyes were cloudy, dreamy, her lips moist and slightly parted. Her soft mouth curved with that sensuous, mysterious smile he could never quite figure out. "I have a great idea, Gregori," she told him wickedly. "Let's take a commercial flight. What? He was staring at her mouth. She had a great mouth. A perfect mouth. A sexy mouth. Mon Dieu. He wanted her mouth. Doesn't a commercial flight sound fun? We could take a night flight, mingle with people. It might even throw off the reporter. Nothing is going to throw off the reporter. He is tenacious. And there will be no commercial flight. There will be no discussion on this either. None. If we go to New Orleans, and I am not saying we will, commercial flights are out. Oh, Gregori. I was only kidding. Naturally we'll do things your way, she added demurely. He shook his head, exasperated at himself. Of course she had been teasing. He wasn't used to anyone treating him as Savannah did. Outrageous woman. I need to go out and talk with Wade Carter. She stood up instantly, expectantly, her blue eyes wide in anticipation. Tell me what you want me to do. I can probably manage mist. I'm stronger now, using your blood. I can back you up. Amusement warmed the cool silver of his eyes. Mon Dieu. Savannah, you sound like a cop movie. No, you will not back me up. You are not talking to Carter. You will stay here, safe, where I know he cannot touch you. Am I making myself crystal clear? Bibi? You are not to leave this dwelling. But Gregori, she said softly, I'm your partner now. I'm supposed to help you. If you insist on tackling this Wade Carter, then I have to help you. I'm your life mate. There is no chance that I will allow such a thing. You may attempt to defy me, but I assure you it is a waste of your energy. He spoke gently, that mocking male superiority setting her teeth on edge. I am your life mate. Cry. And I will give any order I deem necessary for your safety. She thumped his chest hard with her clenched fist. You make me so mad, Gregori. I'm trying very hard to get along with you and your arrogant orders. You don't even change expression. We could be discussing the weather instead of having a fight. His eyebrows shot up. This is no fight. Ma petite. A fight is where we both are angry and have a contest of wills, a battle. There cannot be such a thing between us. I do not feel anger when I look at you, only the need to care for you and protect you. I am responsible for your health and safety, Savannah. I can do no other than to protect you, even from your own folly. You cannot hope to win. I know this absolutely, so there is no reason to become agitated over the issue. She thumped him again. He looked startled, then caught her flying fist in his hand and gently pried her fingers open. Very carefully, he pressed a kiss into the exact center of her palm. Savannah? Were you trying to hit me? I did hit you twice, you scum. You didn't even notice the first time. She sounded very irritated with him. For some reason it made him want to smile. I apologize, mon amour. Next time, I promise I will notice when you strike me. The hard edge to his mouth softened into a semblance of a smile. I will even go so far as to pretend that it hurts, if you wish it. Her blue eyes flashed at him. Ha ha ha, you're so funny, Gregori. Stop being so smug. It is not being smug to know my own power. Cry. I am trying to care for you as best I know how. You do not make it easy for me. I find myself making poor decisions just to see that smile on your face, he admitted reluctantly. Savannah laid her head on his chest. I'm sorry I'm so much trouble, Gregori. She wasn't certain if that was the strict truth. She rather liked stirring him up. I just want us to be partners. That's how I've always envisioned my relationship with my life mate. I don't want to be some shrinking violet protected from the real world and used as a brood mare to advance the Carpathian race. I want to be my life mate's best friend and confidant. Is that so wrong? She was pleading with him for understanding. They're humans. We can handle them, she said with more confidence than she felt. If Gregori was concerned, there must be good reason. Still, she was determined to go with him, to share every aspect of his existence. She knew the hunt would always be a huge part of his life. His arms swept around her, held her close to him. His hands stroked her hair. Humans have managed to kill our kind throughout the centuries. We have great powers, yes, but we are not invincible. I do not want these people touching you. I will see what Wade Carter and his friends have in mind, just what evidence they actually have, and who is in danger. Then we will discuss where we will be going and how involved I will allow you to become with this situation. She cringed visibly at the word. Allow. And he wished he could take it back. He tightened his hold possessively and dropped a brief, hard kiss on the top of her head. "You will stay within these walls, Savannah, no matter what happens." She clung to him for a moment. "Don't let anything happen to you, Gregori." "I mean it. I'll be very angry with you." A small smile touched his mouth but didn't light his pale eyes. "I will stay in your mind. Cry, and you will know I am fine." He hesitated a moment. "You may not like my methods." It was a warning. There was a shadow in the depths of his silver eyes, one he didn't attempt to hide from her. Her chin lifted. "I may act like a child, Gregori, but I'm not. The preservation of our race always comes first, has to come first. I know it's necessary for you to use whatever means it takes to make that happen. I hope you do, Savannah. I hope you are prepared for the reality of my way of life. I can do no other than protect our people. It is not always pretty or clean." He spoke gruffly, his beautiful voice mesmerizing. He stepped away from her abruptly, yet her small fingers retained possession of his hand. "You will stay inside, ma petite. I will provide safeguards for you. Do not attempt to defy me." She rubbed the back of his hand against her cheek. "I'll do as you request." He caught her chin firmly, tipped her face up, and fastened his mouth to hers. At once the electricity arced and sizzled between them. White-hot heat enveloped them both. Then Gregori put her from him and simply disappeared. He moved through space, unseen, with the ease of long practice, a soft wind blowing through the trees. Wade Carter was attempting to scale the west wall. 3 of the wolves were pacing beneath him, fangs gleaming in the gathering dusk. Carter's trousers snagged on a rock outcropping, momentarily holding him prisoner. Gregori shimmered, hanging in the wind, insubstantial, then solidified a few feet from the reporter. Carter's breath exploded out of his lungs. "My God, you really are a vampire." "I knew it. I knew I was right." Gregori could smell the man's fear, his agitation. He perched casually on the wall beside Carter with his easy, lazy grace. "I told you we would meet again soon." "I always keep my promises," he replied softly. The voice seemed to slice right through the reporter's mind. Wade rubbed his pounding temples. He had never been so afraid, never so excited. The real thing was sitting right beside him. He fumbled in his pocket for reassurance, felt for the dart gun. "Why did you decide to show yourself to me?" He tried to keep his voice from shaking. Gregori smiled at him. There was no humor in that smile, just a white flash of gleaming menace. The cold silver eyes were unblinking, like those of a great jungle cat. Carter found it unnerving. "You disturbed my wife," Gregori answered softly. His voice was beautiful, hypnotic. Carter shook his head to banish the sluggishness from his brain. "Do you really think you're so powerful that you can get away with killing me?" Gregori's muscles rippled, a hint of his enormous strength. "Do you really think I am not? I would never have confronted you without support." "I'm not alone," Carter blustered. He was fighting to get the dart gun from his pocket, where it was stuck. "There is no one else here, Mr. Carter," Gregori corrected. "Just the 2 of us. I thought I might have a look inside your head." His tone had dropped an octave, was soft and persuasive, impossible to resist. Sweat broke out on Carter's forehead. "I won't let you," he objected, but he found himself leaning forward to look into the molten silver eyes. He was supposed to be protected against a mind invasion. All in the society were protected. Vampires' voices couldn't affect them, the eyes couldn't put them in a trance. No one could read their minds or take away their memories. All of them in the society had undergone extensive hypnosis to resist such an abomination. And they had worked on a formula for more than 30 years. Scientists, good scientists, who had the benefit of vampire blood to work with. Gregori pushed through the surprisingly strong barrier to inspect the man's mind. He could see the culmination of the secret society's research, their eagerness to find a new specimen. They had extracted blood from several of the victims they had tortured and mutilated some 30 years earlier. Gregori inhaled sharply. They had a drug they were certain could be used to incapacitate their victim so that they could imprison what they believed to be vampire and study and dissect it at their leisure. The society was larger than any of his kind had believed. He released the reporter's mind, deliberately allowing the man to know he had been extracting information. Carter swore obscenely and brought up the dart gun. The needle pierced Gregori's skin right above his heart. He felt the penetration, felt the instant release of poison into his blood. Gregori! Savannah's distressed cry was in his mind. Let me come to you. She was trying to free herself from the invisible wall he'd erected around her, fighting his safeguards. Be calm, ma. Petite. You think I did not. Deliberately. Allow this imbecile to inject me with poison? I am the healer for our people. If they have something that can harm us, I must find an antidote. Savannah pounded on the invisible barrier to get to Gregori. She could feel the hot tears gathering in her eyes, the terrible fear threatening to overwhelm her at her own helplessness. The poison was painful, crawling through Gregori's system, paralyzing him. Cramps and sweating, muscles clenching and locking. She felt it with him and raged at her inability to get to him, to be able to help him, as was her right. Gregori remained as calm and impassive as ever, studying the chemistry of the compound, as interested as any scientist. He was barely sparing the jubilant reporter any of his attention. He had gone seeking inside his own body, flowing through his own bloodstream to follow the path of the spreading poison. Carter was nearly jumping up and down. If it had not been for his precarious perch, he would have. Of course, he had no idea how he was going to get such a big man into the car and back to the laboratory. He would have to call for help. But otherwise it had been so easy. The lab techs were right. The poison was perfect. All those years of research had finally paid off. And he was the one to get the glory. He poked at Gregori's chest with a knife and drew a spot of blood. You don't look so tough now, vampire, he gloated. Not so impressive at all. Are you feeling a little sick? He laughed softly. I've heard the older the vampire, the greater the sensitivity to pain. He poked again, slicing downward so that he opened a flowing cut. I hope so. I hope you take a long time to die when the techs get you. Meanwhile, you just remember who will be playing with Savannah. I have plans for that little whore. He bent close to peer into Gregori's hooded eyes. Not that this is personal, you understand. It's all in the name of science. Savannah's burst of strength, fed by her rage at the reporter taunting Gregori and causing him pain, landed her against the invisible wall. The foundation didn't budge. Whatever Gregori had constructed to contain her was stronger than she thought. She pounded until her fists bled, tears streaming down her face. She could feel every cut, every slice the reporter inflicted. She could hear his taunts and threats. She implored her life-mate to allow her to come to him, but silence was her only answer. None of it seemed to affect Gregori. He felt the pain but simply put it aside during his self-examination. The poison was thick, moving slowly and painfully throughout his system. He began to break down the chemicals to analyze them so that his people could come up with their own antidote to such a thing. Most of his kind could never do what he was doing. But he was a healer, knowledgeable in herbs and chemicals, poisons both man-made and natural. This was an interesting mixture, fast-acting and dangerous. They had used blood they had taken from their victims for a base. The pain had gone from a dull ache to agony in a few short minutes, enough to incapacitate all but the ancients and their most learned healers. As soon as he had the compounds broken down, he broadcast them to Aiden Savage. The hunter had studied the healing arts under him and would be able to utilize the information. Within his own body, he began the healing process, breaking down each chemical to its natural and separate form and disposing of or absorbing it. Only when the process was complete did he return to his outside surroundings. He had been aware of the reporter poking at and cutting him with a knife, presumably to make him weak from loss of blood. He was bleeding from several different cuts. He could feel the sting of them as the wind tugged at his tattered clothing. His pale eyes rested on the reporter's face. Are you finished, Carter, or is there something else you would like to try before I return you to your laboratory? He asked very gently. The man gasped, realizing the drug was no longer affecting the vampire. He stabbed wildly for Gregori's heart. In midair, the knife stopped abruptly, as if caught by someone with enormous strength. Slowly, inexorably, the tip turned to point straight at Carter's throat. No, God, no. Don't do it. I can tell you so much. Don't do it. Make me like you. I can serve you, Wade Carter pleaded as the knife inched closer to his jugular. Suddenly, the knife clattered harmlessly to the ground below them. Instantly, Wade fumbled to retrieve the dart gun. But in his hand it lengthened into a hideous scaly shape that began to coil around his arm. Wade screamed, the sound filling the night air and setting the wolves howling in answer. Gregori regarded him with impassive silver eyes. The eyes of death. This is my world, Carter, my domain. You walked into it and deliberately challenged me. You tried to hurt what is mine. I cannot allow such a thing. He bent his dark head so his unblinking eyes could hold the other man in their thrall, hold him prisoner. And understand this, Carter. This is very personal. He tossed the other man to the ground easily, uncaring that the drop was dangerously high. The snake coiled itself around the reporter's body, effectively tying him so that it was impossible to move. Gregori floated to the ground, snagged the man's shirt, and dragged him through the dirt to his car. I think we need to pay this laboratory a small visit, do you not, Mr. Carter? You seemed quite anxious for my presence there, and I can do no other than to oblige you and your friends. No, Gregori. Savannah pleaded. Let's get out of here. Leave him, and let's go. Break off from me. BB, he ordered and retreated, pulling his mind from hers. Savannah could feel his implacable resolve. He had made up his mind to destroy the laboratory, what they had of the drug they had used on him, and all the data on it. He also intended to destroy anyone connected to the society that he found. She could find no rage in him such as she herself felt. No need for revenge. He was cool and ruthless, a machine performing a brutal task for the welfare of his race. Gregori had put aside all emotions and was an anonymous robot set on destruction. He was unswerving, relentless. Nothing could stop him. Savannah, trapped in her cube of protection, slid to the floor and drew up her knees. This was his life. This was who he was, what he had become over the long centuries, a dark angel of death to those who declared war on his race. Gregori, the Dark One. He believed himself a monster without equal. She covered her face with her hands. There was no way to stop him. No way at all. Mikhail, her own father, prince of their people, the only one commanding Gregori's loyalty, could not stop Gregori from doing what he deemed right or necessary. Her teeth bit into her lower lip. He wielded so much power. There was no other who could have broken down that deadly poison in his own bloodstream. No other who would have deliberately baited a trap using his own body the way Gregori had. She knew the price he paid. She shared intimacy of his mind as well as his body. He really could turn off his feelings, leave himself an emotionless machine to do the things necessary to protect his people. But inside, deep within his soul, he believed himself an unredeemable monster. The things he had to do for the preservation of their race required enormous pieces of his soul.